Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Gained Overwhelming Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Good thing I'm such an awesome ninja. Bet Sasuke team wouldn't be able to do something like this. One Uzumaki Naruto thought to himself as he held his body up flat against the ceiling, left hand gripped tightly around the corner of a wooden support beam. His right held the lockpicks he hadn't had time to put away, and clutched between his feet was all the scroll Mizuki-sensei had given him with a map of guard patrol routes and a drawing of his mission target. The blonde ninja demise held this pose, making no noise except for the near-silent breathing and heartbeat that he himself could barely hear, for a further 30 seconds until the passing Chunin patrol guard was sure to be out of earshot, then dropped silently to the floor. He chuckled to himself quietly, no one ever thinks to look up. He might get in trouble for his pranks, but he learned a lot more from them than he ever would have just listening to Iruka-sensei's boring lectures. 9 minutes 54 seconds left until the next guard got there. More than enough time to finish up the door lock, find the scroll, and get out of the building. He started up with the lockpicks again, now that he was alone. As alone as he could ever be, at any rate. The other was always there, whispering quietly into his head, urging him to rip, tear, kill, to set it free upon the world and have power beyond his wildest imaginations. No, whisper wasn't quite the right word. It wasn't an actual voice, more like a constant feeling, tugging at the back of his mind. It was in him but not a part of him, not supposed to be there, and nothing good would ever come from listening to it. He knew that as instinctively as he knew kindness was good, or ramen the best food ever. He had never told anyone about the other, not even Hokage Gigi. But people clearly knew anyway. Why else would all the adults act like he didn't exist? It used to get to him sometimes, the cold glares, the way everyone pretended he wasn't even there until he did something he could be punished for. Things had been bad back then, before he promised himself he wouldn't cry anymore, before he chose to be a ninja, before he made himself always look at things positively. Now, though, he couldn't not look at things positively pretty much all the time. Now, he had a goal to work towards. Now, the nightmares weren't so bad. The nightmares were another thing he had never told anyone about. He knew the other caused them every single night, and even now, though he would never admit it to anyone but himself, they still terrified him. Konoha in flames, everyone he knew and everyone he didn't know, dying before his very eyes night after night, and the other laughing and forcing pure joy into his brain when he felt like vomiting. Because he was always the one causing it. All the death and mayhem. The soft click of the lock releasing drew the blonde from his thoughts. The door had taken longer than he had thought, only 7 minutes, 6 seconds left. Naruto silently opened the door and, making his way into the room, looked around, making sure to close the door behind him just in case. While this blocked out the light from the hallway, the moonlight from the small window, just a bit too small to have worked as an entry point, on the far side of the room was more than enough for his sharp eyes to make out the details. How the hell am I supposed to find one scroll in all of these? He only just remembered not to shout out his frustration. The whole room was filled with shelves upon shelves of scrolls, many of which were coated in dust. Okay, think Naruto. What did Mizuki-sensei say about where to find it? It's on a shelf about 16 feet back and 4 feet to the left when you go through the door. I'm a bit under 5 feet tall, so that shelf there. The blonde had always had trouble relating numbers to distance, something about it just never agreed with him. It was one of the reasons he always failed the written tests at the academy, along with the questions usually being about the boring stuff he never paid attention to. He rushed over to said shelf and started searching through the 54 scrolls it held, looking for any that matched the drawing. 7 minutes, 4 seconds left. The dust that he was stirring up from the scrolls irritated his sensitive nose. Konoha's prankster king barely caught himself in time to keep from sneezing. The sound of the reflexive sharp intake of air, however, was picked up by the ears of a certain old man who just happened to be passing by. Naruto? What are you doing here so late at night? The boy leapt 8 feet in the air in surprise, or he would have, had the ceiling not been only 10 feet high. As it was, his head rammed hard up against the stone ceiling before he fell back to the floor, landing squarely on his backside. He knew the voice right away, and turning around only confirmed it. He hadn't managed to sense the old Hokage coming at all. Guess he didn't get the job for nothing. Oh. GG, don't sneak up on me like that. As for why I'm here, well, you see, Oryoke no Jutsu. Or maybe he did get the job for nothing, the blonde thought as he undid his henge, the old man now soundly unconscious. He went back to sorting through scrolls, a bit more quickly now as he was starting to run out of time. Only 5 minutes, 42 seconds left, and he needed at least 3 minutes to get out of the building. That was the forbidden scroll, an exact match to the drawing. Strapping the huge roll of paper to his back, Naruto turned around and swiftly made his way out of the building. There was only the one guard in this section, and he wasn't nearby, so Naruto sprinted straight for the window he had used to get in, not taking too much care to soften his footfalls. He needed to be far away by the time Gigi woke up. Naruto let his body fall backwards onto the grass, exhausted but happy. He had learned his one jutsu and now just needed to wait for Mizuki-sensei to come test him on it. 2 minutes later, after which the blonde's body had recovered somewhat, another person entered the small clearing. Someone not Mizuki-sensei. I found you, Iruka-sensei. You idiot, shouted the scar-faced Chunin. I found you. The blonde sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. I guess you did. Anyway, I managed to learn one jutsu from this scroll, so now I just have to show it to you and I can graduate, right? Right, Iruka-sensei? This statement was more than enough to confirm the academy instructor's suspicions. The boy was being used. Graduate? Naruto, who told you that? Mizuki-sensei did. He told me about this scroll and how I could still graduate if I just learned a jutsu from it, then he told me where to find it and even gave me a map complete with guard routes. See? The short blonde was clearly overjoyed with his success, and Iruka was not in the least looking forward to what he would have to explain to the boy he had grown so attached to. Fortunately, he was saved having to do this. Unfortunately, the thing that saved him was 10 kunais flying straight towards the two of them. Naruto, his body still recovering from the intense training he had just gone through, saw the kunais coming but was unable to react in time. Instead, Iruka-sensei shoved him out of the way, leaving the man himself with no time to dodge the oncoming sharp metal objects. He was able to keep himself from any bad injuries, though. After making sure his sensei wasn't badly hurt, the blonde turned to face the BSRD who had just attacked them, only to find himself very confused. It was Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki-sensei had just tried to kill both of them. Good job finding the idiot. I see, so that's what's going on. Naruto, give me the scroll. Naruto, whatever happens, don't give him the scroll. It's filled with dangerous jutsu. Mizuki used you to get his hands on it. In the back of his brain, the other was getting louder. Naruto, there's no point in you having that scroll. I'll tell you the truth. No, don't. You know about the QB attack 12 years ago, right? Mizuki, stop this. What you don't know is that same day, a law was made, a law that only you, Naruto, are not allowed to know about. Naruto, don't listen to him. The other was screaming now, so loud that it should have been drowning out everything, but somehow the voices of his two senseis, one terrified, loud and panicked, the other calm, smooth and triumphant, still reached him perfectly clearly. A law that no one is to say that you are the QB no Kitsune. Monster. Riptorkill. Stay away from him. Riptorkill. You are the QB no Kitsune. Riptorkill. The QB no Kitsune. Riptorkill. Shut up. For the briefest of moments, there was nothing. Even the QB was silent. But it was too brief. What's wrong? Does the little demon not want to accept what he really is? Well, I don't care. So hurry up and die, QB. He could see the giant shuriken clearly as it flew through the air towards him. Dodging out of the way wouldn't have been difficult, but did he really want to? If Uzumaki Naruto died tonight, no one would really miss him. Sure, Gigi, Iruka-sensei, Old Man Ichiraku, and I Am Nichin would probably be sad for a little while, but they had other people in their lives. They'd move on. No one else would really care. Hell, half the village would probably celebrate. Wouldn't it be worth giving up his life to fully remove the QB from this world? He wouldn't even have to do anything, just stand there and let Mizuki's oversized shuriken cleave through his neck. It would all be over soon. Schlick. There was the unmistakable sound of metal sliding into flesh, but the sudden burst of pain the blonde had expected never came. He was still alive. It took him a moment to realize what had just happened. Iruka-sensei? Why? The scarred Chunin, his face only inches from Naruto's own, was smiling, crying, and trying to hold back his pain all at once. I understand. A bit of what you've been through. When my parents died, no one really seemed to care about me. I would act like an idiot just to get people's attention. I was never very good in school, so it was all I could do to make people notice me. But the whole time, I was always in so much pain. It must have been so painful for you too, Naruto, right? I'm so very sorry. If I had just paid a bit more attention, maybe you wouldn't have had to hurt so much. Don't lie to the demon QB brat, Iruka. You hate him just as much as I do. He's the one that killed your parents in the first place. The young demon container was horribly confused. He didn't know who to believe or what to think, so he did the only thing he could. He ran. He ran and ran, as fast and as far away as he could, until he remembered that running away had never solved anything before and slumped up against the base of a tree. For the first time he could ever remember, he was completely lost. He had no idea of how long he spent just sitting there, trying to figure things out, the QB tearing away at the back of his mind, until a voice returned him to the real world. How, Naruto? How did you know? Poof, that I wasn't Iruka? Because. Oof, that I'm Iruka. Iruka, you sicken me. You'd even transform into the monster that killed your parents in order to protect him. I'll never let someone like you get their hands on the forbidden scroll. You idiot. Naruto's the same as me. With the secrets in that scroll, you can do anything. There's no way the QB wouldn't use that kind of power. You're right. Still behind the tree, having not moved an inch the entire time, Naruto felt like his heart had just broken. So that's it then. Even Iruka-sensei, deep down, doesn't acknowledge me. The QB would do something like that. But Naruto's different. He's one of my students. He may not be the best, but he always tries hard, and he never gives up. People may not accept him, but he knows what it's like to be in pain, and he's still here. He's not the QB at all. He's a future ninja of Konoha. He's Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka-sensei's words were like a bowl of fresh ramen to someone about to starve to death. No way could he just give up now. Not after everything he'd gone through. Not now that Iruka-sensei had finally accepted him. Kill himself? That wouldn't solve anything. Whatever, it was Mizuki team talking now. Iruka, I was going to get rid of you later, but now I've changed my mind. Just die. The young ninja in training didn't even think about it. He launched himself around the tree and, seeing the pale-haired BSRD running at his sensei with his second giant shuriken ready for the kill, leapt directly in his path. It was so sudden that the traitorous J-Arc didn't even have time to react until after Naruto's foot had firmly implanted itself in his gut, sending them both flying in different directions. Why, you little dash? Don't you dare lay a finger on Iruka-sensei, or I'll kill you. He could feel himself overflowing with rage. The QB was laughing, but there was no way he was going to give in to that BSRD Kitsune, even if he did end up killing Mizuki team. He was Uzumaki Naruto, and there was no way he was going to lose to some oversized furball. A stupid failure like you? I'll kill you in one hit. Just try it, you worthless piece of trash. I'll deal back any pain you give me 1,000 times over. Then do it, QB. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a huge burst of smoke, and suddenly over 1,000 grinning Narutos littered the area. Mizuki team was too terrified to even speak. What's wrong? All the clones said at once. Weren't you going to kill me in one hit? Well then, I'll go first. Nearly 15 minutes later, the boy's white-haired former instructor was little more than a bleeding, twitching lump of bruises on the ground. Daylight was beginning to creep into the sky. Hee hee, I guess I went a little too far. He gave Iruka-sensei a sheepish grin. Naruto, come over here a minute. The scar-faced Chunin was still sitting propped up against the tree. That wound in his back must have really been hurting him. I wanted to say thank you, Naruto, for saving my life. He was slowly making his way to his feet as he spoke, and tell you how proud I am of you for being who you are. What do you mean, Iruka-sensei? I should be the one thanking you. After Mizuki team told me about the fox, I was about ready to just let myself die. You saved me by believing in me back there. I'd do anything to keep that belief. The man smiled. Okay, I've decided. Close your eyes, I'm going to give you a present. Naruto could hear what sounded like Iruka-sensei fiddling with some kind of cloth. After a moment, the sound stopped. Can I open my eyes now? Go ahead. The blonde opened his eyes to see Iruka-sensei's smiling face, his own goggles held in the man's hand. Wait, if he had the goggles, then what was that on his forehead? And where was Iruka-sensei's? Hardly daring to believe it could be true, Naruto slowly moved his hand up to the object tied around his forehead, his fingers tracing the cool metal and the symbol of Konoha etched into it. This was what it felt like to really be happy, completely happy. He found himself smiling, not the usual ear-to-ear grin, or the smirk he had whenever he got a good idea for a prank, but a real, warm, open smile of true joy. Congratulations. You graduate. Let's celebrate. I'll take you to Ichiraka Ramen. Iruka-sensei. Naruto shouted, preparing to throw himself at the man and hug him and never ever let him go. That was when it happened. He heard it. The distinctive, unmistakable whistling sound of a kunai cutting through the air. He turned towards it. Too close. Too fast. No time to dodge. Then again Iruka-sensei was there, somehow, taking the sharp blade right in his shoulder. Mizuki had regained consciousness just long enough to throw that one deadly knife before passing out again. Iruka-sensei stumbled. He would have toppled over had Naruto not been there. The young ninja caught him and gently laid him down on the grass. Iruka-sensei, what's wrong? Will you be okay? Should I take you to the hospital? No, cough, no time. Poison. Fast acting. Cough, Naruto. I'll always believe in you. Cough, become Hokage. You can. Iruka-sensei? Iruka-sensei? No, please don't leave me. Not now that I'm just getting to know you. Iruka-sensei. Heh, look at that. The Kyuubi brat crying over the body of his dead teacher. How sweet. Naruto spun to face the voice, Mizuki's voice. He could feel the tears streaming from his eyes, down his cheeks, across the whisker-like birthmarks that identified him to the world as the container of the Kyuubi. I'm going to kill you. It was strange. He should have been burning with anger and rage like he was before, but he wasn't. His mind had gone through too much in too short a time, and all he could feel was his grief, a strange calmness, and an absolute certainty that he was going to kill the monster in front of him. Naruto just stood there, glaring at the man relentlessly with blue eyes colder and harder than ice. Even as Mizuki got to his feet and started searching through his pouch for something, the boy didn't move. He did nothing as the man found what he was looking for, a vial full of a strange red substance, and drank it. As his muscles expanded to enormous sizes, tearing his clothes apart, Naruto simply kept his piercing blue eyes trained on Mizuki's. As his body changed even further, and he became some sort of tiger man, and he laughed and started shouting about how he would crush everything in his way with the power given to him by Orochimaru-sama, the blonde kept up his calm, cold stare. Then the tiger man charged. Naruto summoned up all his chakra. He could still remember, perfectly clearly, one day in their second year when Iruka-sensei had mentioned to the class about chakra overload. Just like there is chakra exhaustion, there is also chakra overload. If a ninja has more chakra flowing around inside his or her body than it can handle, then the body will start to tear itself apart from the inside as all that chakra tries to escape. Unlike chakra exhaustion, chakra overload is extremely rare, as it requires massive amounts of chakra on a level most Kages never even have. So far, in the history of the ninja world, there have only been 2 recorded cases of chakra overload. The first was in Naruto had no doubts that chakra overload was what he was now experiencing. It felt like his entire body was slowly burning up from the inside out. Hell, he was actually glowing with a soft blue-white light from every part of his body. At the same time, though, he felt powerful, like he could pick up the Hokage tower and move it to a new location if he wanted to. The beast man he had once called Sensei seemed to be moving in slow motion, like he was underwater. Naruto ran across the 2 yards remaining between them and punched him directly in the center of the chest, holding nothing back. He felt more than saw as Mizuki's entire body just crumpled? Exploded? Fell apart? It was hard to tell, around the spot he had made contact. Sure that the man was now dead, he had felt his heart explode. He let the chakra go and slipped into unconsciousness. White everywhere. That meant either the hospital or heaven. Everything was still too muddled to get any more clues as to where he was. Wait, he could still sense the QB pawing away at his mind. The hospital? Naruto hated the hospital. Awake. GG. Talking hurt. So did turning his head to see that yes, it was the Hokage who was in the room with him. Try not to move, Naruto. Your body is still recovering. You should consider yourself lucky. Anyone else would probably be dead after pulling off what you did back in the forest. Details started to filter in. Mostly it was the pain, the severe ache throughout his entire body. And not the good kind of ache like he would have after a long day of hard physical training, but the other kind of ache, where everything is just that constant, slight pain that you can't ignore and that won't go away. The next important detail he registered was that he was still wearing the forehead protector. His forehead protector. Iruka Sensei's forehead protector. He could feel the cool metal through the cloth on his forehead. It felt nice. You should know, I saw everything that happened from when Iruka found you on. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have been able to get there in time to be of any use. Your crystal ball? Gigi had shown him the object once when he was younger, explaining how he could use it to see anywhere within the village walls. The old man nodded. Then I'm still a ninja? He started to gesture to the headband, but stopped when attempting to move his arm made the pain 100 times worse. Yes, you're still a ninja, Paul. In fact, I dare say you have more right to wear that headband than a great many of the people who call themselves ninjas. Are really? Honest praise like that from Gigi was something very rarely given out. The aged Hokage's soft smile was answer enough. Then his expression turned serious. Now, I'm assuming you have some questions for me. The blonde demon container knew exactly what he was talking about. Yeah, the QB. So what's the deal, Gigi? Am I like the fox dash? No. That man did not understand what he was talking about, Thoro. The night the QB attacked, the only way of stopping it was to seal it away, and the only thing strong enough to contain a demon with that level of power was a newborn baby. The QB is inside you, but it is not you. The boy took a moment to absorb the information. It was just confirmation of what he had already thought, but it was good to have. And the law? What about that? After seeing the way the village reacted to what had happened, I realized that no one who knew the truth about the fox was going to be able to treat you like a normal person. So I made that law that no one is allowed to talk about it, to keep the other children your age from finding out. I wanted to give you a chance with the rest of your generation. Naruto spent a good bit longer thinking about this answer. And it was while he was thinking that he realized just what Hokage Gigi was trying to do. He was trying to keep the blonde's mind off of what had happened to Iruka Sensei for as long as he could, because even something as terrible as the legendary QB no Kitsune was nowhere near as painful as the emptiness he felt thinking of the scarred Chunin instructor. Along with the shift in his thoughts, his face shifted as well, ever so slightly, into a look of deep sadness. His normally bright blue eyes seemed to dim. When is the funeral? The old man looked sad as well now. Tomorrow at 1. Thank you. They both stayed silent for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. I can feel it, Gigi. My whole life, as long as I can remember, there's been this constant feeling in the back of my head, this wrongness, inside my mind, telling me to hurt and kill, and when I was younger, I would sometimes use it to decide what to do. I'd listen to what it told me and do the exact opposite. Because, even though it's inside my head, I can just tell that it's not supposed to be there, it's not right. I never told you or anyone about it, because I was scared of how you'd react. Now, though, I finally have a name for it, at least. More silence. Gigi, why didn't you ever tell me? The Hokage sighed. I wanted to be sure you would be able to handle knowing. Information is one of the most powerful and dangerous things in the world. Had I told you before you were ready to know, you might have reacted badly, maybe even killed yourself, or... That made sense. After all, that had been his immediate reaction on finding out. Can I have some time to rest? Certainly, Naruto. When the old Hokage left, the boy closed his eyes, but he didn't sleep. Sleeping would mean nightmares, and what he needed right now was just time to think. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his office after a very enlightening conversation with his favorite new genin. He wasn't supposed to be biased, of course, but he just couldn't help it. That boy had the best qualities of both his parents along with something else, entirely unique to himself. The Sandaime couldn't quite identify just what it was. But it was blindingly clear that Naruto would grow up to be a ninja like no other, provided he was able to survive the experience. The blonde was dealing with everything that had happened surprisingly well, it seemed. After the way he had been immediately after losing Iruka, Hiruzen had feared the boy's mind had finally broken under the pressure of so much happening all at once. Fortunately, that was not the case. Though the blonde not asking for ramen could be taken as a disturbing sign. The news that Naruto could, and in fact had always been able to, sense the Kyuubi's presence within himself had come as something of a shock. He was rather unclear about just how strong the connection between boy and demon was, though. He would need to ask more about it later. Also, there was the matter of just what had happened when the blonde had killed Mizuki. Not the man's sudden transformation, no. That had had all the hallmarks of one of his former students' sick experiments, and the ex-taijutsu instructor had even admitted that Orochimaru had been the source. What didn't quite make sense was what had happened with Naruto. Even with the chakra overload the blonde had clearly been experiencing, his physical strength could not have realistically been boosted that far. It was nearly on par with what Tsunade was capable of. If only she herself were to examine the boy. The doctors who had looked at him could find nothing out of the ordinary besides the expected, denser-than-normal bones and muscles, the extraordinary healing rate, and the multiple impossibilities about his metabolism. And of course the ridiculous amount of chakra he had and the unprecedented method his body had developed to handle it. But none of the medics currently in Konoha were anywhere near her level. There could have been something they just were not able to detect. Sitting down at his desk, the aged Hokage looked at all the paperwork that had piled up inside. That really wasn't his priority at the moment. With Iruka gone, he did not expect the remaining members of the senior academy staff to make good decisions about team placement, especially considering how the new batch of genin contained not just one, but two students who had always incited large amounts of bias. It would be up to him to decide the arrangements himself, then. It was about 5 hours later when Hokage Gigi came back. Naruto had had enough time to sort things out in his mind, and the pain was mostly gone. He was sitting up now, his legs dangling over the side of the bed. Hey Gigi, when can I get out of here? Wait, scratch that. How long have I even been here? The old man grinned. You were brought in about 14 hours ago. The doctors said you can leave whenever you feel ready, but they strongly recommend that you not engage in any strenuous physical activity for at least the next 24 hours to be sure you are fully recovered. Stupid doctors and their stupid big words, Naruto grumbled while going over what the Hokage had said in his mind, a bit more slowly. So basically, I shouldn't train till tomorrow evening, right? The grin turned into a smile. That's right. Well, why didn't you just say that, then? Stupid Gigi. He muttered to himself for a few seconds about mean old men making things more complicated before coming up with an idea. Oh, I know. I'll go to Ichiraka Ramen. Wanna join me, Gigi? He chuckled. I would love to, Naruto, but I have lots of paperwork waiting to be finished back at the tower. The most powerful ninja in the village was being stopped by some pieces of paper? Now that was just plain crazy. Well, why don't you make someone else do the paperwork for you? Or invent a paperwork no jutsu, or... I got it. Use a shadow clone. That way, you can do the paperwork and take me out to ramen at the same time. A second later, the Hokage fainted, a look of triumph on his face. Hey Gigi. Gigi? Doctor. Naruto had never really thought about the one set of black formal where he had mixed in with all the orange, white, blue, and red that filled the rest of his closet. Not until now. Now, standing with many others all dressed the same way. The forehead protector? His? Iruka Sensei's? He wasn't sure, was tied around his neck. His classmates and himself made up the first 2 rows. He stood closest to the coffin. None of them questioned it. They may not have liked him very much, but they couldn't deny that it was the blonde boy their teacher had the closest relationship with. Right next to him was a space where Gigi had been standing a moment before. He was wearing black too. It was the first time Naruto had seen him not in his Hokage robes and hat. Behind them were rows upon rows of other people. People he had seen occasionally at the academy. People he might have glimpsed once or twice around Konoha. People he had never laid eyes on. All of them had known Iruka Sensei. He had counted 487. 487 people who had all known him in some way. For once in his life, Naruto almost wished they were glaring at him. At any other time, most of them would. Because even those cold glares were better than the sadness he had seen in their eyes. Even now, with them standing behind him, he could feel it. The grief. The loss. We are gathered here today to mourn the death of Umino Iruka. We all knew him in some way, be it as friends, co-workers, or students. As such, it is only fair that you all know how he died. He gave his own life to save a fellow Konoha ninja. 2 nights ago, Toki Mizuki betrayed the village and attempted to run away with a scroll filled with forbidden jutsu. Iruka and another ninja met him near Training Ground 36 and killed him, but not before Iruka took a poison kunai meant for his partner. Iruka was an amazing man and a true Konoha ninja. But I am sure that what he would most want to be remembered for is the gift he has given to all his students. He poured his heart and soul into his teaching. As such, it would be most appropriate for those same students he always cared so deeply for to be the ones to speak about him. Any of you who wish to say something about Iruka, please come up here and do so. As the Hokage walked back down to stand next to Naruto, one of the girls, Kasumi, was the first to step forward. She talked, sometimes only just barely holding back her tears, about how he had always been there whenever she had trouble with a jutsu or concept, or even just to talk to. More followed after her, all talking about Iruka Sensei and the ways he had influenced their lives. Even Shikamaru, Shino, and Sasuke went up and said something. During the middle of all this, Naruto spoke quietly, never moving or turning his head. Gigi, why do people give their lives for others? The old man seemed to think about this for a moment before answering just as quietly. When someone dies, he disappears, along with his past, his current lifestyle, and his future. Many people die before they should. They die easily and unexpectedly, in surprisingly simple ways. The people who die have goals and dreams. But they each have something else just as important. Family, friends, lovers. People who are important to you. You trust and help each other. The bond between you and those important to you grows thicker and stronger as time goes by. It is beyond reason. Those bound to you by that bond will gladly give their lives for those they care about. Because it is important to them. Yeah, I think I get that a bit. But it's painful when someone dies. I know, Naruto, I know. You just have to remember what it is Iruka gave his life for. I think I get that too. Thanks, Gigi. Finally, everyone else had gone, leaving Naruto with no way to put it off any longer. Slowly, he made his way up the stand. He looked out at the 486 other people, all looking right back at him. Everyone there had the same expression on his or her face, himself included. He took a deep breath before letting the words flow. I've had a lot of time to think about what to say, and I've come to a decision. I'm gonna start off with a confession. Iruka Sensei died because of me. There were sharp intakes of breath and looks of confusion, most coming from his classmates. The adults, for the most part, must have already been able to put the pieces together. After a moment, everyone quieted down. I was the other ninja Gigi mentioned, the one he gave his life to protect. This is his forehead protector around my neck that he gave to me just minutes before. I'm not gonna go into details, though, 'cause how he died isn't really important. What would be important to Iruka-sensei, was how he lived, and what he left us. You all knew him. What you think he'd say if he saw us all like this, standing around and moping? 'Cause the Iruka-sensei I knew would have made us all run laps for being so gloomy. People chuckled and he saw some nods of agreement. He'd want us to remember him by remembering the things he taught us, not just about how to be a ninja, but about how to be a person. And he taught us a lot, even when we ignored him, or slept through his lectures, Shikamaru. Hey, most of that stuff was really boring. And don't you pretend you didn't sleep in class sometimes too. Troublesome blondes. What was that, Shika? Ino felt the need to add in. Naruto decided he needed to settle everyone down before they all broke out into a babble of conversations. I'm still talking here. Amazingly, they listened. I think the most important thing he gave us all, though, was his will to get what he wanted. He lost his parents in the QB attack when he was no older than I am now. After that, he was all alone. Everyone was so caught up in their own loss, their own pain, or in keeping the village as a whole going that there was no time to spare for one poor orphan boy. But he didn't give up. Even when it was so painful he didn't know what to do with himself, he kept going. And in the end, he finally got to do something he truly loved. No one who's ever seen Sensei at the front of a classroom can deny that he loved teaching. Whatever he was doing, whether it was giving one of his lectures that seemed to go on forever, or teaching how to throw kunai and shuriken, or even shouting at us with his big head no jutsu, he always had that look in his eyes, that look that said, "Here I am, and I'd rather be here than anywhere else in the whole world." And he loved us too, each and every one of us. So, to remember and honor him, we should all find that thing that makes us happy and do it. Not just do it, though, but do it the best we possibly can, with everything we are. Whether it's being a ninja, or a ramen chef, or a business owner, or a teacher, or a Hokage. We all need to find that thing and do it with all our hearts. For Iruka-sensei. As he stepped down and went back to his place in the crowd, Naruto heard a noise. It took him a moment to figure out just what the noise was, until he realized people were clapping. All 486 people were clapping for him, and for Iruka-sensei. It was something that had never happened to him before, outside of his imagination. And as Hokage Gigi went up to cremate the body with a Gwokaku no Jutsu, Naruto, for the first time in his 12 years, felt content. Meet the team. Well, Naruto thought, as he sat in his classroom at the academy for what would likely be the last time, Gigi's grandson sure is an interesting brat. Konohamaru. I'll remember your name. It had felt odd teaching someone like that. Of course, all he had wanted to learn was the Oryoku no Jutsu, but still. It was strange, being in this room without Iruka-sensei, like looking at the sky and seeing the sun missing, or eating ramen only to find out the noodles weren't there. Instead, it was just Gigi standing there, giving a clearly pre-written speech about the responsibilities and dangers of being a ninja. The words just had that dull, lifeless feel to them, like they had been said so many times by so many people in this same situation over the years that they were just tired and wanted to rest. He tried to picture how Iruka-sensei would do it if he were there, but even his mental recreation of the scarred Chunin couldn't manage to make the speech any more interesting. The blonde had found himself thinking deeply a lot more often the past few days. Probably because there was just so much for him to think about now. He'd see something completely ordinary, like a man buying some pig meat from the butcher just down the street from his apartment building, and he'd wonder, what did the man want the meat for? Was it for feeding his family? Or to be given to some animals? Or maybe he was just buying it because he could. Looking closer at the man's face, though, was enough to give him the answer he wanted. The man had that bright, happy look, the king you only get when doing something for someone you love. It didn't even lessen when he spotted Naruto staring at him. Dinner for his family then. Something else had changed over the past several days as well. Now, when Naruto walked down a street, 1 out of every few hundred people would smile instead of glaring. And the blonde would smile right back, that soft smile he first felt himself use when Iruka-sensei gave him his forehead protector, not the extra-wide grin he normally showed the world. He recognized every single one of these smilers, though. They were the people who had been at the funeral. And while his dream of being accepted by the people of Konoha was still a long way off, those smiles in the street erased any lingering doubts about it being impossible. And this morning he had noticed one more change. His classmates. Whenever one of them would look at him or speak to him, they didn't think of him as an attention-grabbing idiot failure. No, now they thought of him as an attention-grabbing idiot who was able to give a good speech. Well, at least it was an improvement. Well, not quite all of his peers had changed their views. Sasuke team still saw him as worthwhile. Oh. Important fact, Gigi can throw chalk really hard. Naruto, please pay attention. I am going to announce your teams. Sorry, Gigi. I'm listening. Very well. Team 1 will be. Make that half listening, anyway. Kinda just partly paying attention so as to know who was with who and who he was with. The blonde would have been fine with just about anyone in his class, except for Sasuke team. Stupid BSTRD. Everyone loved him and thought he was so cool just because he had lost his family, and they had all been awesome ninjas, apparently. So everyone thought he would end up being an awesome ninja too, but the thing that really set Naruto off, though, was the Uchiha's attitude, like he was above everyone else. He really wasn't that great, and the blonde promised himself that he'd prove it to him one day. Team 7 will be Uzumaki Naruto. As Gigi paused, the blonde boy suddenly found himself on the edge of his seat in suspense. The next two names out of the old man's mouth would be the people he had the best opportunity to become good friends with. It was really a moment that would affect the whole rest of his life in ways he couldn't even imagine. And the old man sure was pausing a long time. Yamanaka Ino. Ino? Why couldn't it be Sakura-chan? Well, not that he was complaining or anything, but Sakura-chan was just so pretty, while Ino was just a Sasuke freak. Well, as long as the BSTRD wasn't the third team member, things would turn out okay. And again Gigi was pausing a really long time between names. He hadn't done this for any of the first 6 teams. It was like the old man was doing it just to annoy him. Wait a sec. He had that mischievous little glint in his eye. Stupid old man. I don't care if my pranking days are over, I'll get you for this somehow, Gigi. And Inazuka Kiba. Ino and Kiba? Yeah, he could get along with them all right, and they were both pretty good ninjas, so there was no need to worry about anyone falling behind and dragging the team down or anything like that. Or quitting. They were some of the only ones in the class that Naruto could tell really wanted to be ninja. Oh, the old man had just announced Team 8 to be Hinata, Shikamaru, and Choji. And it looked like there wouldn't be a Team 9, something about last year's Team 9 still being there. Only 3 students were left now, so it seemed kind of silly to say who Team 10 was, but Gigi did it anyway. Shino, Sakura-chan, and the BSTRD. And that concludes this year's Genin team divisions. Your Jonin instructors will be arriving to pick you up after lunch. I recommend you use this PRD to become better acquainted with your comrades. Yup. Gigi was definitely annoying him on purpose, and he was definitely getting pranked for it later. Naruto had promised not to pull any more pranks, but Konohamaru hadn't. Now he'd just have to find the brat and teach him the wonderful art of the prank. Naruto. Only 2 people in the class had a voice that loud, and the blonde boy was one of them. Yeah, Kiba, he shouted back across the room. Come on over here already. Hokahama said we should get to know each other better. Oh, so that was what all those big words Gigi had used meant. Okay, come in right over. Naruto decided to take the fastest route, namely the air. That way, he could get there quickly, wouldn't have to bother with pushing his way through the crowd, and it would look cool. Of course, he didn't stop to think about how, when jumping across a crowded room, one can't be sure the spot they plan on landing in is empty. This turned out to be the case when the blonde-haired blue-eyed boy crashed straight into the class's only blonde-haired blue-eyed girl. Naturally, the sound of the 2 hitting drew the attention of all 35 other people in the room, 25 genin, 1 Hokage, and 9 hidden Jonin senseis. And 1 dog. The scene they saw caused one young Hyuga girl to turn beet red, let out a quiet eep, and faint. Somehow, Naruto had managed to land directly on top of a startled Ino, their lips pressed together in a completely involuntary kiss. Also, both of them had had their mouths open slightly. For several seconds, it was like the world had frozen. Medoth, the sound had come from the girl on the floor. The boy on top of her took 2 more additional seconds to process that she was, in fact, trying to speak, and that it would be completely impossible for her to do so with his tongue in her mouth and vice versa. On realizing this, he swiftly pulled his face off of hers. The boy's brain wasn't quite functioning properly at the moment, or he would have been able to properly interpret the look of pure rage on the girl's face. Get off. The words didn't quite have the force she had hoped for. Something to do with not enough air getting into her lungs because of the heavy weight on top of them. Oh, sorry. Only now was Naruto beginning to understand what had just happened. Naruto, you idiot. Be a bit more careful next time you want to try and show off, would you? I was saving my first kiss for Sasuke-kun, you clumsy fool. And you seriously need to start laying off the ramen. I swear, you weigh as much as Chuji. Each insult was emphasized with a fist to the top of the boy's head. What was that? Oh, nothing, Chuji. But as for you, I'll have you know this is all good, solid, hard-earned muscle. And what's so great about Sasuke team, anyway? I could pound his face in any day of the week. Don't insult Sasuke-kun like that, you dash. Knock it off, you two. Kiba chose that moment to intervene before his new teammates decided to kill each other. From on top of his head, Akamaru echoed his partner's sentiments with a couple of sharp barks. It was an accident. Don't go tearing each other to pieces because of it. More than anything else, it was the fact that Kiba was acting as the voice of reason that managed to calm them down. Sorry, the blonde apologized. Sorry, Naruto, the other blonde apologized. As it always did when he was embarrassed, the short boy's right hand went up to scratch at the back of his neck. So, since that was mostly my fault, why don't you pick where we go for lunch? So, guys, what you want to talk about? Naruto asked, grinning at his 2 teammates. The 3 genin of the newly formed Team 7 were sitting on the academy roof in a sort of triangle shape, each with a bento box in front of them. Well, actually, the small boy had 2 bento boxes in front of him, and Kiba had a can of meat for Akamaru as well. There had been a silent agreement between the 3 to leave ninja-related things out of the conversation. This time was for learning about each other on a more personal level. Well, said the dog boy, let's start with asking why you brought so much food. What? I can't have a big lunch. It's not like I couldn't afford it. Now that we're ninjas, I'm sure we'll be making lots of money. He had brought a lot of food, though, 2 rice ball, 2 turkey ham tomato and cheese sandwiches, 2 oranges and 2 cartons of milk. And since we're talking about lunches, what the hell is that supposed to be? Immediately after asking this, he bit off nearly a quarter of his first sandwich. From her bento box, the girl had taken a cube of tofu and a leaf of lettuce, leaving the box empty. My lunch, of course. In case you didn't notice earlier, I'm a girl. I need to stick to my diet if I want to keep my figure and impress Sasuke-kun. The 2 boys of Team 7 looked at each other and rolled their eyes simultaneously. Then another quarter of Naruto's sandwich vanished. Kiba tore into a chicken leg and took off a corner of her tofu cube. Hey Naruto, I've always meant to ask, this was Kiba again, having just swallowed his first hunk of meat. Do you have a pet fox or something? 'Cause you've always got this fox scent around you. The cubey container froze momentarily. Fortunately, neither of the others noticed, because he immediately started to choke on the large clump of rice he had just put in his mouth. The short time spent not able to breathe was enough to calm his briefly panicking mind. What do you mean, fox scent? And what are you sniffing me for anyway? The boy accused. I mean exactly what I said. Inuzuka clan members have a heightened sense of smell, I can't help it. And Akamaru can tell too. You smell like a fox who went for a bath in a bowl of miso ramen. The small white dog stopped tearing at his own meat long enough to yip his agreement. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to that last bit, so he chose to just ignore it. Anyway, I don't have any pets, unless you count Akikoin, but he's a plant. I think there's a family of foxes living near one of my favorite training spots, though. Would that explain it? Kiba nodded. Team 7's Kunoichi decided to make herself heard. Plant? You like gardening, Naruto? Unfortunately, she had caught him with a slice of orange in his mouth. Ma. I ani emigichan though. Ha. This came from both of the other two. He took a moment to finish chewing. Yeah. I've only got the one though. Not enough room in my apartment for any more. D'you like to garden, Ino? Yep. My parents own a flower store, so I've been around plants my whole life. Oh yeah. Yamanaka flowers, of course. I remember that place now. There was this one time about a year ago when Konoha's prankster king trailed off, concluding that that particular story would be best told in other company. Yes, the other blonde asked, the slightest hint of a threat behind the inquiry. Never mind. New topic. He swiftly turned to the other boy. So, Kiba, your family is, like, a family of dog ninjas or something? Oh no. You're not getting off that easy. That slight hint of threat had become much more obvious. When you what, Naruto? He looked to his fellow male for help, but both Kiba and his partner were busy eating. When I snuck in and poured orange dye in the washing machine while it was running, please don't kill me. As soon as Ino figured out what the other blonde had just said, she threw herself at him, intent on giving him a beating for ruining her clothes. Naruto immediately leapt to his feet, and she started to chase him in circles around Kiba. The boy and his dog looked at each other and sighed. Then the Inuzuka decided to take advantage of the opportunity by stealing Naruto's remaining rice ball. He brought it to his mouth. Yoink! The blue-eyed boy stole his food back, stuffing it straight into his own gaping hole. However, he had come a bit too close to Kiba, and his leg got tangled up in the other's jacket, resulting in him spinning around to face the other direction. Ino, of course, was not expecting this sudden turnaround and stop and slammed straight into him. The end result was much like what had happened back in the classroom, except that Ino was now on top, and the rice ball was filling both their mouths. 30 seconds later, both had agreed to pretend it had never happened. Anyway, you both probably know I'm an orphan. Been living on my own since. Can't quite remember. Hokage Gigi was really the only person in my life when I was younger, besides the Ikarakus, so it really isn't surprising that I want to be just like him. Well, except for the smoking. And the old age. But what about you two? What are your families like? Naruto asked, before chugging one of his milk cartons. Ino went first. It's just me, my mom, and my dad. Dad's a jonin, but he's not gone as much as you'd expect, because he helps out pretty often in the interrogation department. Mom just stays home and runs the store. Dad and I help when we can, but it's Mom who does most of the work. She has basic ninja training, of course, but apparently it just wasn't the life she wanted for herself. Dad was the one who made me want to be a ninja, though. When I was little, he'd tell me stories about some of his missions. It all just sounded so exciting. Saving people, stopping bandits, everything. Not too long after I started the academy, I met Forehead Girl, and we were best friends for a while, till we started fighting over Sasuke-kun. And that's my life in a nutshell. My turn, I guess, Kiba said. I've got my mom, my sister, and all the dogs. Dad used to be around too, but Mom, well, she can be kinda forceful. Sometimes, and apparently it was a bit too much for him. I think I was about 5 then, so I don't remember too well. Mom's a jonin, and she's actually the best tracker in the village, so she and Kuramaru go out with the hunter nins pretty often to help them catch missing nins. Hana's 18 and a chunin. She mostly stays in the village though, 'cause she's the only veterinarian in Konoha. As for me becoming a ninja, there was never really anything else. The whole clan has been ninjas all the way back to the time of the Shodai. But I get the feeling that ninja life is something I can enjoy, don't you think so too, Akamaru? Arf. By this time, all 4 had finished their lunches and begun cleaning up. Well, this was Ino. I say the first thing we do after meeting out Jonin Sensei is go shopping. The other 2 looked at her like she was crazy. I mean it, you too. You boys have no fashion sense. I absolutely refuse to be on a team with someone wearing that. She pointed to Naruto. Predictably, the boy took offense to this. But what the hell's wrong with my jacket? It's orange. The look she gave him said quite clearly, just how stupid are you? He just as clearly missed said look. So? Orange is awesome. Way better than that stupid purple thing you're wearing. Guys? Kiba tried to interject. Now Ino was furious. No one insults her clothes. She took a threatening step forward. I will not allow that monstrosity of a piece of clothing on my team. And the pants will have to go too. Guys? He was ignored again. Your team? Your team? This is definitely not your team. It's our team, or our sensei's team. That comment had really set Naruto off, if the small wisps of chakra leaking off him were anything to go by. Their faces were now only inches apart. Guys, the third teammate shouted. They both rounded on him. What? It's time to go, he reminded them. Oh, both said. Sorry, Naruto. About the clothing and the team comment. I didn't mean it. I just get a bit riled up when people insult my clothes. I'm sorry too, Ino. I'll try to keep that in mind about you and clothing. Team 7 turned and headed back inside, Kiba in front, Naruto in back. But that purple thing really is stupid looking. She immediately rounded on her fellow blonde, only to find him smiling at her. Just kidding. Ino smiled in return. Sitting in between his two new teammates, Naruto couldn't help but think that finally, after 12 years of suffering, his life was starting to look up. He liked Ino and Kiba. Well, most of the time, anyway. The blue-eyed girl seemed able to get on his nerves in a way even Sasuke team had never managed, and her obsession with the pretty boy Uchiha was really annoying. Kiba, though, he didn't see himself having any problems getting along with, because they were just so similar personality-wise. He turned to face the door, along with all the other new genin, except Shikamaru, who had somehow managed to fall asleep in the 2 minutes since he had sat down, when 8 men and women, all clearly jonin, walked into the room and stood at the front of the class in a line, facing them. One by one, they called their teams to them and left the room. Naruto looked ahead to the 7th person in the lineup. He was a tall, dark-skinned man with a thick beard smoking a cigarette. The boy could smell the vile thing from this far away, and it was all he could do not to GG. Next to him, Kiba and Akamaru seemed to be in the same state, if not worse. Team 7, come with me, DMN. They did have the smoking man. Well, hopefully his teaching would make up for his stench. Asuma led his new genin team to a training ground about 10 miles from the academy. He made sure to keep his pace at something the fresh ninjas would be able to follow. When they arrived at the main clearing of Training Ground 3, Kakashi would probably kill him when the man found out he had stolen it. He saw that the results of his impromptu test were exactly as he had expected. Uzumaki was perfectly fresh, as though he had just been on a brisk jog. The Inuzuka was breathing heavily but trying to hide it. And the team's Kunoichi would probably need a moment or two to recover. He had watched the 3 of them interacting on the academy roof during lunch earlier that day and found himself pleasantly surprised. For a fresh genin team, they got along with one another pretty well. But more on that later. Now it was time for what was known as introduction time. Right, now that we're all comfortably settled, I think it's time we got to know each other. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. I enjoy playing strategy games like Shogi and Go, along with smoking my cigarettes. My favorite color is brown. I don't like parents who try and control their kids' lives, and I have absolutely zero tolerance for anyone who would threaten Konoha and Fire Country. My dream for the future is to one day settle down and retire, maybe have a kid or 2 of my own. Sarutobi? Are you related to Gigi and Konomu then? The blonde boy blurted out as soon as he finished. Figures the kid would pick up on that bit. That's right, Naruto. Hokusama is my father, and Konohamaru is my nephew. Now, I was going to let you go next, but after that outburst I've changed my mind. Kiba, you go. I'm Inuzuka Kiba, and this here is Akamaru. The boy's partner added in his own bark of introduction. I like spending time with Akamaru, especially going for runs through the woods with just the 2 of us. I also enjoy being with my family, except for when Hana starts teasing me about stuff. My favorite color is gray, like my coat. I dislike arrogant BSRDs like Uchiha Sasuke who think they're better than everyone else just because. And my dream for the future is to show the world that I'm gonna be a great ninja and a proud member of the Inuzuka clan. When the dog boy had mentioned the last Uchiha, Asuma had found himself needing to send a harsh glare at the team Kunoichi to keep her from interjecting. So far, though, everything was going pretty much as expected. He gestured for the girl to speak next. "Hi, my name's Yamanaka Ino. I like Sasuke-kun, flowers, gardening, helping out in my family's flower shop, and Sasuke-kun. My favorite color is purple. I don't like anyone who insults Sasuke-kun or my clothes, and my dream for the future is to marry Sasuke-kun." Energetic, but a bit of a one-track mind. Well, it was good to know what needed to be worked on. Only one left now, and if half the stories his dad had told him were true, the Jonin would probably find himself wanting new eardrums before the fox boy finished. Finally, Naruto leapt to his feet. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, Konoha, and training. I really like the ramen they serve at Ichiraku Ramen, Hokage Gigi, Old Man Ichiraku, I am Nichin, and playing pranks. Gigi made me promise to stop the pranks now that I'm a ninja, though." His face fell briefly before springing back into a huge grin just as fast. "My favorite color is orange. I don't like the 3 minutes I have to wait for the water to heat up when making instant ramen. I'm starting to really dislike the smell of cigarettes. And I really don't like stupid Sasuke team. He's such a stuck-up BSRD, like Kiba said, and he's always just off brooding by himself, so obsessed with what he lost that he doesn't realize what he had, or what he has now. I hate traitors. Anyone willing to betray the people who love and care about them isn't worth the spit from my mouth. My dream for the future is to make Iruka Sensei proud of me and become the greatest Hokage ever. And to try every flavor of ramen." That last bit had been tacked on almost as an afterthought. While Asuma did indeed find his eardrums ringing, he was also quite surprised. Apparently, the death of that academy instructor had affected the boy greatly, more so than he normally let the world see. Uzumaki Naruto. Psychologist would have a field day with that kid. Anyway, now he had 3 cute potential genin and 1 dog all staring up at him, wanting to know what they were doing next. "Very good, you 3. I think we'll all get along just fine. But before we do anything else, there's something you should know." For inquiring gazes locked onto his own. "You see, you 3 aren't actually genin yet." He braced himself. Dimon, these 3 could be loud. His dad must have heard that all the way over in the Hokage Tower. That's right. The test at the academy was just to get rid of the ones who never had a chance. Tomorrow, all the newly assigned teams will be given their own test. Pass, and you are officially instated as Genin of Konoha. Fail, and it's right back to another year at the academy. The expressions of dread on each of their faces were priceless. If only he'd brought a camera. This test, though, is extremely difficult, with an approximate 66.6% fail rate. What do you mean, an approximate 66.6% fail rate? This was from Naruto, who now looked confused. The other 2 just looked more horrified. While he didn't love this part quite as much as Kakashi, the Jonin couldn't help but admit to himself that it was kind of fun. I mean that, out of your graduating class of 27 students, only 9 are likely to become ninjas. But the expected fearful look never showed on the blonde boy's face. The other 2, yes, but he was different. And it was at this moment that Asuma first realized just how different Uzumaki Naruto really was. No, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki wasn't frightened at all. He was determined. And excited. Well, bring it on. We're ready, right Ino, Kiba, Akamaru? Right. Arf. And his determination and excitement sort of flowed into the other 2, leaving the Hokage's son with 3 resolved, serious genin, and 1 dog. He laughed, resulting in 3 puzzled genin and 1 dog. That's great that you feel that way, but the test isn't until tomorrow. Meet here at 8 o'clock sharp, and we'll discuss the details then. For now, you're dismissed. And he shined away. Not really. He had just gone into the trees and was watching to see what would happen next. Predictably, Naruto was the first to voice his opinion. Hey, why don't we all hang around for a bit and try and think up some ideas for this test, whatever it is. And we can explore the training ground too. Get to know the terrain, like Iruka Sensei taught us. The other two looked surprised at that last part. Kiba was the one to speak. Naruto? Weren't you asleep for that lecture? The short boy gave his teammate a strange look. Probably. But ever since Sensei died, I've been remembering bits and pieces of the stuff he'd teach us, stuff I never really learned when he was alive. All three became a bit downcast. As seemed to be becoming a dependable occurrence, Naruto was the first to perk back up. So, what'd you say? Wanna check the place out? The other two's faces morphed into apologetic looks. I'd like to, and it's a good idea, but I promised Mom I'd go straight home as soon as possible. She'd skin me alive if I disobeyed. The dog barked out his agreement. Forehead said she wanted to talk to me after team meetings. Said it was important. But hey, why don't we all meet back here later this evening, say around 6? Sure, 6 sounds okay. Kiba agreed. Yeah. The orange-clad boy was practically glowing with happiness. Well, see ya. Yeah, see ya then. Later. Asuma had a good feeling about these three. Of course, final judgment would be reserved until after the test, but still. And as much as he enjoyed watching them together, he knew he'd have to force himself to stay away later that night. If they were going to use that time to prepare, it would be unfair of him to spy on them. After all, they'd need every advantage they could get come tomorrow morning. As Inuzuka Kiba made his way toward Training Ground 3 at 7:30 in the morning, he felt confident and excited about the upcoming test. He had slept well the night before and woken up a bit early to fit in a decent breakfast, because eating just before something that would likely involve strenuous physical activity was something only an idiot would do. The Dognin's current plan was to arrive at the training field a bit early and use the time to warm up while waiting for the test to start. Arf woof. Just last week, I would never have dreamed about being happy to spend time with the infamous Uzumaki Naruto and a member of the Uchiha's fan club. His white-furred partner spoke up from inside his jacket. I know, Akamaru. Crazy, isn't it? I mean, who would have thought that a loud idiot like Naruto would be so fun to hang with? And Ino's really pretty neat too, as long as she and the baka aren't at each other's throats, he answered. The evening meeting had gone pretty well, except for his having to step in 5 different times to stop his teammates from killing each other. They had started off speculating as to just what the test might be and, combining stuff Hananizan and his mom had told him, a few things Ino had overheard her dad talking about over the years, and several minor details Naruto remembered from Iruka-sensei's lectures. Seriously, though, the boy's memory was just plain freaky when it came to Sensei, especially considering that he had slept through more than half the stuff he remembered. They concluded that it would most likely pit the three of them together against Asuma-sensei in some form of combat. Once they figured that out, the genin of Team 7 made the obvious choice of figuring out where each of them stood in terms of ninja abilities, so they could plan more effectively. His blonde teammates had really managed to surprise him. When they did one-on-one taijutsu spars, Ino had kicked both boys' butts with her superior technique, until she started getting tired anyway. And that Shintenshin no jutsu of hers had been just plain creepy. When she had gone to demonstrate it, Naruto had refused point-blank to be a target. Somehow, that had gotten the Kunoichi angry at him and led to their third shouting match. It also resulted in Kiba being on the receiving end of the jutsu. Feeling his body responding to someone else's commands and not his own was the weirdest thing he had ever experienced. Then there was Naruto. He had always thought of the short blonde as nothing more than a weak, noisy loser who liked to exaggerate his own skills, boast about how he'd become Hokage, and pull pranks. Now though, it had started with his speech at Iruka-sensei's funeral. Something in the way he talked made it impossible not to realize just how true the words were, and he just sort of drew you in. After they had been put on the same team, when the three of them went to the roof for lunch, he had started really paying attention to the other shinobi for the first time. It was impossible not to notice the blonde, his clothes alone made sure of that, but there was a big difference between noticing someone and paying attention to them. What Kiba had realized during that half-hour together was that Naruto was a pretty fun person to be around. With how he was always so open about his emotions and thoughts, and that big grin that was usually on his face, you just couldn't help but like him. His ninja skills were nothing to scoff at either. His taijutsu was really sloppy, sure, but he made up for it by just not staying down. The first time Kiba had landed a punch, the blonde had just shrugged it off like it was nothing and told him to stop holding back. The first time Naruto had landed a punch, the Inuzuka was on his back for 5 seconds before he was able to stand again. He had hated to admit it, but the smaller boy had him beat in terms of raw strength. Of course, he hadn't really had any other choice when his opponent, without seeming to really exert himself, had him held so tightly he couldn't even wiggle. That had been in their second match. Kiba had won the first thanks to his superior speed, but the second dragged on so long he had started to wear out. Of course Naruto, being the stamina freak he was, wasn't even winded. And after sparring, when they had shown each other their jutsu, the dog boy couldn't help but be amazed by the Kage Bunshin. The only thing more insane than the jutsu itself was the amount of chakra it required and the way Naruto could dish it out like it was nothing. No wonder he was always so energetic. I smell something interesting up ahead. His companion's message interrupted his musing on his teammates. Really? What? Arva. Wait and find out for yourself. Something amusing, if Akamaru's tone was anything to go by. A minute later he caught the scent as well. Ramen, fox, and Naruto was training? Kiba decided to run the rest of the way and give the idiot a piece of his mind when he got there. Did he forget they all needed to be in top shape for the test even after he had been the one to force Ino to promise to eat something substantial for breakfast? He arrived just in time to see 4 of the blonde boy charge at each other, before 3 of them dispersed in puffs of smoke. The remaining version of his teammate noticed his presence and turned to face him, wiping the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. Hey, Kiba, Thorning. I was just doing a bit of training while I waited for you and Ino to show up. The dog boy was about to answer when, out of nowhere, a fist impacted powerfully with the smaller boy's cheek, sending him flying before he burst into smoke. Are you the real you then? He asked, after seeing his teammate punch himself. Yeah. Anyway, Asuma-sensei should be here in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna go relax over by the stone for a bit. By the stone, he meant the memorial stone, with all the names carved into it. The genin had noticed it last night when they were getting ready to leave. Hey, Ino, Kiba. Come look at this. The blonde boy was standing in front of the large, oddly shaped rock near the trees. They both took notice of his somber tone of voice. What about it? Ino asked. It has a bunch of names carved into it. The last one is Iruka Sensei's. The other 2 members of Team 7 had come to a silent agreement to not ask Naruto about what had happened that night. The pain was still obvious in his face and voice whenever the man came up. Hey, you're right, Kiba said, now standing next to the other boy. He could barely make it out in the fading light, but the final name on the stone was indeed Yumino Iruka. Sensei's name was just carved in recently. It was the quietest either of the other 2 had ever heard Naruto speak. Really? How can you tell? Ino asked. He turned to her, blue eyes full of sadness in the dim light. The stone is rougher. It hasn't had time to smooth out any. Kiba spent a moment thinking about this before responding. You can see that kind of detail in this light? Wow, you must have good night vision. Still, I wonder what this stone is for. A memorial to all the fallen Konoha ninjas, maybe? Ino voiced the thought they were all thinking. Her answer came from behind the 3 genin. Close. Anyone who gives their life protecting the village has their name put on this stone. The solemn voice caught them completely by surprise. Ah! They spun around to find a tall, silver-haired man in jonin garb. His forehead protector was slanted down to cover up a presumably missing left eye, and a mask covered the lower half of his face. Naruto elected himself to speak for the group. Who the hell are you, and what are you sneaking up on us like that for? I'm Hatake Kakashi. And just so you know, I wasn't sneaking up on you. What do you mean, not snee-dash? Ino interrupted the much louder blonde. Kakashi? You're the sensei for Sasuke-kun's team, then? Forehead girl was telling me all about you and how you were 3 hours late for meeting them. The man's eyelid lowered exactly halfway, giving the eerie effect that his eye was smiling at them. What can I say? I got lost on the road of life. After giving the genin a moment to glare at him for the sheer lameness of his excuse, he continued. As far as being a sensei, well, It depends on whether my cute new genin are able to survive my test tomorrow. There's no need for me to ask who you are, though. The strange and sudden use of a comment that would have made much more sense earlier in the conversation confused Ino and Kiba to no end. The team knucklehead, though, seemed to take offense at something, if the abrupt shift in his posture and tone were any indication. And just what the hell is that supposed to mean? The tall man just did that creepy eye smile again. You're obviously Asuma's own trio of cute potential genin, of course. Anyway, I believe you three were looking at the memorial stone earlier. Please don't let me interrupt you. Their attention returned once more to the engraved, polished hunk of rock before them. Knowing just what it stood for and seeing the countless names that had been carved in over the years was truly a humbling feeling. This bunch right here, Naruto gestured to a group of about 400 names, separated by a small amount of blank space from the ones before and after it. This is everyone who died in the QB attack, right? I see the yondaime, and 2 people who must have been Iruka Sensei's parents. Hearing the blonde speak so solemnly was something his teammates still weren't used to. Kakashi moved and kneeled down to look straight into his crystal blue eyes. Yes. They are the people who lost their lives fighting the monster during that terrible tragedy. He stood again, and everyone was silent for several minutes in respect for the dead. Then, as if by some unspoken signal, Team 7 departed all at once, each heading in a different direction. Kakashi stayed where he was. Ino came into the clearing about 5 minutes before the test was scheduled to begin. She had walked the whole way from home, knowing that she needed to conserve her energy. Last night had shown quite clearly just how lacking she was in terms of stamina, especially when compared to the boys. Speaking of the boys, they were currently sitting down on the grass by the training posts, leaning up against the hardwood. You two need to be more alert. What would Asuma-sensei think if he saw you dozing off like that when he got here? Her fellow blonde leapt to his feet with an indignant shout. But I was alert. Yeah, right, idiot. Your eyes were half closed, she shouted right back. Ever since she had gotten teamed up with the knucklehead, he had taken the definition of annoying to a whole new level. The blue-eyed boy was about to retort, but he was silenced before even starting by the sudden arrival of Asuma-sensei. What's this? Are you 3 fighting already? While I'm glad you're all so excited, wouldn't it be better to save it for the test? The young ninjas turned to face him, standing at attention and ready to find out just what they would be doing. It looked like he had foregone the cigarette today, probably out of courtesy to Naruto after the comment he had made during introductions. Much better. Now, like I said yesterday, this will be a very difficult test, and anyone who doesn't pass will be sent back to the academy. Repeating himself? But surely he didn't think they would forget something so important so quickly. Hurry it up then. The 3 of us are ready for anything you throw our way. Yeah. We're gonna ace this test of yours, whatever it is. Right, Akamaru? Arf. But always so quick to be ready to fight, especially loud ones like those 2. So that was it. Best play along then. Was she ever glad her dad had started teaching her psychology earlier that year? Ino moved to stand in between the 2 of them. Bring it on, Asuma-sensei. She could detect the faintest hint of triumph in the Jonin's chuckle. Gotcha. Now if only I knew just why you want us all riled up. For this test, the 3 of you will be up against me in combat. Well, it seemed their guess was correct. All those traps Naruto had set up would probably come in pretty handy soon. The 3 genins sank into combat stances instantly. Hold on a minute, I haven't finished explaining the rules. They returned to normal. You see, to pass this test, you have to land a hit on me, or something equivalent, in one fashion or another. Doesn't matter if it's taijutsu, kunai or shuriken, ninjutsu, whatever. You just have to land it or get me into a situation where a hit would be inevitable. There's a catch though. Their heads perked up. 2 catches actually. First, you only have until 8, and second, only the first 2 of you to hit me will pass. What? Hey, that's not fair. Gorar. Ino figured it out but decided not to let anyone know for the time being. Yeah. What happened to us being a team? Sorry. One of you's got to go back. That's the rules. He didn't look sorry. Naruto was angry. Gore, stupid rules. When I become Hokage, that'll be the first thing to go. Kiba and Akamaru stayed silent, but were clearly just as upset. All right, Asuma-sensei said after a moment. Ready? Start. The boys would have leapt off in opposite directions then, and there had it not been for Ino grabbing tightly onto each of their forearms. And just where do you two think you're going? Ino, let go. You're wasting time. Kiba was a bit nervous. Sorry. It looks like we won't be working together for this after all. She smirked at Asuma-sensei. You idiots, the kunoichi shouted, removing her hands from their arms to bonk them on the heads. Pay a bit more attention, would you? Ha! Waf! Arf! She sighed. Yesterday, Asuma-sensei said that every 2 out of 3 teams fail this test. Now he's saying that 1 out of 3 genin fails it. So, the boys asked as one. So, he's trying to trick us. Remember how last night we guessed it would probably be a test to see how we work together? Well, we were right, just not the way we thought. Instead of seeing how we fight together, he's trying to how willing we are to fight together. Are we ready to keep working as a team, even knowing one of us won't be around much longer? Can we stay true to each other even when our dreams are on the line? That's what this test is really about, right, Asuma-sensei? The other two looked at her, then at their sensei, then back to her, then back to him again, waiting angrily for confirmation. She's right. Well, I gave it a try. Then he mumbled, but not so quietly that they couldn't make it out. I told Kakashi it wouldn't work on these 3. Anyways, you all pass. Good work, Ino, Naruto, Kiba, Akamaru. Ooh, we did it. We passed. We're ninjas. Ino, that was awesome. Naruto did some sort of strange, excited victory dance. Then he hugged her, taking the girl completely by surprise. She was about to shout at him with what little air she had left in her lungs, when he just as suddenly let go, running over to Kiba. The dog boy backed up frantically. Naruto, I'm excited and all too, but I really don't want you to hug me. That seemed to calm the orange blob of energy down a little. Asuma-sensei spoke up again. Now while you have passed, I'll still need to evaluate your combat skills. I'm supposed to be your sensei, but I need to know where you stand before I can decide what to teach you. The genin of Team 7 listened intently. Now, I want you to start by coming at me individually, and yes, Kiba, you can use Akamaru. Then all of you at once so I can see your teamwork. Now, who wants to go? First. I will, Asuma-sensei, Ino volunteered. It made the most sense after all. She had the least stamina, so going first would give her the most time to recover before the 3-on-1 fight. She stepped forward and shifted into the basic taijutsu stance taught at the academy as the boys moved back, giving her space. Don't hold back, he advised. She wasn't planning on it. Channeling chakra to her legs, she dashed forward, striking out with a quick right jab. It was blocked, of course, but the blonde swiftly followed it up by planting her left foot forward and transferring to a chakra-enhanced spin kick with the right. The jonin leapt backwards slightly to avoid it. Ino, however, had thought a step ahead. During her spin, her left hand had grabbed a kunai, and she threw it at point-blank range. For an instant, she panicked, thinking the weapon would actually hit, only for Asuma-sensei to suddenly be deflecting it with a trench knife in his right hand. Amazing, she hadn't even seen a trace of movement, he was so fast. This time, the jonin came at her, apparently wanting to test her defense, but Ino was having none of it. Dropping low, she went to sweep out his legs. The blonde didn't bother adding chakra to this one, as she hadn't planned for it to hit, just to get him in the air again. Of course, realistically, none of these blows had any chance of hitting unless Asuma-sensei let them, but never mind. Before his feet touched the ground, she tried for a straight punch to the stomach. Blocked again. Immediately, she followed up with a knife hand to the neck. The man punished her for leaving herself open like that with a swift knee to the side. Things continued in this fashion for about 10 minutes, her attacking, him blocking or dodging and giving her reminders whenever she left too wide of an opening, with the occasional kunai or shuriken thrown in to mix things up. Then he called a stop. Good work, Ino. You're quick and accurate, and you think ahead in combat. You need to not be quite so aggressive, though, as it tends to leave large gaps in your defense. Also, your stamina definitely needs some work, as does your overall speed. Go rest for a bit. The praise felt nice, and Asuma-sensei was definitely more helpful than Mizuki had ever been. She sat down on the grass next to her fellow blonde as their other teammate and his dog took her place. You looked really good out there, Ino. She doubted the boy even realized his words could be taken two different ways. Thanks, Naruto. She responded in between deep breaths. Then she turned to watch the Inuzuka and his partner. She hadn't really liked KBA very much back in the academy. He was always too loud and never seemed to pay attention in classes. Unlike Sasuke-kun, so quiet and strong, watching everything around him with his captivating black eyes. Enough about Sasuke-kun for now though. There would be plenty of time to reminisce about her days in the presence of the Uchiha later. Right now she had a teammate to support. It was weird, she would never have thought the dog boy would be so likable, in his own strange way. All that boasting and bragging he did was really just to cover for how insecure he really was. And no surprise either, since for the most part he had only had one parental figure, who wasn't even home very often and acted much more like a father than the mother she was supposed to be. His sister probably helped, but a sibling just couldn't fill the same role. Commend her father for making her learn psychology. Now she was being all analytical. The mind wasn't meant to be analyzed like that, it was far more complex to just be described. It had to be experienced. And as a matter of fact, she had experienced Kiba's mind briefly last night. It turned out there was much more to the dog boy than met the eye, especially when it came to his bond with Akamaru. And he was someone she felt she could trust as well. As a friend, he would be faithful, loyal, and supportive, helping her when she needed it and just being there to talk to in a way she wished she still had with Sakura. And in return, she would be a good friend to him as well. Okay, stop. Asuma-sensei's voice brought her out of her thoughts. She had completely lost track of time. The two of you work together very well, and you're perfectly fine in terms of your physical condition. Also, your knowledge and use of your clan jutsus is extremely advanced for a fresh genin. On the downside, though, you're much too straightforward in your attacks. Anyone fast enough would be very hard for you to fight well against. You also seem to be a little too dependent on Akamaru at times. While I know that the two of you are supposed to be together all the time, unexpected things happen fairly often on missions, and you need to be prepared. Okay, go have a seat. Naruto, you're up. The overly energetic boy leapt to his feet in excitement. Yes. Finally I get a chance to show you just what I can do. Ready, Sensei? Here I come. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Orange filled her vision, and in fact the entire clearing and some of the nearby trees. In fact, the only things she could see that weren't Naruto, excluding herself, of course, were Kiba and Akamaru. Then her blonde teammate started throwing himself at their sensei, sometimes quite literally picking himself up and throwing himself through the air. Last night, after returning home, Ino had spent the remainder of her time before bed thinking about the mystery that was the blue-eyed, orange-loving, yellow-haired, black hole of ramen of a teammate and come to a simple conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto was someone that made no sense. Or more like there were things about him that didn't make any sense. For one, he was, without a doubt, the most open person she had ever met. Whenever he talked or thought, his emotions would play out across his face and in his eyes and voice clear as day. Yet at the same time, there was an entire side of him she hadn't even known existed until she heard his speech at Iruka-sensei's funeral. When she had gone back over all the memories of him in the academy, something else odd had stood out. The constant boasting and bragging. Unlike with Kiba, this wasn't to cover up some kind of insecurity. Naruto being insecure was about as likely as the grass being blue and the sky green. So she had started to consider what other reasons he might have had, using everything she knew about him and the new side of himself he had first revealed at the funeral. And she had figured it out. Oh God, she had figured it out, even though part of her wished she hadn't. Because Naruto was so lonely. So painfully lonely, every day, all the time, for his entire life. So alone, and now she could see it. That loneliness in his eyes, always there, always so perfectly hidden unless you were looking for it. Even just remembering the way he had been at the academy, it was there, In everything he did, in every word he spoke. Now, though, he had the beginnings of friendship, and sometimes, like when he had smiled at her on the roof the day before, that insufferable loneliness would just melt away, and it was like the sun coming out from behind a cloud, spreading its light and warmth throughout the world. Just as the loneliness pierced straight to her heart, so did the happiness, that brilliant joy of his. And she knew, too, who it was that had saved the boy from his loneliness and given him that first taste of joy. She knew because every time he mentioned Iruka Sensei, she could see it there beneath the sadness at his death. That same happiness. As confusing, and at the same time simplistic, as Naruto was though, as contradictory as he was, there was one thing Ino knew without a doubt. He needed a friend. A real friend, who would always be there for him no matter what, despite his idiocy, and his annoyingness, and his contradictory nature. And she had chosen to make it a goal to be that friend, because she had seen his smile, and it really did make the world a brighter place. Once again, her thoughts were interrupted by Asuma Sensei's voice. That's enough. The remaining clones poofed away, leaving a single grinning Naruto excitedly awaiting his evaluation. First, I have a couple questions. 1. Who the hell taught you that was taijutsu? She could hear the anger clearly in his voice, directed not at the blonde, but his incompetent instructor, who would have to be Mizuki team. His answer was short and to the point, and it was only because he happened to be facing towards her that Ino saw it, the flash of hatred in his eyes. And just like every other emotion Naruto experienced, it was powerful and deep. It was truly frightening, and she felt pity for whomever might have that look directed at them in the future. Then it was gone. I see. Well, the problem is that he taught you badly, almost definitely on purpose. In truth, you likely would have been better off with no instruction at all. I know someone who will likely be more than willing to help you fix this problem, though before I introduce you to him, you must promise me you absolutely will not take any advice from him on anything except taijutsu. We'll talk more about that later, though, as there was one other thing I wanted to ask you. Naruto, why don't you use any chakra to enhance your muscles? Naturally, this question caused entirely different reactions for the boy's teammates than for the boy himself. For all three, the first thought was a simple huh, but for Ino and Kiba it continued, what the hell, while for Naruto it was, you can do that? Cool. The outward reactions were vastly different as well. The orange-clad boy used words. You can do that? Cool. The other just twisted their faces into identical expressions of pure disbelief. Yes, you can, Asuma Sensei answered. Channeling chakra into a muscle drastically increases the force it is capable of generating. The boy's expression changed from one of excitement to one of, what the hell language did you just speak? In other words, you can make your muscles stronger by sending chakra to them. But you have to be careful not to overdo it or you could end up seriously damaging your body. Anyway, why don't you give it a try now? Channel some chakra to your arm and chest muscles and punch me as hard as you can. The blonde boy did as instructed. Asuma Sensei shifted a bit when the blow connected, but that was it. Weird. What's weird? Did I not do it right, Asuma Sensei? No. You did it properly. It just didn't work properly. Probably something to do with an irregularity in either your chakra or muscles. I'll look over your medical records in more detail and see if I can figure it out. You don't need to worry, though, because in terms of physical strength you're already a bit above what most new genin have even with chakra enhancement. Now that those two questions are out of the way, I can give you a proper evaluation. Naruto looked excited. In short, you have an incredible amount of potential but are currently able to use almost none of it. You're strong, you have more chakra than just about anyone I've ever met, you have more stamina than someone your age should be capable of having, you recover extremely quickly and have exceptionally high pain tolerance, your reflexes are definitely above average, and you're clever. Using Henge no Jutsu to change into a pebble is something I don't think anyone has ever thought to do before. The problems though are your horrendous taijutsu, the worst chakra control I've ever seen, and your tendency to not think about what you're doing. And while those are all major flaws, they're all things we can work on. Since I doubt you need any time to rest, I think we'll go straight on to the full team evaluation. Just so you all know ahead of time, this will be completely different. I won't be staying on the defensive almost all the time, and I won't hold back quite as much. Your goal is to incapacitate me in some way. It's now 9 o'clock, you have until 11, ready? Begin. Naruto had apparently decided to take the initiative in starting the fight. 2 seconds after he had finished speaking, the Hokage's son found himself rained upon by countless short blonde boys for the second time that day. Unlike last time, though, he wasn't just going to stand there as they came at him. Instead, he took a more active role in thinning out the herd, all the while moving in the direction he'd seen his students retreat as soon as the orange swarm had appeared. Asuma couldn't help it, he found himself really liking his new genin team. It wasn't the bucket loads of potential he could see in them as ninja, or the way they had bonded together so quickly despite coming from completely different places, or even the part where he could see a bit of his younger self in each of them. Those were just bonuses. What made him like them so much was the will of fire in each one of them. He had seen it earlier in that instant after Ino had explained the test when they had all glared at him. A glare that showed just how deeply his father's principles had been ingrained into their young minds and just how determined they were to follow those principles. Right, this had gone on long enough. First double-checking to make sure the real genin weren't still somewhere in the crowd, the jonin went through a string of hand seals. Futon, Kaze Bakuho no Jutsu, Wind Element, Wind Explosion Jutsu. The 360-degree blast of chakra-infused air tore all the remaining clones to shreds in an instant, leaving him alone in the clearing. He did a quick search for his students' chakra signatures and was surprised to only find 2 of them. Stopping to do a deeper scan, he found the third. Naruto had somehow managed to lower his chakra levels to below what was considered normal even for an academy student. It was only because the blonde's terrible control had him constantly leaking chakra even with this small an amount that the man picked up on it. No wonder the kid had always been so good at sneaking around to do his pranks. To most Chunin, as long as he stayed out of sight and kept quiet, he would be completely invisible. Oh, now this was interesting. All 3 were in the woods spread out relatively far apart, but they were in a near-perfect triangle shape. Not only that, but each one had a single shadow clone with them. Brilliant. He goes after one of them, the clone with that one dispels, notifying the others, who then come at him from behind. Nice to see the supposed worst student in the history of the academy was finding creative uses for his newest jutsu. All right, he'd go along with their expectations, for now anyway. The bearded jonin headed in Kiba and Akamaru's direction. He arrived at his destination only to be instantly beset upon by the Inuzuka pair, already both in Jujin Bunshin forms. He really hadn't been exaggerating when he had told the dog user he was good with his clan jutsu. Just as he had predicted, the others came in from behind within 30 seconds of his engaging the boy. Ino struck first, trying to take him from behind with a knockout chop to the neck. It might have worked if he were deaf. As it was, though, he settled for placing his elbow firmly between her ribs, knocking her away. He had told them he wouldn't stay on the defensive, after all. Immediately afterward, Naruto came charging at him, kunai in hand. He met the blonde with a swift punch to the stomach, only for him to disperse into smoke. The kunai he had been holding, however, didn't. And wrapped around the base was an active exploding tag. Tricky little brat. He leapt upwards and backwards, out of the explosion range. Kiba and Akamaru saw their chance and took it. The dog Nin and his companion launched themselves at him while he was still in midair. It was a nice tactic, one that even most high-level Chunin would have trouble getting out of. He let the blows connect. The bearded jonin realized that might have been a mistake when Naruto, or was it another Kagebunshin, came out of nowhere and threw a trio of shurikens his way. He deflected the first 2 with a kunai. The third missed. He turned to follow its trajectory only to see it about to slice through a wire he had somehow not noticed at all. Just before it broke, he followed its path only to lose it in the tree branches. He estimated, though, that whatever it was connected to was set up to hit the spot Kiba had redirected his flight towards. The moment he landed, a weighted net came into view falling directly on top of his position. As he took out his trench knives and began to cut his way free, he spotted Ino again. She was going through the hand seals for what he recognized as the Yamanaka clan Shintenshin no Jutsu. Surely she didn't think the net would delay him long enough for it to hit? Then, directly behind him, and right in the path of the girl's jutsu if he were to move, Naruto raised his chakra level back to what it usually was. Asuma turned to see the QB container smirking at him in victory. He couldn't dodge now, or the Shintenshin would hit the boy, and who knew what kind of effect that would have. This was it. Well, it was time his genin learned that ninjas didn't always play by the rules. He sent one of his trench knives sailing lazily in the Kunoichi's direction, forcing her to dodge. But the remaining shadow clone intercepted it, using his own body as a shield. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Still one more option. He pulled a Kawarimi with Kiba. Of course, Akamaru was on him in less than 1/10 of a second, and the swift assault bought the 3 genin the moments they needed to recuperate from their botched plan. They didn't give up just because of one failed plan, of course, but the later attempts weren't quite as well thought out or effective. As time wore on, Naruto started doing more of the work, giving his tired teammates a chance to recover. To be honest, the bearded man was beginning to get annoyed by all the shouting of Kagabunshin no Jutsu. It was strange, Asuma mused, how he found himself looking forward to teaching the 3 young ninjas. He had put himself up as a possible Jonin sensei more to appease his dad than anything else. After what he had put the man through in his more rebellious phase, he had a lot of making up to do, even now, years later. He just wasn't really the teaching type. He was too laid back to be any good at watching over and guiding fresh genin. Or so he had thought. These 3, though, he found himself almost excitedly looking forward to instructing. Almost. His plan had been to just keep everything normal, give them the test, go back to doing the occasional mission if they failed, or give them a few pointers here and there if they passed. But that was before meeting his new charges. He still couldn't believe he'd made himself leave his cigarettes behind just to appease the boys and their extra sensitive noses. I'll have to talk to Guy as soon as possible about Naruto, he thought idly while leaning out of the way of a flying punch from said student. Maybe he can include the kid in his early morning training sessions. But if he comes back shouting about youth. He chose to leave the mental threat unfinished in favor of dodging a kunai Ino had thrown before it deactivated its henge and returned to being a Kagebunshin. He'd also need to see Kurinai. She could instruct them in genjutsu far better than he ever could. Maybe they could start some kind of shared instruction program for the new genin. Kakashi probably wouldn't join in, which was a shame, especially considering all the ninjutsu the man knew, but it wasn't a big deal. He'd share the idea with the other jonins later, maybe ask for his dad's opinion on it as well. Oops. He had gotten so lost in thought that he lost track of some of the Narutos, including the original. He wondered where they could have gone, but there just wasn't time to search for them. Besides, he would just deal with whatever they might try when they showed up. Going back to his earlier thoughts, he'd need to teach them the tree climbing exercise soon. All 3 of them would be able to get a lot out of that, especially the Kyubi Jinchuriki. They would also need to learn the different standard team formations and tactics because, while they seemed to work together with each other remarkably well, he put it down to them all having similarly assertive personalities. They'd also need to be able to work with other teams, should the situation arise. Other than that, and making sure none of them neglected improving their basic skills and abilities. Maybe he could introduce Naruto to Go. The blonde's unusual, out-of-the-box way of thinking would make for an interesting opponent. He probably wouldn't take so well to the more structured shogi, but Ino might enjoy it. Suddenly, 2 of the Naruto clones teamed up and used Getsuga on him. Asuma had been so lost in thought that he was caught completely by surprise and couldn't avoid the hits. They didn't actually injure him, but they were disorienting enough that he needed half a second to figure out what was going on. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Just like with Kiba and Akamaru, Ino had henged into Naruto. She had somehow peeled off the jutsu from just inches behind his back without his even noticing. There was no time to do anything before he felt his own will forcefully pushed to the side. Sarutobi Asuma, Konoha Jonin, son of the Hokage, and former member of the 12 Ninja Guardians, could do nothing but watch as his newly graduated students tied him up with extra-strength chakra-absorbing wire before giving him back control of his body. Naruto was standing directly in front of him. To the blonde's left was Kiba, Akamaru poking his head out of his partner's jacket, and to his right was the team's Kunoichi, still getting to her feet after releasing her jutsu. All 3 were smiling. How was that, Asuma-sensei? The short boy asked. He laughed. These kids would be something amazing when they were older. What the hell does grocery shopping have to do with being a ninja? Naruto complained again. Not that either of his teammates could really blame him, as they shared his feelings exactly. Of course, they didn't express them quite as often, but their glares at Hokage Gigi when he had assigned this mission told the boy they were just as dissatisfied. So far, in the 6 weeks Team 7 had been together, they'd done nothing but train and run these stupid errands. And occasionally go out for a meal together, usually at a barbecue place Asuma-sensei liked. Luckily, most of the staff didn't seem to mind the demon container's presence, though some of the other customers had given him their fair share of glares. The food was pretty good, he had to admit. While he'd pick Ichiruka ramen any day of the week, Gigi's son had insisted that he needed more. What was the word? Sustenance. In his meals. Oh, stop your whining. At least we're not painting another fence. Ino seemed to enjoy countering anything he had to say. Of course, he'd always find some way to throw her own words back at her, and it would turn into a kind of verbal sparring match between the blondes that was actually kind of fun. Kiba was always there in case they started to get out of hand, though. You just didn't like that mission because you got paint all over yourself, he retorted. Well, that only happened because I was hurrying to try and fix your little experiment with contrasting colors before the client got back. She had a point there, but he had a better one. But the lady actually liked that art, remember? She even gave us extra pay for it. Let's see her get around that one. Well, how was I supposed to know she was an artist? Sorry, Ino, that one just wouldn't work. Well, the inside of her house was filled with paintings, all with her name on them. He waited to see what she'd attempt next. Yeah, you're right. Guess I just didn't think things through enough. Huh? Giving up this early? That wasn't normal for either of them. Then again, maybe she was just so frustrated with these easy missions that she didn't feel up to continuing. Naruto looked over the part of the grocery list he was responsible for getting. Personally, he still thought it was crazy that Yamada-san didn't want them to get her any ramen, but he wasn't about to question the client's taste, or lack of it, in food. Whatever. Maybe they'd be lucky and Team 10 would be doing a shopping mission now too. It would be nice if he were to run into Sakura-chan. Of course, that would mean a chance of seeing Sasuke team as well, but he could deal with the stuck-up BSTRD as long as it was only every once in a while. Out of their graduating class, only Teams 7, 8, and 10 had managed to pass the test. 1 out of 3, just like Asuma-sensei had told them. Over the past few weeks, they'd run into Hinata, Shikamaru, and Chuji a lot more often than they had Kakashi's team, mostly because of the Sensei switch setup that had started several days after the team tests. Right now, it was just Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei in the program, but that could always change. Hey, team, Asuma-sensei called out as he approached the waiting genin atop the Hokage monument. The bearded jonin liked to vary their meeting place from day to day and often took suggestions. Today's idea had come from Naruto. We're going to be doing something a bit different this time, so follow me closely. He led them through the village towards the southern training grounds. Team 7 found themselves in Training Ground 13, one of the smaller training grounds, an open field with a stream cutting through the middle of it. But they soon realized that they were not alone. The blue-eyed boy recognized the other group of people. One of them was the red-eyed lady he'd seen standing next to Asuma-sensei when they were split into teams, and the other 3 were Shikamaru, Chuji, and Hinata. Morning, he said energetically, grinning at his former classmates. Morning, Munch, Naruto, Ino, Munch, Kiba. Akamaru let out an indignant bark at being forgotten. Oh, and you Munch too, Akamaru. This is so troublesome. Hey guys. The lazy boy clearly wanted to be watching. The clouds. What was up with that anyway? Why couldn't he just enjoy life like any normal person? Hello Ino-san, Kiba-san, Akamaru-san, Naruto-kun. And why was Hinata always so and quiet? He'd have to remember to ask Ino sometime. She was a girl, she might know. Before his teammates had a chance to give their own greetings, Asuma-sensei spoke up, directing himself first at Team 8. Hello you 3. I'm Sarutobi Asuma, Jonin Sensei to Team 7. Kiba, hello Ino. He turned to us, then waved in the direction of the red-eyed lady. This is Yuhi Kurinai, Jonin Sensei to Team 8 and the best genjutsu user in Konoha. The Jonin Kunoichi took that as her cue to speak. Thank you for the introduction, Asuma. Now you are probably all wondering what we are going to do together. You see, this man here, she gestured at him, has suggested an experiment. 1 or 2 days a week, Jonin senseis with genin teams will give their team over to each other for instruction in areas they specialize in. Once every 2 weeks, the participating teams will compete in some way to see where they stand relative to each other. Currently, Asuma and myself are the only 2 Jonins participating. Now let's split. Team 7, come with me. Team 8, stay here. And so they found themselves following another Jonin. It wasn't for very long this time, just to the next training field. Once there, she began instructing them in the creation, detection, and release of genjutsu. She also thanked them for getting Asuma-sensei to smoke less often. Over the past few weeks of working with Kurinai-sensei, Naruto had found himself to have absolutely no talent when it came to using genjutsu. As a matter of fact, the best illusionist on their team, surprisingly, turned out to be Kiba. Not that the dog boy was anything spectacular, but the red-eyed Kunoichi had deemed him decent, while Ino was acceptable, and he himself hopeless. Not that he let it get him down, though, because while he might not be able to cast the DMN things, he had worked his way up to an acceptable label in detecting them and was undeniably excellent when it came to dispelling. Something about him having so much more chakra than his body could hold at any one time, and that making the chakra come out with a lot of extra force when he went to dispel a genjutsu, completely disrupting the fragile chakra creations as his chakra reached them. Not that that explanation had really made a lot of sense until Ino had told him it was like a fire hose being sprayed against a wall of toilet paper. Speaking of Ino, it turned out she was pretty good at spotting the illusions, even if she happened to be rubbish at getting rid of them. As for the bi-weekly competitions, they had won the first and lost the second. He never would have thought that the lazy Nara was so smart, or that Hinata's bloodline limit was so awesome. The third was scheduled for later that week. His reminiscing shifted when he noticed Kiba walking down the other side of the aisle. After a brief smile in his friend's direction, he thought about how their relationship had changed over the past month and a half. The 2 boys of Team 7 had become somewhat like what Naruto figured it would be like to have a brother. They competed with each other all the time but were never mean about it, and the winner wouldn't dream of degrading the loser. They also had fun just talking together about this and that, whether it was ninja-related or even just what was going on in the latest issues of their favorite mangas. Sparring with the Inuzuka and his companion was also really enjoyable. They were pretty evenly matched as long as the blonde didn't go heavy on the shadow clone usage. Kiba tended to fight against him with lots of quick, powerful strikes, using his greater speed to get away before Naruto got a hold of him. Whenever that happened, he could usually use his own superior physical strength to force the dog boy to submit. As long as he could keep Akamaru away, that is. Of course, Kiba's hits, when they connected, never kept him down for long, but the short PRD of time would occasionally be enough for him to get a kunai at the blonde's neck. For the most part, their fights boiled down to this. The first one to make a mistake lost, or Kiba would lose whenever the fight dragged on too long. As for spars with Ino, the girl no longer kicked their buttes quite as badly before she started getting tired, but she also took longer to get tired. The exercises Asuma-sensei had them do had seriously helped her stamina to improve. Of course, they had caused improvements in both boys as well, but nothing significant, unless you counted his own chakra control. The first time they had seen Gigi's son walk right up a tree, all 3 genin had their mouths hanging open. When he told them they would be learning how to do that themselves, it was like getting a free meal at Ichiraku's. Amazing all of them, himself included, Kiba had gotten the hang of the exercise by his 3rd try. On the opposite end of the scale, Naruto had managed to destroy 3 trees in his first 5. 3 attempts. Once he had gotten the hang of it, though, tree walking was much easier for the orange-clad boy than either of his teammates, and not just because of his huge chakra reserves. Unlike what some people seem to believe, sticking to something with chakra did not negate the effects of gravity, so most genin needed to chakra enhance their muscles slightly in order to do things like effortlessly keeping their bodies parallel to the ground. Doing this at the same time as channeling the proper chakra to one's feet was apparently pretty hard, but the QB container didn't need to worry about that thanks to his advanced muscles. They still hadn't figured out what the deal was with those either, but it was obvious by now that chakra enhancement didn't have any effect. He suspected the fox had something to do with it, though, because they were noticeably denser than muscles were supposed to be and capable of generating far greater force than should be physically possible, even taking into consideration their increased density. Not like he could ask the fuzzball or anything though. It was just a sensation in the back of his head after all. Besides, he had earned his strength through the countless hours of intense physical training he had put himself through every single day during the academy. The Sensei had taught them a lot more than just how to climb trees, though. He had shown the genin one of the signature ninjutsus of Konoha, well, more specifically of the Uchiha clan, Ketten, Gwokakyu no Jutsu. Unfortunately, the bearded jonin, after seeing the results of their attempts, declared that he wouldn't teach them any more jutsus until the Naruto had enough chakra control to not obliterate everything around him and the other two had enough chakra to not almost pass out afterwards. Another thing Team 7 Sensei had done for his students was introduce them to Shogi and Go. He said something about how it would help them with strategizing, but Naruto didn't believe him. Shogi was just too confusing, with all the different pieces that could only move in certain ways, or moved in different ways in different situations, and all the pointless rules that had to be memorized. Go he could only enjoy when he played against a Kage Bunshin. For whatever reason, everyone else always liked to sit around forever before making each move, then usually doing exactly what he thought they would do all along, or when they did go fast, they played so badly there wasn't really any point. His fellow blonde, on the other hand, seemed to really like Shogi and had even started to beat Asuma Sensei every once in a while the last couple weeks. Then there was Kiba, who refused to play either game unless forced to. He wasn't very good at Go, though, and barely better than Naruto when it came to Shogi. Having finished going through his part of the grocery list, he could swear Yamada-san must be related to Choji's family in some way to need this much food. The ramen addict went over to the checkout line to meet up with his teammates. "Find everything?" the blue-eyed girl asked. You?" he asked, grinning triumphantly. "No problem." When their remaining teammate was strangely silent, as was his dog, they both rounded on him. "Kiba?" Said boy looked down dejectedly. "I couldn't find the garlic." Akamaru whimpered. Ino exploded. "You couldn't find the garlic? You with your sense of smell that's 100 times better than a normal human's couldn't find something that smells as much as garlic?" Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, restraining the girl before she resorted to physical violence. "Give him a bit of a break, Ino. With all these different scents packed into one large room and the ventilation blowing them all about randomly, it must be pretty confusing for him. It's bad for me, and Kiba's nose is at least 5 times stronger than mine." She made a frustrated sound. "Fine. I'll go get the garlic. You two wait here." The blonde stomped off angrily. "Thanks, Naruto." "You're welcome. Hey, you know garlic repels vampires." Kiba gave him that look that meant he just said something unbelievably obvious, stupid, or weird. Idiot. Everyone knows that. Obvious apparently. "Well, I didn't," the QB container muttered. That was yet another thing he could thank Asuma Sensei for. The man had almost immediately picked up on what he called Naruto's lack of basic education, most notably that he still had some difficulties reading. So he had made the boy do just that, since the best way to get better at something was to practice. At first, he had hated it, but he didn't really mind so much anymore. Sensei had made him read from books and scrolls almost constantly. Before bed, when relaxing, while running, doing push-ups, in the bathroom. And on all sorts of subjects, ninja-related or not, fiction, non-fiction, the dictionary, that one was an ongoing project. To make it more interesting, he would choose pages to read completely at random, just about every type of book under the sun. Except those little orange books. Those he had actually been prohibited from reading. As a result, a lot of blanks in his general knowledge were slowly being filled in, and his vocabulary was expanding. He tried to use any new words he picked up as often as possible, so as to get used to them faster. "I'm back. Let's go check out." Ino dragged him from his reminiscing. He seemed to be doing a lot of that today. Reminiscing. It was almost like he were a character in a story, and the author was just using his brain as a way to get through writing a lot of long, potentially boring stuff as fast as possible and keep the plot and action of the story flowing while still getting all the important details to the readers. And the whole reason for his reading could have been so that the author had a much larger selection of words to choose from when writing from his point of view. But that would be crazy if it were true. By the time he had thought this out, his teammates had already finished buying the food. That was the way they did shopping missions. Ino and Kiba would take care of the checkout, while he carried part of each of their shares of whatever it was they were buying. It had ended up that way because, the first time the team had had a mission like this, they had seen how the cashier had treated Naruto. When he explained that it was normal, they had insisted on, after he forced them out of the store to keep them from attacking said cashier, his not going in front of a cash register during missions, despite his protests that he was used to the treatment. For whatever reason, that comment had just made them angrier, especially Ino. He wasn't about to let his friends do something for him without doing something for them in return, though, so he had insisted on carrying some of their things in return. And that was why Naruto could be seen walking down the street with 8 bags of groceries held in his arms. "Ah, Naruto-kun, how are you this youthful afternoon? Diamante all to hell." The one person in the whole of Konoha he least wanted to see him in his current situation. "Hey, fuzzy brows. I'm good. How are you? My fires of youth are burning brightly today. Is this a youthful new training exercise you are attempting? Great. Now Lee would probably turn up to their morning workout with 10 grocery bags full of rocks for each of them." He knew from experience that trying to convince the older genin that it was just part of a mission would be useless, so he went along with it. Yeah. He could swear the boy's pupils lit on fire. "Why is it? In that case, my youthful friend, I shall prepare 24 grocery bags full of rocks, 12 for each of us, for our training tomorrow morning, diminute." And he had been off by 2. Well, have a good time. It wasn't like he was opposed to the exercise itself. There were just more efficient and saner ways of doing the exact same thing. He ran off, probably to find the grocery bags. "And rocks? How can you stand to spend 6 whole hours with that lunatic every morning?" Kiba asked as Akamaru returned from his hiding place inside the boy's jacket. No matter how strange he might be, Fuzzy Brows was still a friend. "Hey, Lee's not like that most of the time. Sometimes. Occasionally." "Okay, so he's pretty much always like that. He's still a decent guy once you look past the insanity and the spandex." "Wait, scratch that. Don't look past the spandex." The orange-clad boy had first met Lee and Guy Sensei 2 days after the team test. It was an experience he would remember for the rest of his life. It was a few minutes before 4 in the morning, and Naruto and his sensei were waiting in training ground. "Now Naruto, before I introduce you to Guy, you must promise dash. I must promise not to imitate him in any way, shape, or form, except whatever taijutsu he teaches me and maybe parts of his work ethic. For the 392nd time, I promise, okay? Now could you please tell me what's so bad that I need to promise 392 freaking times?" Asuma-sensei removed his fingers from his ears before answering. "It's not something that can be explained with just words. I'm sorry for having to do this to you, but Mato Guy, despite everything else, is quite possibly the best taijutsu specialist and instructor in the entire world. He will be able to help you in that area far more than I ever could. They're coming, prepare yourself." That was when Naruto noticed a dust cloud that seemed to be closing in on their location at an extremely rapid pace. A few seconds later he heard the voices, growing louder as time went on. "Why is it? Lee, your flames of youth are burning strongly this youthful morning." "Of course, Guy-sensei. For today I am to meet another youthful genius of hard work." What the hell, the blonde thought. Then he actually saw the speakers. Words could not properly describe them. He turned to Asuma-sensei for help only to find that the man had abandoned him. "Ah, you must be the youthful Naruto-kun. My good friend Asuma has asked me to fan your flames of youth and instruct you in the art of taijutsu. I am Konoha's noble blue beast Mato Guy. And this is my beloved student, Rock Lee." Eyebrows. Too much eyebrows. "Naruto-kun, It was the mini guy that spoke. Come and join us in our youthful morning exercises. Let us sweat our youth swear together. He almost ran away. Only the thought of just how much he would be able to learn from this kept him there. Then, making full use of all the determination he had gained from his hard life, he answered them, grinning. Sure. I'll join you. An hour and a half later found him standing with the two weirdos in training ground. He was breathing a bit hard after the long run, followed immediately by 1,000 each of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and squats. Nothing half a minute's rest wouldn't fix. Unfortunately, the spandex-wearing Jonin assaulted his eardrums before he could get it. Why is it, Naruto, to keep up with us through our entire warm-up? Your flames of youth truly do burn as brightly as Asuma had told me. Next to the man, Lee was giving the blonde a look of pure respect and eagerness. He decided then and there. As weird as these two were, they were important to him, just like Ino, Kiba, Asuma-sensei, Sakura-chun, Gigi, Kanamo. It was amazing how in such a short amount of time that list of precious people had expanded so much, and he now added 2 more names. Now, before we go any further, there is something I must give to you, Naruto. Lee, you should make your way through the beginning drills. I will join you soon. That was when he realized a strange side effect of Gai-sensei's constant shouting. When he talked at a normal volume, he seemed much more serious. He was also holding 2 pairs of metal bracelets, one pair a good bit larger than the other. These are basic chakra weights. They are designed so that, well, it would probably make more sense if you just experienced it for yourself. Put them on your wrists and ankles. Good, now channel chakra into them, slowly. He did as instructed. As his chakra went into the bracelets, he could feel his body getting heavier. Stop when you reach the point where moving normally requires a bit of effort. He kept up the chakra flow for about 10 more seconds before he felt like he had the right amount. Very good, Naruto. Since I do not yet know what style of taijutsu to teach you, and therefore what muscle groups you should focus on, I have given you a set that spreads the extra weight proportionately through your body. You are to wear these at all times. When you no longer feel the constant strain on your muscles, increase the amount of chakra in them. When the Jonin paused for a moment, the blue-eyed boy spoke up. Gai-sensei, I have a question about these chakra weights. The look he gave said to continue. If they're really increasing my weight by this much, won't it be a problem when it comes to tree hopping? I don't think the less sturdy branches would be able to take the extra weight. The taijutsu expert laughed, although Naruto couldn't see what was so funny. Very observant, you are. But chakra weights like these are designed to only increase the weight from the wearer's point of view. While to you they may be adding 100 pounds or so, to the rest of the world it is only the weight of the bracelets themselves. Now, I have heard from your sensei that a very unyouthful man has sabotaged your taijutsu training for several years now. Show me. He sank into the taijutsu stance Misuki team had taught him. Gai-sensei looked furious. It wasn't directed at him, of course, but he could feel the anger rolling off of the man in waves anyway. All he did was ask a question. Does that stance feel natural to you, Naruto? The blonde thought about it for a minute. Even with all the days of accumulated time he had spent standing like this throughout his time at the academy, it had never felt quite right to him. No, Gai-sensei. But at least we will not have to make your body unlearn it then. The anger faded away as he said this. Now shift into a stance that does feel natural. Naruto bent his knees by about 45 degrees, putting the right foot straight in the direction he was facing. His left leg rotated outward around 25 degrees, and the foot went down approximately 1½ times shoulder width away. He leaned his upper body forward ever so slightly then, drawing his shoulders back the tiniest bit, put his right hand out in front of him level with the middle of his chest and his left close to his body, just below the base of his ribcage in height. Both elbows were bent 75 degrees, and his hands were halfway between being flat open and clenched in a fist. The whole procedure took a bit under a second. Gai-sensei's eyes widened, and for just an instant, he dropped a guard on his emotions that Naruto hadn't even known was there. In those eyes he saw a mix of disbelief, confusion, recognition, and amazement all at once, followed by realization before the guard was back up. As curious as the blonde was about the sudden reaction, He was smart enough to know that asking questions would be a very bad idea. "All right," the taijutsu expert said abruptly, "I believe I have found the style best suited to you. It is called the dancing wave fist. While I will not go into the details right now, I will tell you that I am the only person alive who knows enough about this style to teach it. Today I will show you the basics, and you will work on them until your body knows them without thought. That stance you are in right now is actually the central stance of the entire style. Now watch closely." He moved over to one of the nearby training logs and shifted into the same stance Naruto was in. He then demonstrated a straight punch with the right, followed by another straight punch with the left. Next he shifted his left side to forward and did another 2 punches, this time left first then right. Finally, he switched back to his original position. "Now you come here and give it a try." Naruto did as asked. Gai-sensei went behind him and made small adjustments to his stance, explained the little details like what part of his fist should make contact with the wood, how his body and arms should move with each punch, and in general made sure the blonde could do it perfectly before moving on. "Good. Now, I want you to repeat that as many times as you can, making sure to do it correctly each time. When you begin to tire, stop and come let me know. For now, I must go work with Lee," the Jonin instructed. "Understood, Gai-sensei," Naruto said back, before the rhythmic sound of his fists hitting wood filled the immediate area. To tell the truth, Rock Lee was a bit disappointed. When Gai-sensei had told him yesterday that a youthful new student would be joining them in the mornings, he had felt his flames of youth burning with the desire to spar with a potential new rival. And after Sensei had told him of Naruto-kun's situation, he had begun looking forward to it even more. To think that even after years of improper learning from a truly unyouthful man, he still had not given up on the noble art of taijutsu. On meeting the orange-clad boy, his anticipation had risen to entirely new levels, seeing just how very youthful he was. But now, even though they were training at the same time and under the same sensei, they were for some reason training separately. "Lee," Gai-sensei forced him from his thoughts, "what is troubling you?" Gai-sensei was truly amazing to pick up on his feelings so easily. "Sensei, I am feeling disappointed. Why will you not allow me to spar with Naruto-kun?" The man who had saved his life and given him his dream looked down on him, his eyes changing from concerned to understanding. "So that is it then. You can see Naruto-kun's flames of youth and wish to pit yourself against him. I am sorry, but at this point in time there would be no point in doing so. Naruto-kun has been so severely hampered by his past unyouthful training that a fight between the two of you would serve no purpose to either." Lee's face fell. "Give him 1 week, then I will allow you to spar." His head shot right back up, anticipation running through him. "Oh, 1 week? You mean it, Gai-sensei?" Not only do I mean it." Then Gai-sensei did something that made the young taijutsu user overflow with joy. He did the nice guy pose. "I promise. Gai-sensei. Lee. Gai-sensei. Lee." And they had their arms wrapped tightly around each other, weeping under the setting sun. "Now, Lee," Gai-sensei said, returning them to the training field, "it is time to show me how much stronger you have grown since yesterday." Wyosage. They both assumed a basic Goken stance before darting forward. Truly, Gai-sensei was a magnificent example of the power of youth. Every time he sparred with the Jonin, he could feel his power, like a physical force, constantly radiating from him. And to think that this was just a fraction of what he was truly capable of. As they exchanged blows, Lee renewed his personal vow to someday become just like Gai-sensei. Both teacher and student lost themselves in the constant flow of punches, kicks, blocks, and dodges. "That's enough, Lee." "Already? Where had the time gone?" Then Gai-sensei frowned. "I am worried about Naruto-kun. Did you notice? He has not once slowed down in his strikes." Indeed, the sound of fist hitting would once every second had been constant throughout their entire spar. They went over to where the blonde boy was training. Lee felt his eyes widen in amazement. Naruto-kun was standing in an unfamiliar stance, doing a basic forward punch-back punch-shift exercise, but the amazing part was the concentration he was putting into it. Like the entire world consisted of nothing but the motions of his body. His fists had worn down a hole several inches deep in what had been an unblemished training log just hours before, and the green-clad boy could clearly see blood and bits of skin on the wood. Looking at his knuckles, he could easily make out the off-white of bone where the blonde's fists were making contact. The only sign that he was in any pain was a brief grimace the moment a fist made contact. There was no denying that Uzumaki Naruto was truly a genius of hard work. Naruto! Stop! The boy's blue eyes looked at Guy Sensei in confusion, hearing the worry in his voice. What's wrong, Sensei? Lee just stood there and slipped into a sort of half-shocked state as Guy Sensei explained to the whisker-marked boy about the dangers of overtraining and pushing one's body too hard could lead to serious injuries. Naruto insisted that he was fine, then Sensei pointed out what he'd done to his knuckles, only for the boy to shrug and say it would heal. Lee, we are going to go straight to cool-down exercises now, as there is something I need to discuss with Hokage-sama after we are finished. Naruto-kun, I will give you a scroll tomorrow with the details of the dancing wave fist. But for now let us run with the power of youth. By the end of the so-called cool-down exercises, Naruto found himself barely able to move. While it was only half of what they'd done to warm up, the addition of the chakra weights had forced him to push himself to his limits the whole time in order to keep up with the taijutsu specialists. He couldn't deny that the chakra weights were awesome, though. The blonde hadn't been able to work his body to this level of physical exhaustion in almost 2 years. Well, I'll see you two tomorrow. Guy Sensei Lee, he gasped out between large breaths. Indeed, my youthful new friend. What was with the two of them in youth, anyway? Why's it? Lee, be sure to tell your teammates I will be late to our meeting. Now, springtime of youth dash. And they were off. Insane. Well, now he had about 15 minutes to recover before he needed to meet up with Ino and Kiba. They'd definitely get a kick out of hearing about the two crazies. Now where was the meeting spot supposed to be again? The next day, Guy Sensei had kept to his word about a scroll, and the blonde decided to use it as his reading material for Asuma Sensei's requirement. While it didn't have much on stances or moves, Guy Sensei had explained that he didn't want the boy practicing those without him around to correct mistakes. It did go into detail about the style's purpose and principles. The dancing wave fist, Naruto concluded, was awesome. It focused on a strong, fluid offensive to badly damage or even take out an opponent the first time they left an opening. Defense was handled mostly by either dodging or just taking the blows and continuing on instead of blocking, requiring the user to either be really fast or really tough. It was also one of a very small number of taijutsu styles to include stuff for extreme close-range combat. Like, get right up in your opponent's face so they've no time to do anything close. That was part of why the hands were kept in that sort of halfway position, for grabs and whatnot. In addition to that, while all the basic moves were precisely optimized for speed and strength, much of the style was more free and open, allowing for on-the-spot improvisation, something which Naruto was apparently very good at. Finally, the dancing wave fist was made so that the user could easily add ninjutsu into it. That was another reason for the hands. Faster to move your fingers into the hand seals. Naturally, the idea of throwing in kage bunshins with the already powerful style would have had the ramen-loving boy jumping for joy, had he not been in the middle of doing push-ups with Guy Sensei and Lee when he thought of it. Then, at the end of the scroll, there was something that actually did make the blue-eyed boy pause. 2 words, specifically, the scroll's author. Namikaze Minato. He was learning a style the Yondaime Hokage had used. Oh yeah, he was an awesome ninja. The main part of the early morning training sessions, fortunately, Naruto had never really needed much sleep, so going to bed at 11 o'clock and getting up at 3:30 wasn't really a problem besides. Less sleep meant less nightmares. For the first week would be spent learning more of the basic strikes and movements of the dancing wave fist. After the first time, though, Guy Sensei never let him practice any one thing for more than a half hour straight. Oh well, he could always do a bit more later on his own, since he now had at least a basic grasp of the motions. Also, during the week, he got used to the warm-up and cool-down routines to the point where he could still function normally afterwards. During that time, the blonde had needed to increase his chakra weights once, as around the 5th day he noticed that he could tree jump without the constant strain he should have been feeling. Sensei had also explained that his requirement of keeping the weights on at all times wasn't quite correct. Every once in a while, it was a good idea to take them off and train for a bit, so as to be used to his body's real limits. Having to adjust to something like that in the middle of a serious fight for the first time had gotten many young ninjas killed over the years. Also, Naruto had gotten extra sets of chakra weights from the Jonin for his teammates. While they couldn't set them to anywhere near as high a level as his own, otherwise, they'd have to be chakra-enhancing all their muscles 24/7, something neither could probably do for more than a minute without suffering from chakra exhaustion. The things had still been really helpful to both of them, especially when it came to improving Ino's stamina. At the end of the first week, though, it came time for something Naruto had long been looking forward to. He got to start sparring with Lee. He'd seen the boy in his larger version going at it a lot recently and was excited to finally be able to face the other genin himself. By the way the bowl-cut-haired boy was acting, he was just as excited. "Hey, Fuzzy Brows, you ready for this?" he asked, smiling at his opponent as he sank into the opening stance of the dancing wave fist. He had told himself that, despite the style being made to incorporate ninjutsu, he'd keep Kage Bunshin out of it. If his friend was limited to taijutsu, then he would be too, for now anyway. "Naruto-kun, my flames of youth have been burning with the desire to clash with your own since the moment we met." While a simple yes would have been enough, he should have known to expect that. Besides, Lee was smiling too as he sank into his own Goken stance. The young blonde felt his body shifting into combat mode. Senses sharpened, muscles tensed slightly, adrenaline started pumping, blood and chakra flow sped up, the world slowed down a bit and came more into focus as his brain shifted into high gear. Naruto wasn't going to deny it, he loved this feeling. Youth clash. Apparently, that was Sensei's signal to begin. Both boys dashed forward, and Naruto started with a swift right hook towards the older genin's side, where he wouldn't be able to block in time. The kick was fast. It came completely out of nowhere, and the orange-clad boy only just had time to reinforce the side of his torso with chakra before it hit. Naruto knew that because of his chakra disability, Lee had to wear weights that were real, and the extra force from the heavy weight added on to the already powerful kick would have seriously hurt. As it was, he just ended up with a bad ache that would be gone in a minute. The real problem was that the kick had sent him flying. Needed to do something about that. Sensing a tree coming up, he twisted to land on it feet first. He may not have been able to do that chakra control exercise very well yet, but he could at least do it well enough to stay in one place for a second. Lee came at him again immediately, leaping towards his position on the tree. Naruto pushed off to meet the large eyebrowed boy, gravity giving him the advantage. Or so he thought. Again his opponent's significantly, he liked that word, just learned it last night, greater speed won out as he twirled vertically backwards in midair, his foot hitting the blonde in the lower back. This blow hurt a bit more than the first. He hadn't been able to pinpoint where it would hit until the instant before and had been forced to settle for a lower chakra concentration over a wider area. Somehow, the angle of the kick had sent him in a spin towards the ground. Naruto landed with a handspring followed by a midair twist to face the older genin, who had just pushed off the tree he himself had been on moments before. The taijutsu-only ninja was heading straight for him. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge an air attack when he couldn't even dodge a ground attack, and that attempting to hit an opponent in the air while grounded was pointless, and that he didn't have time to launch an air attack of his own, and that Lee's strikes, going by the last two exchanges, were too fast for him to counter, Naruto took the only remaining option at the moment and leapt back. Immediately afterwards, though, they were both coming at each other head-on again, the blonde paying extra attention to his opponent's legs. The older genin must have noticed this, though, as he went for a straight punch to the chest with his right. Naruto saw it coming, though, and just barely managed to twist out of the way to his own right. Finding himself now right next to the other boy, he struck out with his right elbow, aiming directly for Lee's ribs. Lee, though, reacted instantly, pushing away with his left foot. While the strike still connected, the power behind it was reduced a lot by the fact that he was moving with it. The fight kept on going in this fashion, with Lee hitting Naruto, or Naruto dodging and scoring a glancing blow on Lee, for a long time. Eventually, both boys realized that neither would be winning anytime soon. Lee was too fast and skilled for Naruto to get any good hits on him, and Naruto was too durable and used to pain to be slowed down by the hits he was taking. And while the blonde would eventually be able to outlast his opponent, they didn't have all day. But there was no way the blue-eyed Uzumaki was about to let this end without at least getting one good blow. What could he do, though? Straight-up taijutsu wasn't enough, and he'd promised himself not to use Kagebunshin. That was it. As the two genin came at each other again, Naruto started a punch with his left far earlier than would normally make sense. Lee was clearly confused by the strange action, but then the right hand moved to join the left ever so briefly in mid-punch, fingers on each one shifting into a hand seal. Henge. Now, normally, the henge needs 3 hand seals, but if one happens to be really good at it, and Asuma-sensei had told him his henge was better than that of many jonins, the first 2 hand seals can be skipped. So, in a poof of smoke, the blonde kept most of himself the same but made his left arm twice as long. The reason why ninjas don't normally use henges like this in combat is because the henged body part is only capable of about 1/3 the normal force. Also, the way the henge works is that it needs an exponentially increasing amount of chakra as the differences between actual mass and volume and henged mass and volume increases linearly. Not that Naruto knew what all those words meant yet, but he got the basic idea. Henging into something really big or something really small took a lot of chakra. Since his goal here was just to land a hit, and the chakra cost was pretty much nothing compared to his huge reserves, those downsides didn't really mean anything. Just as he'd hoped, Lee had no time to react to the suddenly lengthened arm and took the punch right in the chest. It knocked him into the air and back about 9 feet. Another poof of smoke and his arm was back to normal, and the from before the spar came back to his face. The older boy was once again smiling back. They had somehow silently agreed to end there for the day. Good work, both of you. Guy-sensei looked at each boy individually as he spoke to him. Lee, now perhaps you see why I did not have you spar with Naruto earlier. Without his current level of speed and proficiency, it would have been like fighting a moving training dummy. As much as the orange-loving boy wanted to protest that, he knew it was true. Naruto-kun, I know that you can use the Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Why did you not make use of it? The look he was giving him was a stern one. The blonde's hand went up to the back of his neck. Well, why see, since Fuzzy Brows can't use ninjutsu, I didn't want to use any of my own. To keep it fair, you know? So I promised myself before we started that I wouldn't use Kagebunshin. That henge at the end there was just because I didn't want it to end without getting in even one proper hit. Naruto-kun, while I approve of your youthfulness in respecting my Lee's disadvantage and wanting to remain fair, you must remember that in a serious fight, keeping something back out of respect for your opponent may get me or my teammates killed, yes I know. But Fuzzy Brows isn't an enemy, he's my friend, and I'm gonna fight him as a friend. He glared defiantly at the jonin, daring him to question what he'd just said. Before the bowl-cut-haired man spoke, though, his smaller version chose to add in his own thoughts. Naruto-kun, while your youthful decision to place yourself under my handicap in our spars is one I can respect, I would like to see this Kagebunshin no Jutsu at some point so I can test myself against your full power. The fox boy smirked. Sure thing, Lee. I'll show you when we spar tomorrow. And watch you get your butt kicked, he added in his mind. Why is good you too, but for now we must move on to our cool-down exercises. Yes, Guy-sensei, the two genin shouted before all 3 started running. The next day, Naruto's clones did indeed kick Lee's butt. One thing Asuma-sensei had had him working on since the beginning was coordinating attacks between 2 and 3 clones at once to get in hits his opponents would be incapable of avoiding, as long as the power gap between them wasn't too large anyway. For future spars, the no ninjutsu policy was back in place. Now, their training sessions would consist of an hour and a half of warm-up, an hour of Guy-sensei overseeing their practice on their separate styles, an hour 45 minutes of sparring between the two, and 45 minutes of cooldown. A couple weeks after their first spar, Naruto was good enough to hit Lee occasionally, and now they had reached the point where they were trading blows almost equally. The spars still always ended in a draw though. Back to the present, Team 7 was standing in Gigi's office, having delivered Yamada-san's groceries to her. When they had given her the food, the QB container had taken special note of the lack of glare she gave him. Apparently, 6 weeks of what basically amounted to community service was enough to start convincing some people that he wouldn't be sprouting fur and tails anytime soon. Still, despite the effect the D-ranks were having on the blonde's reputation, he felt more than ready for something better. As soon as this mission was officially complete, he'd convinced Gigi to give them a C rank. Good work, Team 7. That makes 90 D-ranks in a little less than a month and a half. The old man sounded like he was praising them. If he thought they were so good, why not give them something better then? Asuma, do you think your team is ready for something a bit more challenging? Naruto felt his eyes widen in surprise and excitement. Was Gigi a mind reader or something? Next to him, Ino and Kiba had the same looks on their faces. Then, realizing just who would be making the decision, turned to Asuma-sensei. Again, their expressions were identical, but this time it was pleading with a not-so-hidden thread of pain and embarrassment if he didn't agree. Sure, they can take on a harder mission. The bearded Jonin found himself in a three-way hug from his students. Thank you very much, Asuma-sensei. They gave their gratitude as one. Hokage Gigi chuckled. Clearly they're very ready. This mission request arrived just a couple hours ago. I want you 4-packed and out of the village by no later than 5:30. He took out a scroll and handed it to his son. Naruto's sharp eyes could have read the label just fine from the far side of the room. The genin of Team 7 were gathered at Konoha's main gate, each one with a fully stuffed backpack on their backs in addition to their normal gear. As usual, they had all arrived a bit early and were waiting for their sensei, who always arrived on time, unlike a certain gray-haired Jonin they'd met once and heard many rumors about since. Birink. We're going on a BOW. Naruto's dance of joy was brought to an abrupt halt by his teammate's fist on his head. We get it already, you knucklehead, now shut up, ordered the girl who had just hit him. Still, he could tell she was excited about the new mission as well. As were Kiba and Akamaru. Birink. Wouldn't it be awesome if it were, like, taking out a rogue nin who'd stolen something from the daimyo or something? Sorry, you three, but it's only a B rank because of importance. Asuma-sensei dashed their hopes as he walked up. In fact, there's almost no chance we'll see any serious fighting on this mission at all. Their hopes and heads fell further. However, we are going to an allied hidden village, though, so. He trailed off, letting them imagine. Really? Really? Which one? Is it sand? Or waterfall? Or smoke? Or dash? But the bearded Jonin interrupted him. Sorry, Naruto, but it's one of the smaller, lesser-known ones. The hidden tree. Huh, never heard of that one. The blonde boy felt himself calming down. How'd you even hear about the others, Naruto? If I remember correctly, you were hopeless in geography classes, the Inuzuka teased. But I'll have you know that I know, 'cause I know what villages the Hokages made alliances with. Where is Tree, anyway? The last bit was quieter, directed at Asuma-sensei. It's in mountain country, to the northeast. He'd added the last bit purely for Naruto's sake. Kiba hadn't been kidding when he said he SCQD at geography, or at least at reading maps. Wait a minute, Asuma-sensei, Ino spoke up. If we're going to mountain country, why are we at the west gate? Wouldn't it be better to leave from the east gate? They'd all gotten to know their sensei well enough over the past 6 weeks to make a good guess as to what he'd say, so all three were now looking at him expectantly and a bit sternly. The man nervously scratched at the back of his neck. Huh, apparently habits could be contagious, who'd have thought it? Well, there wasn't anything about a need to hurry, and going out any of the other gates is such a hassle. The shared looks of disappointment on the genins' faces was enough to tell that they had in fact all guessed the same thing, and guessed correctly. While they'd managed to partially cure their sensei's laziness, it was still a large part of him, like the smoking. He just usually avoided both when around his students. A quick check-in with the Chunin on guard duty, and they were off. Once the 4 ninjas were leaping through the trees at a comfortable pace, Kiba, from his position at the front of the group, asked the question the younger members of Team 7 all had on their minds. So, Sensei, we know where we're going, but what's the mission? It's a Type 4 aid request from Hidden Tree. Type 4. That meant there was a serious situation, but not an immediate emergency, and that combat wasn't involved. The dog boy looked back at his teammates to see if they had gotten it as well. The two blondes nodded. Of course. He still had to remind himself occasionally that Naruto wasn't stupid. Oh, and that fact was something from one of Iruka Sensei's classes, so the blonde boy had likely remembered it before he did. Kiba and Ino still had yet to ask him about the night the scar-faced academy instructor had died. Maybe after they got back from this mission. They're going to send someone to meet us at an inn about 35 miles away to lead us to the village, and the situation will be explained there. However, the request also specified the need for a ninja with mind abilities and one with abnormally large chakra reserves. Asuma-sensei concluded as the Inuzuka turned back forward and continued his duty of checking for suspicious scents. Might as well have asked for us by name, he muttered. What if they're planning an ambush? Kiba was about to voice his partner's concerns for the others when the Jonin added one more thing. And just in case any of you are wondering if there's something odd about that, you shouldn't worry. Attacking us while on an aid mission would be considered an act of war, and Tree isn't going to risk that, no matter who might be on the team. They continued on, chatting about this and that, until, when Naruto was in the middle of telling them about how he'd gotten Konohamaru to dye his grandfather's robes orange, another important question popped into Kiba's head. Hey, Asuma-sensei, how long will it take to get there? The man seemed to consider it for a moment. At our current speed? About 5 or 6 days. 5 or 6 days. That was a long time to be spending constantly in the presence of the same 3 people. He was glad it was his team at any rate. Hopefully the 2 blondes wouldn't get into too many arguments, and double hopefully Asuma-sensei would be able to go the whole time without smoking. Still, he wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. It was a few hours later, not too long after it got dark, when the Jonin told them to find a place to camp. Lazy as he could be at times, he pretty much never missed an opportunity to throw in a bit of extra training. So Kiba and Akamaru guided them toward the closest body of water, a gently flowing river cutting through the forest, because baths and drinking water were extremely important to ninjas during a mission. Then, with the help of a couple dozen Narutos, they set up camp. Finally, the same blonde brought in a deer for dinner, which Ino, who had long since been convinced that dieting was bad for her, cooked, being the only one of the genin who knew how. Since they were still fairly close to Konoha, there wasn't any need to worry about the smell or smoke attracting unwanted attention. Any bandits that tried to get at them, well, an academy student would be able to take care of a small group of plain old thieves. Naruto offered to take the early night and early morning watches, since he was usually up then anyway, and Asuma-sensei took the late night. Then they all talked for a bit more before going to bed. Ino found she'd made a mistake in setting up her tent. She'd placed it so that the morning sunlight would slip right in past the entry flap and hit her dead on in the face. Of course, she only learned this after waking up, but the blonde knew there was no point trying to get back to sleep now. She could hear what was probably Naruto sparring with his Kage Bunshins somewhere a little bit away. If the distant sounds of fighting mixed with poofs were any indication, might as well get up and go see him. So she stepped out of the tent, the fresh morning air blowing away the last vestiges of sleep. She looked around. It was a nice day out. It would probably get a bit hot if the current temperature was anything to go by, but that was to be expected, seeing as it was midsummer. At least most of the day would be spent jumping through trees. Shade and wind, both at the same time. The kunoichi followed the sound of her teammate beating himself to a pulp. She walked through the woods a ways, going towards the sounds of battle. Apparently he was in a clearing just up ahead. As she made her way out of the trees, Ino shouted a greeting. Morning, Narudash, she froze. For 5 whole seconds, it was like her brain had shut down. Then, Naruto, what are you doing? One of him turned to answer. Just sparring. He was quickly poofed for his inattention. I can see that, you idiot. I mean the part where you don't have any clothes on. Indeed, the 50 or so Narutos were dressed in nothing but their boxers, which had ramen bowls on them. And his chakra weights, but those didn't count. One thing that Ino could definitely say for her fellow blonde was that he was in really good shape. She'd known that before, of course, but had never once considered just what it mean about what he looked like under his bulky jacket. While he wasn't exactly rippling, it was impossible to call him scrawny either. All the muscles were clearly there, easily visible and really well toned. Apparently that boast he had made the day they were put into teams was actually true. The girl hadn't known a prepubescent boy could have an 8-pack. As it was, though, he was the best-looking boy in their graduating class. She'd seen Sasuke-kun with his shirt off, and there was no contest. Anyway, back to the present. Oh, that, another clone said, you see poof, I decided to take a bath in the river poof, not too long ago, and was just poof, waiting to dry poof, off before I put my clothes back on, poof. She stared. The only liquid on any of him was sweat. Go get dressed. Why is Ino? He all shouted. Then all of him ran for the one set of clothes. After fighting over it for about 30 seconds, the real Naruto remembered he could just dispel the others. Any hopes of having a good day were driven from the Yamanaka's mind by thoughts of her teammate's half-naked body. After that, the rest of the trip to their destination was pretty uneventful, except for Naruto shouting in joy at his first time in a new country, waking up a nearby previously sleeping now angry bull in the process. It ended up as dinner for the remaining nights. Finally, Team 7 arrived at the Dancing Horse Inn. The someone that was waiting for them turned out to be another genin team. After brief introductions on both sides, the Tree team guided the Leaf team to the village. While traveling, they ended up talking with the other ninjas. Asuma Sensei and the Jonin, a dark-haired green-eyed woman they knew only as Kasumi, went and talked about Jonin stuff. Kiba got into a discussion with Mika Toshiro, the only boy on the team, tall and skinny, with black hair and eyes, concerning different types of exploding tags. Ino found herself enjoying her first chance in over a month to talk about girl things with someone besides Sakura-chan, a brown-haired, hazel-eyed, average-looking girl named Tsuchi Yumiko. And Naruto had found himself taken aside by the remaining member of the team almost immediately. Her name was Fujiwara Hikari. She looked to be a year or two older than Team 7 and the other two genin of her team and was dressed in an elegant, colorful kimono, unlike the standard ninja wear favored by the other tree ninja. Her hair was a bright silver color done up in a tight bun. If allowed to hang loose, it would probably go down to her knees. The kunoichi's eyes, though, really caught his interest, as they were a dark shade of orange. The first thing she said to him was, "You know you're impossible, right?" It was asked in a simple way, like someone who knew a fact and wanted to see if the other person knew it as well. "Huh," was all he could think to answer. "I have a gift, given to me by the great tree. When I look at someone, I get a sense of who they are at their very core. I have found that there are exactly 42 different basic groups a person can be placed in. One person can only be part of one group. They can change what group they are a part of by changing themselves, of course, but they can never fit into more than one group at a time. You, though, are part of all 42. She was speaking with something akin to awe in her voice. That was really confusing, but Naruto thought about it for a bit. Wait, so you're saying I'm, like, 42 different people at once or something? And what's the great tree? Hikari smiled. The great tree, well, you'll find out when we reach the village. But you, I'm not sure I'd put it quite like that. More like you have the potential to be and do literally anything and everything. And just so we're clear, this is you yourself we're talking about, not the monster inside of you. On hearing that last bit, the demon container didn't even think, he just acted. Spinning around, he grabbed the girl by the shoulders and slammed her up against a nearby tree, holding her there tightly and not noticing the fact that she made no attempt to resist or free herself. Instead, she just looked at him with calm orange eyes, with a bit of pain from the force of his grip. "How the hell do you know about that?" he growled out threateningly, completely ignorant of how everyone else had suddenly come to a stop at his actions. The calm stare continued. "I told you, I can see things about people. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Naruto let her go, relaxing on hearing this last part. "Thank you, and I'm sorry. Asuma-sensei tells me I tend to overreact where that's concerned." He saw the two Jonins signal the others to ignore the incident and continue on. Regardless, the blonde knew his teammates would question him about it later. Apology accepted. It's perfectly understandable, considering how many problems it seems to have caused you, the silver-haired replied. They went on in silence for a little while until, so, what's it like being able to see people like that? Must be pretty neat. Neat? Ha. Hikari almost looked amused. To tell the truth, it is oftentimes painful and unsettling. Many people will deny what they are, or lie about it to others. Being around people like that hurts. Something about the way she said that last bit caught the blonde's attention. Hurts? I'm guessing you don't mean like, that hurt my feelings hurt, right? She sighed. No, I don't. It's an emotional pain, like a part of my heart is slowly tearing away. Sometimes, it is so great that it's actually physical. Then there's the fear as well. Most of the people who know about my gift fear me. They don't like the thought of what I can see in them. She's just like me, the QB container thought, separated from everyone around her by something she had no choice in. Though it didn't show on her face or in her speech, he could see the sadness in her eyes. If you would like, Hikari, I'll be your friend. Her orange eyes widened in surprise, something that probably didn't happen very often. Then she smiled. Yes, I would like that very much. Thank you, Naruto. You're welcome. Silence for a while more. The silver-haired girl was the one to break it this time. You'll be able to see the village in just a moment. Prepare to be amazed. Amazed was indeed the right word to use. They passed over a small ridge to find that the trees had suddenly stopped. Instead, there was a gently sloping valley, like a giant shallow bowl of grass cut into the earth. Naruto estimated it to be about 30 miles across, as even his eyes could barely make out the far side. But what drew his attention, as well as the attention of the other Konoha ninjas, was the tree. Right in the middle of the valley was a single tree, enormous on a scale that made even the QB look tiny in comparison. He could only just see hundreds of minuscule dots moving about it. People. It was easy to figure out how they'd picked the name Hidden Tree. That is the Great Tree, Hikari spoke up from beside him. It is about 3 miles wide and over 30 tall. Our entire village, homes, shops, and offices is carved into its trunk. The area around the base is used as training grounds. Once Team 7 came back to their senses, the group made its way to the village. Ino couldn't help but look on in awe. Now that they were up close, she could really get a feel for the sheer size of the great tree. In fact, it was so large that it was impossible to tell from this range that it was even circular. Impressive, isn't it? Yumiko asked. We owe everything to the great tree. It gives us food, water, shelter. Even protects us. That was why we had to come meet you. If any of your team had tried to come here unaccompanied, the tree would have made sure you never got close. What was that supposed to mean? Yeah, it was impossibly big, but still. How? I mean, it's just a tree, right? Her guide laughed. You really think the great tree is normal? As a matter of fact, it's actually sentient. The village's founders made a deal with the tree. We care for it and it provides us with all the stuff I mentioned. Come on this way. We're supposed to take you to meet the council. They followed the others, using chakra to walk up the side of the tree. As they climbed, the Yamanaka looked around her. There were wooden platforms every so often, with stairs, also made of wood, or ropes and pulleys connecting them. Going straight up like this was clearly just the faster method. The platforms would usually be right in front of a carved-out section of bark, probably a shop or house. Every so often, she would see people going about their daily business like living in a tree wasn't the least bit out of the ordinary. Then again, it probably wasn't for them. She couldn't help but notice the worry on everyone's face, though. Most tried to hide it, or pretend it wasn't there, but it was easy to see that something big was wrong, and they didn't know what to do. Even their escorts all had that worried expression. The only exception was that Hikari girl who was with Naruto, but she looked as though the end of the world wouldn't ruffle her. That reminded the blonde, she still needed to ask her teammate about what the hell that had been between the two of them back in the forest. Yumiko had explained how the silver-haired girl had a tendency to say things that upset people, but she'd never seen the usually happy, energetic boy react so violently before. Kiba looked around, Akamaru sitting on his head, as the group walked down a long hallway carved into the tree. A long, torchlit, hallway. He turned to Dashiro. Isn't that kinda, dangerous? He asked, gesturing at the burning sticks jutting out of the wooden walls. You mean the fire? Not as much as you might think. The tree is special, doesn't catch fire. To demonstrate, he took one of the torches and put the flame up against the wall for a few seconds. Just as he had said, it didn't spread, instead just leaving a light scorch mark. You really think we'd have our village be somewhere that could be destroyed by any simp katanjutsu? When he put it that way, it was pretty obvious. Then he noticed something else weird. A small basin of water sticking out of the wall. Somehow, it was constantly overflowing just slightly, and the water would fall to the floor to be absorbed by the tree. He and Akamaru had been able to smell water the entire time they'd been inside the tree, but this was the first visible sign of the stuff. Where's that water coming from? You know trees need water to live, right? Well, the great tree just gives us some of what its roots take in. Whatever we don't end up using just gets soaked right back up. That made sense. Hold on. But if you guys are all using the tree's water, isn't that bad for the tree? The black-haired boy grinned. Ha! The whole village together only uses up the equivalent of a drop in a bucket. The tree takes care of us, and we take care of the tree. Okay, got it. Silence stretched on between the two boys until Kiba couldn't stand it anymore. So, just what are we doing here anyway? Your village seems to be doing pretty well. I don't see what you need Konoha's help with. Especially such a specific request. He still didn't like this mission for whatever reason. It all looked reasonable enough, but there was just something about the whole thing that didn't sit well with the young Inuzuka. It's not my place to tell you. Besides, we're here. Indeed, the hallway tunnel they'd been walking through suddenly came to an end, opening up into a large circular room that looked like it was probably used for meetings. It was pretty well lit, considering they were limited to firelight, and he could see about 20 or so people sitting on a long bench that went halfway around the room, several feet in from the wall. 3 more doorways led in besides the one they'd used, one to the far right, one to the far left, and one at the back. Kasumi, a middle-aged man, seated in the center of the group, demanded once they were standing in the middle of the room, "Are these the ones Konoha has sent to aid us?" The tree jonin kneeled down. "Yes, honorable council member." There was a bit of muttering at that. "Da never thought they'd send one so young. Genin team. Sure they'll be able to handle it." The Inuzuka wanted to shout at these idiots for doubting them like that but didn't for 2 reasons. One was that they were obviously important, and he could get in serious trouble if he were to say the wrong thing. 2 was that he knew Naruto would beat him to it. But you people were the ones who asked for us. Someone who can do mind jutsus and someone with a lot of chakra. Well, it just so happens that we're the only team in Konoha that fits the bill, so take it or leave it. Hell, we don't even know what it is we're supposed to be doing here yet, but it's obvious something's wrong by the way everyone in the village is acting, something you need us for. So are you JRs just going to sit up there and doubt us all day, or do you plan on telling us what's going on? Yep. His teammate could do a great job of getting his point across while at the same time insulting whatever idiot he happened to be shouting at and also making sure they had no grounds to get back at him for it. The council was clearly stunned, if the complete lack of sound was any indication. Asuma Sensei reprimanded the blonde for shouting at the leaders of an allied village. Not that it would actually stop him from doing it again, if he felt he had to. Kasumi had stayed on her knees the whole time. Honorable council. The Kunoichi is Yamanaka Ino, heir to the famous clan of Mindwalkers. And Asuma-san here has informed me that the boy who just shouted at all of you has more chakra than anyone else in the village. Seriously? He'd always known Naruto had a ton of chakra, but the most in the village? How'd that happen? More mutterings, though this time the Inuzuka couldn't make out anything clearly. Then, all of a sudden, the silver-haired Kunoichi, Hikari he thought her name was, threw herself on her hands and knees. "Please, honorable council, I swear to you on my life that the boy, Naruto, has the required amount of chakra. If you truly do care about our home as you say you do, you will accept their help." An old woman rose to her feet and glared at the prostrate girl. "Who do you think you are to doubt us like that? And you say you swear on your life? You know what the life of a tree-cursed one like you is worth? Nothing." The next thing Kiba knew, Naruto was halfway to the speaker, struggling to free himself from Asuma-sensei's tight grasp and radiating so much chakra, he could see it coming off the blonde in small wisps of blue energy. At the same time, half the council members had jumped to their feet and started shouting. Then the middle-aged man rose to his feet. Order! An enormous presence filled the room in an instant, forcing everyone, even the speaker, to their knees. It was like the air had become heavy and started to crush them. But there was no chakra. After a moment, when the force started to let up, the dog boy realized that it must have been the tree. Council member Hisoka. He was facing the old woman, a stern expression on his features. For violating Law 135, your expulsion from this council is now put to a vote. One by one, the council members, excluding Hisoka herself, announced their decisions. None of them spent any time considering beforehand. Kiba noticed that, for the most part, the older members voted to keep her, while the younger wanted her gone. The final result was 14-6 for expelling her. Very well. Former council member Hisoka, you must now leave the room, announced the same man. As she walked out, the Inuzuka saw her give a furious glare to the orange-eyed girl, who had since returned to her feet. Now, does anyone else object to Hikari's words? The man asked. Silence. Very well. Then we are all agreed that the Konoha ninja can be trusted to accomplish the task at hand. Nods. Good. Konoha ninja, the reason we sent the aid request is because the great tree is dying, and we need your help to save it. Silence from the Konoha ninjas followed that announcement. For his part, Naruto just couldn't understand how something so big and complex and full of life as the great tree could possibly be dying. He could halfway feel a massive energy of some kind flowing through the wood all around him, and the idea of it ceasing to exist seemed as impossible as the sun going out. His teammates and Sensei were clearly thinking along the same lines, going by their faces. And if it really was dying, what the hell were they supposed to do about it? But apparently the head council guy wasn't done yet. I can understand your skepticism. He'd need to remember to look that word up later. We didn't want to believe it at first, either. After all, there's nothing wrong with it that can be seen through simple observation. But a couple weeks ago, many people started noticing that the tree seemed tired, as though it was using its energy elsewhere. We sent our only Mindwalker to talk to the tree directly. She died, but not before letting us know what was wrong. The tree has been infected by a disease. A virus. Right now, nearly all its energy is being put into keeping the virus taxing over completely. Kanna, the Mindwalker, was infected when she went to speak with the tree. She died in under an hour. The tree will probably only last another month, maybe a bit more, and signs of the disease should start showing up soon. At first, we panicked. For the better part of a day, the whole village was in chaos, but then we remembered the pact our ancestors made. The tree takes care of us and we take care of the tree. So we all worked together, studying the virus in order to find a way of stopping it. We learned that it multiplies impossibly fast. It likely managed to spread throughout the entire tree in a matter of minutes. But once it has spread, it does not kill the host instantly. No, first it seeks out every bit of life the host has. Life, not chakra. It turns out that, while deeply connected, they are quite different. Chakra is, in fact, the key to killing the virus. We discovered that completely smothering the virus in chakra is enough to kill it. But if even the tiniest bit is missed, it will immediately spread again, making the effort worthless. When he paused here, Asuma-sensei spoke up. So that's what you need Naruto for. While everyone in the village working together would doubtless have more than enough chakra to flood the entire tree, there would still be all the places where the different chakras clashed. Tiny little gaps that normally wouldn't matter, but where the virus could survive. But what about Ino? You said the last Mindwalker who talked to the tree, Kanna, died. What do you need her for? He was giving the man a hard glare, wanting to know just what needed his student to put herself in such danger. The man just took the bearded Jonin's words in stride. Kanna died because we had no knowledge of the virus at the time, or how to fight it. Simply flaring one's chakra for several seconds is enough to kill the virus in them. As far as why we need her, The tree will not accept the chakra of anyone who is not of this village. She will need to speak to the tree and explain the situation, as we no longer have anyone who can. Hearing all of this, Naruto found himself worried. Yeah, he had a lot of chakra, but that tree was huge. Did they really think he had enough to fill the entire tree, like the man said was needed? And more than that, there was no way he had the control to pull it off. Yes, he'd been improving in that area ever since joining Team 7, but the blonde could still barely pull off a simple henge without using almost twice the needed chakra. Something of his doubts must have shown on his face, though, because Asuma-sensei turned and spoke directly to him. Naruto, Tokesama has enough chakra that, released in a single burst, it would cover all of Konoha. You have more than twice the reserves he does. And if you're worried about not having enough chakra control, remember that there's still a month left to work on it. He had been so distracted by his thoughts that he didn't notice Ino had come up behind them until he heard her voice. I'm sorry to say this, but there might be a problem. I only began learning my clan jutsus fairly recently and have not yet started on any of the ones that allow for what you are asking. The man seemed to consider this for a moment, before reaching a decision. You needn't worry, Yamanaka-san. While we no longer have anyone who can perform the Omoi Shinryu no Jutsu, mind entry jutsu, the scroll teaching it is perfectly accessible, and as your sensei pointed out, you have a month at your disposal. There was some muttering at this. Apparently, they hadn't planned on giving out jutsu. And as for you, spirited young Naruto, there is a chakra exercise you will find very useful in preparing for your role. The muttering increased. Then one of the council members, another older one, male this time, had decided it was enough. Head council member Tanaka. While we of the council had all previously voted to ask Konoha for aid, the decision to give our jutsu and training methods to Konoha ninja has not been agreed upon at this time. I, for one, do not trust these outsiders and, while willing to tolerate their presence as necessary for saving the tree, cannot go along with your abrupt statement that you plan on revealing to them village secrets. By the looks on the other council members, some shared the speaker's point of view, while most still seemed in support of Tanaka. Thank you for your words, Council Member Mofyun. However, I had not realized it was a matter that required voting on. Is it not common sense to do everything within our power to help those who have come to save our home? Very well, we shall vote. Again, each person on the council took turns saying whether they were in support of the choice or against it. Naruto realized that he was having his first taste of politics and immediately decided he hated it. When he became Hokage, all those fake smiles and fake words would have to go. He looked over at Hikari to see how she was doing amidst this room full of people pretending to be things they weren't and found her standing with eyes closed. Of course, her ability didn't do anything unless she saw someone. Voting finished, Tanaka announced. By a vote of 12 to 8, we have decided to give any aid within our capabilities to the team from Konoha. If that is all, this meeting of the council will now be concluded. Elections to replace former council member Hisoka will take place in 3 days' time. Kasumi, you and your team are to lead Yamanaka-san to the Jutsu Vaults to get the scroll on the Omoi Shinryu no Jutsu and instruct Naruto-san in the chakra flow exercise. Understood, Tanaka-sama. And she led them back out the same way they had come in. No. Don't push the chakra into the wood, let it flow, just like the name of the exercise suggests. Kasumi, Sensei, was reprimanding Naruto after the boy had just overloaded his 5th cube of wood with chakra, turning it into sawdust and splinters in his hands. Several yards away, Ino was seated on the grass, reading through the scroll for the jutsu she would have to learn. No doubt Kiba would be her test subject for figuring out the jutsu, but that wouldn't come until later. Right now, the only genin of Team 7 to not have blonde hair and blue eyes was feeling pretty dim and useless. What's the matter, Kiba? He turned to face the speaker. Hey, Asuma-sensei. I'm just feeling kinda bored right now. Nothing to do, you know? The man gave him one of those, you're not fooling me looks. So, in other words, your teammates are training to try and save a village, while you're wishing you could do more to help them and at the same time feeling jealous that they both have something special that makes them useful here and you don't. Am I close? The dog boy felt his jaw drop. I think you just hit the nail on the head, Sensei. Ha, the bearded Jonin laughed. See? I'm not completely worthless. Then he turned serious. And neither are you. Just because it looks like there's nothing for you to do doesn't mean there's nothing you can do. Remember, you're still the best tracker on the team, and you've got Akamaru as well. The man's voice dropped in volume to the point where the Inuzuka could barely hear it. Also, don't tell the others this because I don't want to distract them, but I talked to Kasumi-san a bit about that old woman, Hisoka. I have a feeling she might cause trouble. He'd never seen Sensei act quite this serious before. But we're trying to save the village here. Wouldn't she want that as much as anyone? Kiba answered at the same volume. I'd think so too, normally. But apparently she's a powerful member of a very conservative group that wants nothing to do with anyone outside the village and refuses to believe the tree could ever need help. I'm assuming you got her scent earlier? Course. Me and Akamaru got the sense of everyone in that room, but are you really asking me to spy on her? I'm not asking, I'm ordering. But Akamaru would probably be a better choice for spying than you. Smaller, less noticeable, plus if she has someone watching us, less conspicuous if he's missing. No time to do anything now, though. We'll be eating soon. He returned his voice to a normal speaking volume. But if you really are bored, there's lots of things you can do. Explore, ask some of the other genin if they want to spar, or even just train. And he walked away, leaving the young Inuzuka with a lot on his mind. Asuma-sensei had been right when he said they would be eating soon though. Less than a half hour later, Kiba found himself, along with everyone else, sitting in a small cafe carved into the lower part of the tree. It was actually a pretty structured place as far as locations went. Shops, businesses, and the like were found near the bottom, homes were above them, and everything related to the running of the village was above those. They were all eating the same thing, some kind of soup filled with green stuff and an unrecognizable meat. Apparently, it was a fairly standard food in the tree village. Ino summed up the thoughts of the five from Konoha quite nicely. This stuff is pretty good. What is it? Toshiro was the one to answer. Oh, just bits of a leaf from the tree, a species of giant bug only found here, both put in a bowl of hot water. She gagged. Kiba and Akamaru froze. Asuma-sensei pretended he hadn't heard. Naruto asked for thirds. All right, Kasumi-sensei said, obviously getting annoyed by how long this was taking, again. The blue-eyed boy did as she had taught him, imagining the block of wood as a part of his body and simply letting the chakra flow into it. Then, when it was near full, he lost his focus for an instant and the chakra dispersed. Better. At least you've stopped destroying them. Yeah, that was an improvement. Having the blocks of wood explode in his hands over and over again hurt. A lot. Most people's hands would have been nothing more than useless bloody lumps of flesh by the he figured out the difference between pushing his chakra and letting it flow. It had been 4 days since they had arrived at the great tree, and Naruto was starting to get frustrated with his painfully slow progress. Of course, it wasn't helping that every day, that immense power he could half feel from the tree all the time was ever so slightly less immense. It was a constant reminder that he only had so much time. Ino, too, had been working hard the past few days. Mostly, she was still trying to figure out how to work the jutsu. Mind stuff was really complicated. He'd learned one night after asking the other blonde how her side of things was going, only to be treated to an hour-long rant he understood less than a quarter of. At the same time, though, they'd found out that the kunoichi didn't quite have enough chakra yet to flare it throughout her whole body for the 7 seconds needed to kill the virus, so Asuma-sensei had been working with her to increase her reserves. At Kasumi-sensei's command, he attempted the exercise again, with the same results. As for Kiba, something was clearly worrying him, but whenever the orange-clad boy would ask, he'd just tell him to focus on his training. And Akamaru was missing a lot. Something was definitely up, and he'd even tried talking to Asuma-sensei about it, but the man had just sighed and, just like Kiba, told him to focus on learning the exercise. Since the rest of his team was busy with their own stuff, most of his support had come from Tea-Tree Genin, specifically Hikari. The silver-haired girl's calm confidence in him, and the way she insisted that he would be able to save the tree, like it was fact more than just simple belief, was really nice at times. He'd also asked her more about herself and what the hell that old beach had been going on about. So she explained how she hadn't always been the only one with those special orange eyes. And how, 7 or 8 years ago, there had been enough of them that the constant fear the rest of the village held of them had grown, and in some it had even turned to hate. Then one night, that hate had boiled over, and a group of 40 ninja had gone to the section reserved for the tree-cursed, as they were called then, and started a slaughter. The tree had protected her, but all the others died. When the rest of the village had arrived to find a single sobbing little girl amidst all the blood and bodies, they'd been horrified at what had happened. Law 135 had been made then, leading to the present. The brown-haired tree jonin had him go through the exercise again. The Hokage's son was sitting outside in the cool night air with his only non-blue-eyed genin and the boy's dog. Well, Akamaru finally managed to find the old bat's home today. The tree absorbs sense, making it a lot harder to follow a trail. That's why it took so long. He stopped. And? She's been coming and going a lot, and there've been 4 repeat visitors over the past few days, 2 of them on the council. That Mofyun guy and the younger lady who was wearing the red dress. Hisoka herself was out most of the day, but Akamaru was too late to see her leave, and she went through some crowded places where he lost her scent trail. She came home late and went straight to bed, and that was it. Asuma considered all this for a moment. Looks like I might have been right, then. For someone who was just suddenly kicked out of a high political position, she's being far too active. Keep on her, and Kiba, I want you going around too. Stay away from her house, though. Just wander around the village and keep on the lookout for anywhere she might have been. Chances are you'll get lucky eventually. Now get back to bed. I'm going to have a smoke. Once the boy and his dog went inside, he did indeed take out a cigarette. He also turned to the other chakra's signature nearby. You live here and know the people involved. What's your opinion on all this? Kasumi moved to stand next to him. My opinion is that you need to teach your student how to give a report. He's young, and it's his first time doing anything like this for real. Give him time. Now about Hisoka? The woman became serious. She's definitely up to something. That woman almost never goes out around the village, especially in crowded areas. Hates crowds, as a matter of fact. The other 2, Mofyun and Yumi, are pretty much her underlings. Not too surprising they'd be visiting. I just wish we knew more. And how's Naruto coming along? He asked, having not had time to spend with the blonde today. The green-eyed jonin sighed. Very slowly, and I can tell it's frustrating him. He's a really interesting kid, you know. Asuma decided to cut her off before she could ask. No, I'm not going to tell you anything I haven't already. That boy has enough people nosing around his life as it is. You're certainly right about him being interesting, though. Good night, Kasumi. Good night, Asuma-san. It had been 2 weeks, Naruto mused, as he sat on the edge of the platform in front of Team 7's living quarters, dangling his legs out over the 10-mile drop. 2 weeks since they'd arrived in the hidden tree village and learned they were there to save it. He'd managed to successfully pull off the chakra flow exercise on the small wooden cube 3 days ago and had moved on to the next level. Trying to do the same thing with a cube that was 7 feet across. It wasn't a problem of the amount of chakra needed, not at all. The problem was getting the chakra to do what he wanted it to. Every single time, when it got to a certain size, he just wouldn't be able to keep it flowing properly and it would just fall apart. And time was starting to run out. The village had been put on water rations, wasn't able to give them quite so much anymore. The water basins that had been constantly overflowing when they had first gotten here now took hours to fill up. The worry on everyone's faces had intensified a lot. Hey! He turned to the sound of the voice. Hey Ino. How's it going? The other blonde sat down next to him with a sigh. I still can't quite get it to work right. I've been testing it on Asuma-sensei, Yumiko-san, and Toshiro-san, but it just never quite happens like it's supposed to. She had realized after the first time that he didn't want a detailed description of the inner workings of the jutsu and exactly what she was having trouble with, and so had toned down her explanations a great deal. They're all depending on us, you know? Yeah. Who would have thought our first real mission would be to save a village? He asked while adding to himself, at least this time, I won't be hated for doing it. I know what you mean, Ino answered. I just hope we can do it. Of course we can, he assured her. 'Cause we have to. Then the boy had an idea. An awesome, crazy idea that the girl next to him would probably bash his head in for, but whatever. I'm gonna go train. Unfortunately, the kunoichi noticed his smirk. Naruto, what are you planning? She demanded. He tried to act innocent. Nothing, Ino. I'm just gonna go train some more. She glared at him. Seeing this wasn't going to work, he skipped to option 3, do the awesome, crazy thing right away. He hopped over the edge of the platform. This was amazing. Like the whole world had gone away, and it was just him, and the wind hurtling past. The sensation of freefall, just being completely weightless was. Words couldn't describe it. He twisted in midair, now going face down, his arms tucked at his sides. Naruto felt himself speed up even more. He lost track of just how long he spent like that, falling into nothing, the wind whipping past. It was definitely over a minute. Then the ground started to close in. Turning right side up once more, he put his fingers into the seal for Kage Bunshin. When the clone appeared right below him, he leapt off its shoulders, slowing his own descent while speeding up the replicas. Not enough, though. He did it again, as the memories of an impact with the ground so hard it completely shattered his legs came to him from the now-deceased clone. Good thing he could ignore physical pain so well. One more time he repeated the process before landing in a crouch on the grass. A couple feet behind him, the first clone had actually driven 2 sandal-shaped holes in the earth, each one almost a foot deep. That was fun. That idiot. Ino thought as she ran down the tree as fast as she could, if he's not dead, I'm gonna kill him when I get down there. She made it to ground level 5 minutes later, not out of breath as she would have been just 2 months ago from a run like that, only to find that her insane fellow blonde had somehow landed completely without injury and had already started working on his chakra flow exercise. What the hell were you thinking? She screamed at him. As she could have predicted, the short boy gave a sheepish little grin as his right hand went up to scratch at the back of his neck. Hee, sorry Ino. I didn't mean to scare you. Sometimes she just couldn't believe the things he did. Didn't want to scare me? Naruto, you just threw yourself down a 10-mile drop. How did you think I would react? His blue eyes turned sincere. I really am sorry. I just wanted to get down here and train as fast as possible, and I guess I just didn't really think about it. Then in an instant he changed to happy. Besides, it was really fun. You should try it someday after you learn a jutsu that lets you land safely. So that was it. He'd used Kage Bunshin. Not quite sure how to respond, she just watched as he tried, and failed, to fill the giant block of wood with chakra again. The Yamanaka decided to say the first thing that popped into her mind. I bet Sasuke-kun wouldn't have any problem doing that. Probably not the best thing she could have come up with, going by her teammates' sudden mood shift from determined to quiet angry. In the scale of Naruto's moods, quiet angry was a good bit beyond loud angry, but not quite furious. It still wasn't fun. Yeah, well the BSTRD isn't here. And even if he was, he wouldn't have anywhere near enough chakra for what I'm gonna need to do. Besides, I bet even your precious Sasuke-kun would have some trouble with this. At any other time, she would have just bopped him over the head for insulting Sasuke-kun like that, but that would have just made things worse. Why do you and Kiba always talk about Sasuke-kun like that? He stopped his repeated attempts at the exercise to turn his full attention to her. Because he's a BSTRD. If you ever took the time to pay attention to how he acts, instead of just what his name is and how everyone treats him, you'd see it. He stopped, obviously waiting for her to respond. Some part of Ino noticed that this was a bit like the verbal spars they'd often get into, just several hundred times more serious. What do you mean how he acts? Sasuke-kun is sweet and kind 1 inch. Naruto laughed. He just burst out into laughter for nearly 10 seconds straight. And not the humorous laughter she might hear from him after Kiba told a funny joke, nor the happy laughter like when they had passed Asuma Sensei's test. This was a sort of disbelieving laugh, and she didn't like it. Sweet and kind? Sweet and kind? Ino, when was the last time you saw him say something sweet or kind? Or even just nice? Hell, I bet he's even so much as smiled once in the last 5 years. No. That's not true. Sasuke-kun dash. Think about it, Ino. Just think back and give me one single example. She thought. And she thought some more. Okay, but just because he doesn't smile doesn't mean he's mean. He sighed. Just tell me this. Why do you like Sasuke, anyway? Oh, that was an easy one. Well, he's popular, and strong, and cool, and confident, and nice. Naruto's retort was just as fast. Asuma-sensei is popular, strong, cool, confident, nice, and supportive. You don't like him, do you? Give me a real reason, Ino. A real substantial reason why you like Uchiha Sasuke, and I promise I'll never say anything bad about him in front of you again. Some part of her must have realized he was right, because she was suddenly incredibly angry. So she said something to the other blonde that she had sworn to herself she would never say. And what about Sakura? Why are you always fawning after her? One good reason. She immediately regretted it. Well, she's pretty and smart and… Because Ino had long since figured out why he crushed on the pink-haired girl the way he did. It was the same reason he pulled pranks and loved orange and was loud and acted like an idiot. Sakura would always respond to his attempts to ask her on dates. Violently, of course, but she responded and gave him the attention he had so desperately craved. Now, though, he had positive attention from his teammates and Asuma-sensei and no longer felt the need to chase after Sakura. He just hadn't realized that yet. She watched as his face fell. I don't know. Why did I spend so much time on her? The part of the Yamanaka's mind versed in psychology realized that worrying about the possibility of long-held beliefs being false wouldn't do either of them any good, especially when a village was depending on them for its survival. So she did something about it. Hey, let's say we both promise to forget this for now, and next time we meet up with Sakura and Sasuke, we both take a good look at them and decide then, okay? Naruto considered this for a moment before smiling. Yeah, that sounds good. Right now, we've got a village to save. And he returned to his training with newfound energy. Akamaru had followed the old lady like he was supposed to. He was hidden in a hole in the wall near the floor in the corner of the room. None of the humans would see him unless they looked right in the hole. Humans couldn't smell very well, so they wouldn't find him that way either. And he was staying silent, so they wouldn't hear him. There were a lot of humans in the room. They were all looking at the old lady. The old lady started to speak. He had trouble understanding humans sometimes. Brother Kiba wanted him to listen, though, so he did. The old lady talked about how the tree was dying. She said it was because of the girl with the orange eyes. That didn't make sense, but the people listened. Then she talked about Brother Kiba and his packmates. She said that their being here was making things worse. She said about how they were breaking ancient customs. That didn't make sense either, but again the people listened. Then she asked the people for help. They agreed. She told them to go on like normal. She said she would tell them when she needed them. After that, she stopped speaking. The people started to leave. It was a long time later when the room was empty. Akamaru left the hole in the wall. He followed the old lady's scent. She had gone to her home and went to sleep. He went to find Brother Kiba and tell him about what the old lady had said. Naruto could be found beating up a training post one night after yet another long day of training. Right now, he was taking a short break, at Asuma-sensei's suggestion, to let off some of his frustration on the circular piece of wood, instead of the square piece of wood that was causing his problem. It wasn't like he wasn't getting better at the exercise, he was just far too slowly. He knew it and so did everyone else. He was trying his hardest, but his hardest just didn't seem to be enough. The tree was dying. It had been over 3 weeks now, and even a blind idiot would be able to tell. The wood felt drier, rougher, water was limited to a couple sips per day, and that massive ever-present energy was now small enough he could actually measure it and feel it decreasing. When he concentrated, that is. Most of the time, he could hardly feel it at all. And it was all his fault. Ino had gotten the mind entry jutsu down earlier that week, leaving everything resting on him. For the past couple days, the blonde had ignored sleep and replaced meals with snacks in the training grounds. His teammates had tried to force him to get some sleep, but he didn't have time. He'd made a dozen Kage Bunshins to restrain them and kept right on going. Even Hikari's calm, quiet belief wasn't helping anymore. At one point, he'd had what he had at first thought of as a great idea: use Kage Bunshins to help him. But even he couldn't make enough of the things to even come close to covering the entire tree, and he'd need all his chakra to fill it anyway. The problem was that he just couldn't concentrate hard enough to keep such large amounts of chakra flowing the right way. Concentration. He remembered once, back at the academy, when Iruka Sensei had kept him, Kiba, Chuji, and Shikamaru behind after class for a special lecture on concentration. The scarred Chunin had thrown a leaf onto each of their foreheads and told them to concentrate only on the leaf. He probably would have told them more too, but Naruto had just blown the man and the leaf off and run out the window, followed by his classmates. "Then it," he screamed, driving his fist into the wood as hard as he could, using all his pent-up anger and disappointment in himself to power the blow. There was a distinctive splintering sound as his knuckles drove into the training post, tearing a 2-inch deep hole. Then a sharp pain the next instant as a piece of wood, too big to qualify as a splinter, drove its way deep into the soft flesh between the knuckles. That sharp, piercing pain made him stop and think. Pain. That was it. Struck by his sudden flash of brilliance, he ran straight over to the block, as he'd come to call it, only just remembering to take out the piece of wood embedded in his hand. When he got there, he took out a kunai from his pack and carved the Konoha symbol into both palms, deeply enough that he couldn't just ignore it. Then he placed his hands on the wood. Using the pain as a focal point, he imagined the block as an extension of himself and let chakra flow through him and into it. Had he not been giving his full concentration to what he was doing, he would have marveled at how very easy it was. With something real to center himself around, the chakra didn't fall apart, even when he spread it throughout the entire 343 cubic feet of wood and held it there for over a minute. Yes. He ran off to find Asuma Sensei, or Ino, or Kiba, or Akamaru, or Hikari, or Kasumi Sensei, or Toshiro, or Yumiko, or anyone really. The suddenly joyous blonde wanted to share the good news with the entire world. Team 7 was once more standing in the council room along with Kasumi-san and her genin team. This time, though, the village's governing body was not present, as there wasn't truly any need for them right now. They were here because it led to the place where Ino and Naruto would be going to heal the tree. A day and a half ago, the blue-eyed Uzumaki had woken them all up in the middle of the night to show them his newly discovered method of concentrating. Asuma had immediately made a mental note to have the boys' mental health evaluated immediately on returning to Konoha. Thinking that cutting into one's own palm so casually was a good idea did not seem to him like a sane thought. Sane or not, it had obviously worked. The green-eyed tree jonin had spent most of the day testing him, making sure, to the best of her ability, he would be able to perform the exercise on the large scale that would soon be required of him. During that time, the Hokage's son had been talking with Kiba and learned about Hisoka's late-night speech. That had been extremely troubling. In the evening, they had all gone to meet with the council and tell them the good news. Tanaka-sama and the others had decided, after a bit of debate, that the healing would take place at noon the next day. That way, the two blonde genin would be fully recovered from the previous day's activities. Although Asuma did notice that the most vocal opponents of not going ahead with it right away had been the old man Mofune and the younger Yumi, the two Kasumi-san had identified as working for Hisoka. Immediately after the meeting concluded, he had Kiba send Akamaru to watch the old woman. Sure enough, the white dog came back less than 2 hours later with a report on what must have been a very stirring speech about keeping scum and outsiders away from their home. The end result was that 31 genin and chunin would be trying to kill them all to prevent Ino and Naruto from saving their village. Amazing how simple words could make people throw away common sense like that. Later that night, Asuma had talked to the other jonin about the situation, and the two had spent the better part of an hour choosing a course of action. They couldn't have her arrested, as the only evidence came from Akamaru through Kiba. Informing the council would alert the old woman, so that was out too. And delaying the healing any longer than absolutely necessary was out of the question. The tree would likely not last another 24 hours, judging by the way the wood was now starting to age. That left only one option. Fortunately, There was only one way to get to the room where the blue-eyed ninjas would be. The hallways were too narrow for serious fighting, which put the council room as the main battle site. The two jonins would take the brunt of the attack, leaving Kiba and Kasumi's students to guard the passage and make sure that anyone who slipped past the older nins would not make it to Ino and Naruto. They had taken the 4 genin aside in the morning to tell them the plan and that they should come prepared for combat. Kasumi-san decided that they'd been standing around too long. You two, it's straight down that hallway at the back. You'll know when you're in the right spot. The whole village is wishing for your success, so good luck. The Sandame's son knew he couldn't just leave it at that. Naruto, Ino, whatever happens, just keep focused on your tasks. We believe in you. 2 pairs of sharp blue eyes immediately picked up on the oddity. The minute he hadn't wanted them worrying. What you mean, whatever happens? Asuma-sensei? The male demanded. You're keeping something from us, aren't you? The female accused. So he briefly explained the situation to the only 2 who hadn't already known it. And before either of you say you want to stay and fight, remember that you'll need all your energy for saving the tree. Now get going. Knowing that this was a serious situation, the genin of Team 7 all removed their chakra weights, giving the metal bands to their sensei for safekeeping. Then both blondes dashed down the tunnel after giving quick goodbyes of their own. It was less than a minute later that the Konoha Jonin picked up the approaching chakra signatures from all 3 of the other entrances. Get ready, he ordered. As she ran down the hallway, making sure to keep a reasonable pace so as not to tire herself out, Ino turned to her teammate. You ready for this? He answered with a confident grin. Ready as I'll ever be. How about you? Yeah, she answered. I hope Kiba and the others will be okay though, the kunoichi added as a brief flash of concern crossed her face. Naruto picked up on it right away. Don't worry. They can all take care of themselves, and Asuma-sensei and Kasumi-sensei are jonin. Her fellow blonde paused briefly. I think we're almost there. The light up ahead looks a bit different. In their time together on Team 7, Ino had learned to trust the boys' instincts and senses, even when her own didn't support them. And sure enough, less than 15 seconds later, the passage opened up into a small cylindrical room. At the very center was a pole-off wood, about as thick around as an average tree, going straight from floor to ceiling. This, the Mindwalker realized, must be the very center of the great tree. She turned to Naruto. Okay, let's do this. He nodded, and the 2 genin each went to opposite sides of the core. Both of them would require direct physical contact for what they needed to do. As she went through the hand seals for her jutsu, she could hear the sound of him carving into his palms. Ino didn't let it distract her, despite the fact that it was completely sickening. Finishing her seals, she placed her hands on the wood. Omoi Shinryu no Jutsu, mind entry jutsu. Suddenly the Yamanaka found herself inside the tree's mind. It was a surreal experience, as unlike the human minds she had practiced the jutsu on, the mind of a plant was not rooted in the physical. It was more a combination of thoughts and sensations, made up of all different kinds of energy flowing all around. She herself was little more than a mass of chakra and thoughts, floating in this place. And she could feel the virus as well, everywhere, slowly skiing everything up like a black hole, until there would be nothing left. You're not one I know. Why you here, human? It wasn't truly words, as words didn't exist in a non-physical place like this. More like a feeling mixed with thoughts. She answered in the same manner. I have come to help save you. My friend can rid you of the virus that is killing you, but for him to do so, you will have to accept his chakra into yourself. I understand. I will need to communicate with this friend of yours. Ino panicked. She didn't have any way of bringing someone here with her, the jutsu was only meant for one. So all of this would be for nothing and the tree would die. And now because she... Then Naruto was there, just like that, and the girl found herself shocked still for a moment. In this state, the boy's presence was extraordinary, making her feel insignificant by comparison. And it gave her definite proof of her belief that her friend was completely contradictory within himself, as, at the same time that she could feel him, everything she had come to know him to be and more, she could feel something else as well. Something entirely different locked away deep inside of him. Something destructive and evil and powerful. He was clearly confused. What the hell? Ino? The tree, wanted to communicate with you. As much as her brain would have normally made her use the word, talk, it just didn't seem right in this instance, as no words were being used. You can cure me of this virus, child? The Yamanaka could pick up the echo of what the tree asked him. He took a moment before answering, seeming even more confident than normal thanks to his sheer presence here. Yes, I can. The tree seemed to consider for a moment before responding. Very well. I will allow your chakra into myself, but you must keep that which is inside you safely locked away. A complete seriousness, deeper than any she had ever felt before, radiated through the boy's being at this. I have been doing so since the night of my birth. I will not fail now. Ino couldn't help it. She was curious. Naruto? What are you referring to? His reaction was extremely unsettling. A powerful burst of pure unadulterated terror came from him, so strong that she was frozen momentarily. Naruto, the boy who had always seemed born without fear, was terrified to an extreme she hadn't believed humans to be capable of. Just as fast as it came, though, it vanished, as if it had never been. I'll explain it some other time. Child, return to your body and do what you will. You, human, shall remain here to assist the child in what ways you can. Then Naruto vanished, leaving the girl temporarily disoriented and very confused. For Kiba, it was his first time in a serious battle, with enemies trying to kill him instead of opponents trying to beat him. For the most part, it wasn't too different. When he found himself fighting someone, instincts from training and sparring guided his actions more than his thoughts. Alongside the Inuzuka, Akamaru was already in Jujin Bunshin form, helping him to fight off foes. He wasn't having to do all that much, though. Asuma Sensei and the brown-haired tree jonin were taking care of the majority of the attackers, and Toshiro, Hikari, and Yumiko were working together to get most of the ones that slipped by. Of course, that didn't mean the dog boy could just relax. He let himself fall onto all fours to dodge several shuriken aimed at his upper body, then used his new position along with a burst of chakra to propel himself at the kunoichi who had thrown them, reaching her before she could try anything else. She was too slow to react in time to his enhanced speed, and Kiba slashed out with his left hand, claws cutting deeply into her stomach. His continued momentum made him crash into her, and fortunately she was in enough pain that she didn't take the chance to stab him with a kunai. Seeing that the wound was deep enough to keep her out of the fight for the most part, he pushed off the stunned girl, leaping back to the tunnel that was the only path to his teammates. Off to his left, he could see Yumiko holding off a boy a few years her elder, until Toshiro slipped in from behind and stabbed a kunai into the nin's back. Next to him on his right, Akamaru had bitten deep into the back of a boy's leg, sharp teeth cutting through a tendon, making the limb useless. Further in that direction, Hikari was up against what looked to be a chunin, gracefully dodging out of the way of everything the woman tried before placing her own kunai firmly in her opponent's chest. And in the middle of the room were the two jonin, both moving so fast they were little more than blurs, eliminating anyone nearby in seconds each. Because of the crowded space, not many jutsu were being used. It was mostly kunai and shuriken, with bits of straight-up taijutsu thrown in. All those blades meant that there was a lot of blood spilling out onto the wooden floor, so much that it was interfering with Kiba's sense of smell. He was just barely able to pick up on the unfamiliar scent leading down the tunnel behind him. Not having enough time to even shout out, he shot off down the passageway, hands and feet pounding against the wood, and chakra-enhanced muscles combined with adrenaline making the young Inuzuka run faster than he ever had before. The scent was getting stronger as he went, meaning he was gaining on whoever it was. He just wasn't sure it would be fast enough. Trying not to think of his friends and teammates lying somewhere with their throats slit, he increased the amount of chakra flowing to his muscles, gritting his teeth against the pain they gave off in protest. The dog boy knew he was pushing himself too far, but he didn't care. At the moment, he didn't care about anything except keeping Naruto and Ino safe. He could see the other knee now and would be on him in under 30 seconds. That time was then cut drastically when the ninja stopped and turned to face him. Now it would be less than 2 seconds. Pushing off powerfully with his legs, the Inuzuka channeled his chakra the way his mom had taught him and, clawed hands out in front, started to spin at an extremely rapid rate as he sailed through the air. Tsuga. He hit his enemy right in the chest. Feeling the chakra his foe was using to harden their body, the Inuzuka increased how much he was putting into the jutsu. There was a strange wetness all over him as the world turned red and his nose was completely overpowered by the smell of blood. The next thing Kiba knew, he was laying on his back on the wood floor, his whole body screaming in pain. Back down the tunnel a few feet was the top part of the boy he had just killed. A line of shattered bones, parts of organs and blood connected it to the bottom part. The arms were in there somewhere too. He threw up his body protesting the action so that most of the vomit never made it out of his mouth and what did mostly spilled out onto his face and chest. The smell was terrible. He just killed a boy. The same age as himself, from the face contorted in pain and what was left of the body. He cried. As blood from his freshly cut palms trickled down the core of the tree, Naruto let his chakra start flowing into the wood in front of him, relaxing as he concentrated on the pain and the chakra, banishing all thoughts of Ino and what it had been like inside the tree's mind. As the chakra flowed, though, he could feel her, and even the tree itself, helping the chakra along. First, it spread up and down the core, all the way from bottom to top of the gigantic wooden being. And through his chakra, he could feel the tree. For the first time, the blue-eyed boy was truly able to understand just how physically large it was. He concentrated harder and sped up the chakra flow, the blue energy expanding outwards through the wood in all directions slowly. So very slowly. This would take a long time, he realized. Already he could feel his body starting to protest the strain. It wasn't chakra overload, like that night that felt like a lifetime ago, when Iruka Sensei had given his life, and Naruto's whole world had changed. No, his chakra coils were in pain from being overworked. But they would hold out for a while yet. They had to. He deepened his concentration, the tree now simply an extension of himself, connected by the two spots of intense pain, just as he had trained. The Uzumaki blocked from his thoughts all outside sensations, focusing entirely on the chakra and the way it flowed in him and through him and around the tree. Then something in his mind and chakra was all he could sense. The entire world was simply chakra flowing about in intricate patterns. No sight, no smell, no hearing, no touch, nothing but chakra. He could sense the large concentration of the energy that was himself, and deep within him the impossibly gigantic mass of power that was the Kyuubi. Close by he could feel Ino as well, part of her flowing into and out of the tree constantly. And through his chakra in the tree, he could sense even more. Kiba was closest to them, his signature low and muted. Part of him wanted to know what had happened, but the rest kept him Naruto concentrated on the task at hand. As his chakra expanded through the tree, he picked up Asuma Sensei, Akamaru, Hikari, and the others, along with many others he didn't recognize, most of them weak and fading. The ones that weren't, including those of his friends, were raised beyond normal, and along with the rapid movement, signified battle. As the chakra in the tree continued to grow, he could feel others as well. The people of the tree village, all depending on him to save their home. His own chakra was starting to flow more wildly now as his coils slowly began to disintegrate, and his near-bottomless reserves were running low as well. No, Naruto thought. There is no way I'm gonna let myself give out now. Not when I've come this far. Not when all these people need me. I will save the tree even if I have to kill myself to do it. So he willed his chakra to keep flowing properly, even though the complex network of coils that usually guided that flow were in pieces. After what felt like an eternity, the chakra had spread to every corner of the tree, to the tip of every leaf and the end of every root. He could feel Ino flaring her own chakra now, being sure to kill off the virus inside of her as well. 7 seconds. 6. Naruto knew his own chakra coils were completely gone now. There was no chakra of his own left in his body. Just the fox, still sealed away, because there were no chakra coils for it to leak its vile power into. For how was he even alive, then? Because he was obviously still thinking. 3. Then it hit him. He had put so much of his chakra and himself into the tree that he had essentially made some version of a Kage Bunshin inside the tree. 2. He wasn't really there anymore. His mind and the trees were combined into one now. What? Naruto and the great tree were a single being. He could even feel his own mind functioning differently as it merged with the trees. Naruto felt a tremendous surge of power go through him as what used to be his body collapsed in a heap. The virus was gone now, and he was flowing with so much power his previous mind would probably have exploded trying to comprehend it. Now that he had time to think, he realized that some of his people had turned against their own kind. They had attacked them, tried to kill them, broken their promise to him to care for him as he did them. They were traitors. Naruto hated traitors. So he killed them. They were all inside of him, so it was easy to just send a bit of his power coursing through them, overloading their weak human bodies with energy. Now that that was dealt with, there was something else he could do. He could sense the human girl, Ino, now crying over the body of what had once been Uzumaki Naruto. That child had given up his life to save him. A sacrifice like that he had no choice but to repay. He reached into her mind. Do not cry, human. It is within my power to bring the child back, and I owe him a great debt. Move away. She did as commanded, and he sent his energy into the boy, using it to rebuild his destroyed chakra coils. This would be a delicate operation. Right now, with the boy dead, the only thing keeping the beast from escaping was that there was no way out of its prison. The moment the chakra coils connected to the seal, that way would open. By that time, the child would need to be fully alive. He would have to build the rest of the coils, then transfer Naruto's soul and mind along with what was left of the boy's chakra still within his body from when he had killed the virus. Finally, at the last possible moment, he would reconnect the coils around the seal. He got to work. The QB was annoyed. Not concerned or angry or dead, it was simply too powerful to die, as most would expect it to be in this situation, but annoyed. The idiot child had gone and killed himself in his efforts to save that big stick. And not only that, he'd chosen the one way that didn't give the kitsune a chance to take over. Destroying that hunk of wood was now added onto its list of things to do on regaining a body. Because it would not be stuck in this nothingness forever. No, not even for more than a couple hundred years at most, probably much, much less. When the boy's body was destroyed or decomposed enough, that was the option that would take a bit of time, it would be free once more. Unfortunately, it wouldn't have a body right away, but that problem could be fixed with 1,000 or so years of work. What annoyed the fox wasn't the nothingness it was currently in or the time it would take to fix its situation. What was annoying was the loss of the body it had spent so much effort carefully preparing to house its power. All the work it had put into the boy would now be wasted. Wait, was that stick? The fox felt like laughing. This was even better than it could have hoped. It paid careful attention as the stick rebuilt the child's chakra coils. If it was quick and lucky, two things the QB on Kitsune had in spades, it would be fully in control of the body in a matter of minutes. And when the world materialized around it, the cage was open. It dashed forward, ready to seize its freedom much earlier than anticipated, only for the gates to close in an instant, causing the fox to run headlong into them. By its tails, did that boy have a powerful mind and soul? No matter, it still had time on its side. Time was always on its side, for it was the QB no Kitsune, power incarnate, and it was as eternal as its supreme power. It would be patient and keep slowly wearing away at the child. Asuma looked over his 3 recovering genin. 1 recovering from his first kill. 1 recovering from losing, if only temporarily, her friend. And 1 recovering from death. He sighed. Why couldn't first missions ever go well? And why did Naruto insist on making everything 10 times as complicated? It had been the better part of a week since that day, and while the village's 3 mednin assured him the boy was improving, he had so far showed no signs of waking up. Ironic how in a foreign village he had the entire senior medical staff taking care of him, while back home, it would usually be a single nurse doing the bare minimum required. Of course, he had needed to go through the hassle of swearing the doctors to secrecy about certain details of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's physiology, but it wasn't too bad, apart from them wanting to take tissue samples for study after getting over their amazement. Once the Hokage's son had talked Ino and Kiba through their respective problems as much as he could, the two had been spending most of their time at Naruto's bedside. Currently, the whole team was here, including Akamaru. Everyone but the Jonin was asleep, for the moment. Naruto stirred. Then he blinked, followed by shifting around a bit more before awakening fully and slowly sitting up, taking stock of his surroundings. Asuma-sensei? Where are we? What happened? It would be better not to go into details at the moment. We're in the hospital in Tree Village. You did it, Naruto. You and Ino did it. The boy smiled, his whole face lighting up with the gesture. But how long has it been? 5 days. The doctor said you'd probably feel really stiff when you first woke up. The man braced himself for the shout of disbelief he knew was coming. It didn't. Uzumaki Naruto really was one to surprise, wasn't he? Oh, is everyone okay? He asked, stretching to remove said stiffness. He just couldn't bring himself to outright lie to the blonde. Your teammates are still recuperating, but they're doing much better than they were. Kiba and Akamaru both took some minor injuries, as did Hikari, Toshiro, and Yumiko. Those are mostly healed now, though. Your friends have barely left this room the past couple days, but you should let them sleep for dash. The conversation was interrupted by a messenger hawk flying into the room to land directly on Asuma's shoulder. He recognized the bird as one of Konoha's, and the clearly visible designation of the message as a Type 2C aid request made him rush to read it. His eyes widened temporarily before he turned serious. Naruto, I hope you're feeling mostly recovered, because we haven't got any time to waste. I'm going to head to our room and pack our things. You wake the others and tell them to get ready. A Genin team was on a C rank to Wave Country, directly south of here, when they ran into serious complications. Now their Jonin Sensei and one of their team members are out of action, and they need immediate assistance. We're the closest Konoha team to their location, so we're going to be running south at full speed to get to them. No stops, and when the other two get tired, use Kage Bunshin to carry them. Understood? Apparently his urgency had caught on, as the boy was immediately fully alert and on his feet. Yes, Sensei. Understood. Comments. Note that the comments for chapters 1 to 16 were written well after the chapters themselves. I had a good deal of trouble trying to figure out how I wanted to structure this chapter. Eventually, I decided on what you see. Put all the stuff before the main focus in quick, concise reminiscences from Asuma's point of view to get it out of the way, concentrate on the important part, and wrap it all up in the end. It was interesting trying to think what the mind of an ancient, sentient tree would be like. Obviously, it would be very different from a human mind, but I needed to find a way to show that difference with words. I'm pretty sure I did a good job of that. On a side note, I wonder how many readers thought that the protagonist going into a huge tree to save it from dying was a reference to Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Just to make it clear, it wasn't. Kiba's first kill, and his reaction to it, was something I had been planning for a long time by this point. The violence with which it occurred served only to amplify the effect. Nothing more on this scene. Then Naruto, in his efforts to heal the tree, goes so far that he actually kills himself. With this, I wanted to show that he really was willing to die for the things he believed in, and that it was simply luck and circumstance that he didn't stay that way. And finally, we have our first glimpse of the Kyuubi. It's evil, it's smart, it's arrogant, it's powerful beyond belief. Pretty much the same as in canon, but taken to an extreme. Bringing things full circle, we conclude with another scene from Asuma's viewpoint. This wraps things up and leads right into the wave arc. Before today, Kiba had never thought he would be glad to catch the scent of Uchiha Sasuke. Now, though, that strong, unique combination of sweat and ash was his main guide for finding Team 10's location. By the time they reached the small, waterside house, the whole of Team 7 was ready to collapse. The dog boy was completely exhausted, and Ino looked just as bad as he felt. Even Asuma-sensei seemed like he wasted to fall asleep on the spot. By far the worst off was Naruto, though. For his part, Kiba couldn't even understand how the blonde was still standing. He had been running full speed for nearly 2 days straight, making clones to carry the other two genin when they needed it. Then he'd kept up with the others rowing at high speeds for a further 3 hours, followed by more running to get to where they were now. Ino and he were currently supporting the shorter blonde, one of his arms around each of their shoulders, as he had absolutely refused to be carried. Naruto's stubbornness was a bit of a blessing, though, because the boy was a great deal heavier than one would expect, and neither of the other two would have been up to supporting his full weight. Asuma-sensei's knocking was answered by a woman smelling of cooked fish and salt water, looking to be in her mid-20s, with long black hair hanging straight down. On seeing their headbands and worn-out state, she immediately ushered them in, introducing herself as Tsunami, daughter of the mission client Tazuna. She led them to an upper room, where they found the other Konoha ninja. Sakura and Sasuke were sitting in chairs by a pair of futons on the floor. In one of the futons lay the masked, silver-haired jonin they had met the night before their team test, Hatake Kakashi. The man's shirt was off, with a swath of bandages going diagonally across his chest. His one gray eye was open, showing him to be awake. The second futon held Shino, who was clearly in extremely bad condition. There was a chunk missing from the right side of his torso, as if a giant blade had cut right through him. The only reason he had been able to survive was because of his bugs. They both clogged up the wound to prevent blood loss and sped up healing. The arrogant BSTRD was the first one to speak. "You're the ones they sent to help us?" None of Team 7's genin responded, as all three were too out of breath to waste it on the stuck-up Uchiha. Instead, it was Kakashi-san's lazy voice. Now, Sasuke, be nice. I'm sure they're capable enough." The dark-haired boy looked over them condescendingly. Capable? They all look like they'll collapse any minute. Especially the idiot. There. That was a bit too much for the Inuzuka. The reason he's like that, Sasuke, is because he's been running full speed for 2 days, non-stop, carrying Ino and I over half the way, just to get here in time to save you guys from whatever mess you've gotten into. He was too tired to actually shout. Sakura wasn't. Don't lie to Sasuke-kun. An idiot like Naruto could never manage something like that. Apparently hearing her former friend insulting her new friend was too much for the blonde kunoichi next to him, as she threw herself at the pink-haired girl, prepared to attack her before Asuma-sensei got in the way. Do not slight my students, especially after they have pushed themselves beyond their limits for your sakes. Team, feel free to rest. Hearing that, Naruto had finally let his body and mind give out, leaving the blonde an unconscious pile on the wood floor. Their sensei placed the boy on a third bedroll as the other two genin of Team 7 made their ways to 2 more chairs in the room. The bearded jonin sat down next to the other man. "Kakashi, what's the situation? And I can explain it to him when he wakes up." The last bit was added when the horizontal man glanced in the direction of the orange blob next to him. "Well," he reported, "the client tricked us, told us it was a C rank when he's got Gato of Gato Corporation after his blood." Everyone in the Shinobi Nations knew of the multi-billionaire business tycoon. Turns out Gato is trying for a complete economic and political takeover of Wave Country, and the only thing that can stop him is the bridge Tazuna-san is building to connect this place to the mainland, so he hired some missing nins. First were a parry of Chunin, the demon brothers from Kiri. My genin did well against them, so I figured they'd be able to protect the client while I fought off whoever came next. I definitely wasn't expecting the next attacker to be Momochi Zabuza, the demon of Kiri, rank missing nin and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of Mist. At one point, he caught me in his Suiryo no Jutsu, and Shino took that injury freeing me. Zabuza also managed to get a good slash on my chest before I hit him dead-on with a Suiden Daibakufu no Jutsu. Then an accomplice of his posing as a mist hunter nin showed up, put him in a false death state, and left with the body and sword. I wrote the aid request and sent it off just before passing out from chakra exhaustion, and Sasuke and Sakura carried us here. After hearing all this, Asuma-sensei stopped to consider everything for a moment. It would take approximately a week to recover from the false death combined with the Daibakufu, and it's been 2 days, so, after my students and I recover from traveling, I'll spend the next 5 days training your 2 and mine. I'll need a rundown of Sakura and Sasuke's abilities and what you've taught them, then I'm going to take a nap. Taking a nap? Yeah, that sounded like a good idea. As they walked through the forest, following Asuma-sensei, Ino and Sakura hung back so they could talk. You guys just finished a B rank? No way. Forehead was in disbelief. We did. I'm not gonna go into details till we have more time, but Naruto and I saved a village. Her pink-haired rival friend was trying to understand how Naruto and saved a village, could possibly be part of the same sentence. I don't believe it. See? Disbelief. Yeah, see, they needed someone who could mind walk and someone with a ton of chakra. I supplied the mind walking, he supplied the ton of chakra. Well, maybe she'd go into a bit more detail. What Sakura said next had her in a state of disbelief. Oh, well, if it's just a bunch of chakra, then I can see it. I bet Sasuke-kun would have been able to do the whole thing no problem. Did she really used to be like that? Now that the Uchiha had come up, though, it was a perfect chance to help her friend lose her crush on the self-centered boy. Just as she and Naruto had promised that night back in Tree, they were both observing their ex-crushes objectively, and what she had seen of the last Uchiha in less than 24 hours in his presence made her wonder how she could have ever liked him. Ino needed to break her friend's delusions. Forehead, Sasuke has less chakra in his entire body than what Naruto has in his pinky finger. Shut up, Ino pig. Then the girl's face shifted into a look of glee when she thought about what the blonde had just said. Sasuke? Not Sasuke-kun? Does this mean you've finally given up and realized that you have no chance? Ino smirked. Psychology lessons with her dad and verbal spars with her teammate had made HR pretty good at manipulating people with words. Not in the least. I just woke up and realized that it was stupid to waste my time on an arrogant JRK. Sasuke-kun is not an arrogant JRK. He's kind and cool and popular and handsome and strong, and he's got a great body. It was time to do to her friend exactly what Naruto had done to her. Kind? He never smiles and always looks down on everyone. What does that matter in choosing who you're going to spend the rest of your life with? Popular? You like him because he's popular? Sakura, that's unbelievably shallow. Handsome? Sure, he looks nice when he isn't brooding, which he seems to do most of the time. Strong? You're saying you want him to care for and protect you your whole life? Where is your sense of pride as a woman, Sakura? And as for his body, let me tell you that both of my teammates are better looking than him, especially Naruto. She watched as Sakura searched for a good retort, something more than, don't insult Sasuke-kun, Ino pig. She was clearly coming up blank. Asuma-sensei interrupted the conversation, though, by bringing everyone to a halt in a small clearing in the woods near Tazuna-san's house. We have a problem. On hearing her sensei start by announcing that there was a problem, Ino paid full attention. Our problem is that Kakashi has taught you too. He paused to look at the two members of Team 10, absolutely nothing of use. Now, we've only got 5 days, so that's not enough time to learn very much. What you can learn, though, is better chakra control. Sakura and Sasuke, you two will be doing the tree climbing exercise, which I will show you in a minute. Naruto, Ino, Kiba, they perked up. Since I already taught you 3 that a while ago, you'll be learning something new, water walking. Ooh, awesome, Asuma-sensei. It amazed the kunoichi how her fellow blonde could recover completely like that after what most people wouldn't even call a full night's sleep. She also remembered just how loud he could be. Not that she herself wasn't looking forward to learning how to walk on water, she just didn't see why he needed to be so enthusiastic about it. The Yamanaka noticed, as well, the glare in their general direction courtesy of Sasuke. The look he was giving them was like he was angry at them for learning something before he did. I'll learn the water walking as well, he commanded. One thing Ino had learned about her sensei through personal experience was that the man had no patience for bossiness or boastfulness. The Uchiha's attitude just then was a combination of both with a large amount of ego to support it. The glare he gave the boy told her he disliked that even more. You will do what you are told, Genin. If you are proficient in the tree climbing exercise, then, and only then, you will move on to water walking. Is that clear? Asuma-sensei must have thrown in a good amount of killing intent with that glare, because Sasuke was obviously frightened, even though he tried to cover it with his usual broody attitude. Clear. Good, the bearded jonin concluded. Furthermore, you are all to spend at least 2 hours a day reading up on Momochi Zabuza and the details of various Suiton jutsu, as he is a master of that element. Then he made use of Naruto's favorite jutsu. 1 poof of smoke and 2 Asuma-senseis. My team, follow me down to the water. You too, stay with my Kage Bunshin. He led them back toward Tazuna-san's house. 10 minutes later found Asuma-sensei standing on the water near the bridge builder's home. He had just finished explaining to them how it was done when Sakura came running up. Ino noticed that her pink-haired friend was panting. Asuma-sensei. Your clone said, I should come here and work on water walking. The man stared at her for a moment, evaluating her. Very well, but I'm also going to have to start you on an accelerated stamina building program. Being that out of breath after running for that short a time is not acceptable for a ninja. Ino, explain the exercise to her, would you? Said Blonde glared at her sensei, grumbling about lazy nicotine addicts. As she began telling her fellow kunoichi how to do the exercise, the boys got to work on trying it out. About halfway through her explanation, there was a loud splashing sound, followed immediately by another of the same. They looked over to see two soaking wet boys swimming back to the dock and hoisting themselves onto it. The following conversation immediately caught both girls' attention. Screw this. No way am I gonna do this exercise in sopping wet clothes. Kiba pointed out the problem with that. You insane? That water's freezing. You want that stuff on your bare skin. Naruto was already unzipping his jacket. It's not too bad. The dog boy looked at him like he was crazy, which Ino was pretty sure he was, before shrugging. Whatever. I'll let my jacket start drying early and let my shirt keep me warm, he conceded, clearly not wanting to lose to the blonde by too much in what had obviously become another ridiculous boy contest in his mind. So in under 30 seconds, Kiba was in a wet, skin-clinging shirt. Naruto was in just his boxers. Sakura was wide-eyed. Ino whispered, told ya. This mission, Naruto decided 3 days in, SCKD worse than the one where they'd spent all day shoveling horse shit. At least then, the members of Team 7 didn't have to deal with a brooding emo with an ego the size of the QB, a pink-headed dimwit who irrationally and violently hated him while obsessing over the previously mentioned emo, and a little kid constantly crying away about everything and nothing while talking about how they were all going to die. He tried to cut Inari some slack, seeing as the boy had lost his dad in such a horrible way. But Tsunami's yummy cooking always just seemed to lose all its flavor whenever he saw those dark, sullen eyes staring at him, so full of anger and pain. Tonight, though, the 8-year-old decided to grace them with his voice. Why do you keep trying so hard? It's not like it'll make any difference. Anyone who goes up against Gato just ends up getting killed. He tried to just pretend like he didn't care, hoping the child would get tired of his whine fest soon, whatever. We're different from all those other people. Shut up, the kid cried. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, but you're always butting your nose in. What the hell do you think you know about me? I'm different from you, always joking around, acting so cheerful. You don't know anything about how hard life can be. Naruto was careful to keep his emotions in check, as he could feel the fox at the back of his mind, wanting to use his anger at the little idiot to its own advantage. Oh yeah, you have it so bad, don't you? Wake up it. The only reason your life SCKS so much is because you're letting it. You have food and a home, and more importantly a mom and grandpa who love and care for you. You've got your memories of the good times with your dad too. Yeah, he died, I know. People do that, dying. But if you're gonna just let that rule you forever, you might as well not be alive at all. Come on, Naruto. What's the point of all this if you're just gonna sit around and cry all the time? Tears aren't gonna do anything but make you feel worse. Whining like this whenever things don't go your way won't get you anywhere in life. If you want to be a crybaby for the rest of your life, feel free, but don't take it out on those of us who are working our butts off to make something of ourselves. Right from this day on, no more crying. They glare at you, you smile. They spit on you, you wipe it off. They insult you, you show them their words mean nothing. They beat you, you learn from the pain and grow. You laugh in their faces as they try to hold you back. And all the while, you grow stronger, until they can't ignore you, until they finally see the real you instead of the monster they all call you. That's a promise. I'm gonna go train us more. Thanks for dinner, Tsunami-san. No one tried to stop him, or even moved for that matter, as he got up and walked out of the house. Once outdoors, he ran about 10 miles into the woods, deep enough that no one would disturb him, nor he anyone else. He had gotten the water walking down pretty well earlier in the day, so all he could work on right now was physical stuff. Good, he needed to hit something right about now. The orange-clad genin warmed up by attacking a tree, beating on the thick wood from all sides and angles for about an hour, using everything he knew of the dancing wave fist. Then he took a couple deep breaths, before putting his hands into a cross-shaped seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A large plume of smoke signaled the appearance of 60 clones. 10 of them leapt off into the trees to watch. They would observe the whole thing and take notice of any particularly good bits or things that needed improvement. The remaining 50 stayed behind. These were a special kind of shadow clone he had figured out how to make. By using about 200 times as much chakra as normal per clone, they became much more durable, needing a good hit like a deep stab or broken bone before dispelling. Naruto smiled as his body shifted into battle mode and he took out a pair of kunai. He was really looking forward to working off some pent-up anger tonight. The Kage Bunshin apparently felt the same way, as they all mirrored his actions perfectly. As one they moved. He bent his knees a bit more while leaning further forward to dodge a swipe he heard coming at his back. At the same time, his right arm shot out, stabbing at the clone right in front of him, forcing him to move away. Then his left leg moved backwards at the one that had just come at him from behind. Apparently, the clone hadn't expected him to react so quickly, as it didn't have time to put enough chakra into its bottom 2 left ribs before his heel connected, breaking them both and dispelling it. Idiot. Then he realized it was a trap, putting him in an awkward position as 4 more clones came, one from each side, another from behind, and the final from above. Luckily, the one on the left got there first. Dropping his kunai in his left hand, Naruto grabbed the Kage Bunshin's arm while leaping off the ground with his right leg. The now midair replica was swung at the one that had previously been airborne before being released, sending both flying. Keeping him for more than a split second would result in some kind of retaliation, which wouldn't be good. As he was coming down, a pair of clones leapt up to meet him. He managed to push the first punch out of the way with his forearm, but the second he couldn't stop. Instead, the blonde channeled chakra to his chest so that the bones there would stay intact. That did nothing about the fact that he was now airborne again. When coming down the second time, the same thing happened, except that the blow that got through was a kick to the gut. The third time, though, he had a surprise waiting for them. You want to play keep up? Try it now. Naruto gathered a large amount of chakra before doing a henge. What had previously been a 115-pound boy was now a 3-ton boulder. He turned back to his normal self just before hitting the ground, as holes were hard places to get out of when facing multiple opponents, each just as strong, smart, and skilled as yourself, and only very slightly slower. During this time, the number of clones had gone down to 43, as not all of them were content to team up on the original. They all got the memories of each destroyed clone as it went, forcing Naruto to work on quickly assimil. Whatever that word was, new information quickly while still fighting just as fast. All the blue-eyed boy had deserted his kunai, their need for blood quenched by the pair of slashed throats. By an unspoken signal, they moved on to pure taijutsu, which started with the real one taking a painful fingertip strike to the back. A fingertip strike in the dancing wave fist is different from in any other style. Since the hand is normally in a halfway position between flat and closed, the fingers extend outward just before contact, adding the force from the very end of that uncurling motion to the force from the regular strike. Hard on the fingers, but the results, when done well enough, were like blunt claws digging into you. It hurt a lot. Naruto tried the rear kick again, but this clone wasn't about to repeat the same mistake as the first one to go poof. Which was good, because the kick had been a feint. He threw his upper body backwards, grabbed himself by the shoulder and head, and twisted. Did snapping his own neck count as suicide? No time to think on that, though, as he had to fall fully back onto the ground to dodge another of himself that had just been sent flying by a kick, probably to the lower chest. He had managed to chakra reinforce the area, though, as he wasn't dispelling. The blonde pushed off to the right just as a heel strike came down exactly where his left shoulder was laying. He wasn't fast enough to keep it from clipping him, though, so his push-off turned into more of a weird, uncontrolled spin. All 4 limbs thrashed out right away, repelling any attackers and dispelling one who tried to block with his upper arm. The fighting went on for nearly 3 hours like this, the Narutos taking blows and giving blows, most of them not serious, but occasionally a good one would get through. As the numbers dwindled, the rate they went down at decreased. Now there were only 4 left, 3 clones and the original. The one that wasn't the product of a jutsu now had 2 broken ribs on his right side, a dislocated left shoulder, which he immediately popped back into place once he noticed it, and a cracked left shin bone, in addition to several more fingertip strikes all over his body. In one section of the area, there were some scorched trees and burnt grass from when one of the replicas had decided to try the Gwokakyu no Jutsu. He'd taken out 10 clones at once, including himself from burning the inside of his mouth and lungs. The 4 Narutos all opted for a bit of close-range fighting, twisting to dodge an elbow, while catching a knee with his left hand, and using his right to fend off another knee by shoving its owner sideways. A sudden idea hit him. He yanked the captured knee towards himself, putting its owner off balance. The other him shot his arms forward, push off of him and stabilize, but that was exactly what he wanted. The hand switched from the knee to just above the elbow and, pulling on the limb while leaning forward, ignoring the knee now moving toward the lower left side of his torso in favor of seeing how his idea turned out, bit into the clone's arm. Sharp teeth sank deeply into the Kagebunshin's biceps just as the knee struck home. That hit was its final action before going up in smoke. As the remaining 2 paused for a split second to add in the unusual memory, he let himself move with the strike, using the momentum to add force to the elbow he threw at the clone to his right, shattering 2 ribs that it had been too stunned to bother chakra reinforcing at all. He and the final clone were now several feet apart. Being in the worst condition, the real Naruto decided to attack first. He went for a fingertip strike at the replica's chest, but he saw it coming and leapt back, using the longer reach of his legs to hit him in the chest. It wasn't a particularly powerful blow, seeing as the Kagebunshin was moving away from him at the time, but it stalled him. This time, the other him came in for the attack, with a hard punch at his already broken ribs. Knowing it would hurt like hell, Naruto moved into the strike. He then grabbed the clone's forearm with both hands and pulled it down hard while bringing his left knee up powerfully to connect with it. Yet again he had managed to surprise his replication to the point where it didn't think to channel chakra. The blow actually managed to tear the arm off at the point it connected. There was a brief scream of pain, which he felt for himself an instant later when the memories transferred. Now that it was all done, the 10 observer clones poofed away, giving him their views and opinions on the fight. He went over them while walking slowly to another part of the woods. The injuries meant he'd have to stop for the night, and he'd already read everything the Konoha shinobi had with them about Momochi Zabuza and Sui Tunjutsu, the stuff about the latter seemingly everything except how to actually perform the DMN things. So he made his way to a nice, peaceful clearing and laid down on the grass. It was too late and he was too tired and injured to go back to Tazuna's house, and sleeping outside wasn't something he had ever really minded. So he closed his eyes for the night. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this. The kind voice and a gentle shake to his shoulder roused Naruto from his sleep. The first thing that registered clearly in his mind was the person who had woken him. She was a girl about Hikari's age, but even prettier than the young Kunoichi, dressed in a light pink kimono. There was something about her eyes that made him like the unknown girl right away. The second thing he noticed was that it was daylight, early morning to be exact. Waking up after sunrise wasn't something the blonde was used to. He must have damaged his body more than he had thought in last night's training to have needed to sleep so long. A quick check showed that everything was fully healed and working fine. Now he should probably say something to the girl staring down at him with caring brown eyes. The boy sat up. Thanks for the concern, but there's no need to worry about me. I don't get sick easily, and besides, I like sleeping outside. He smiled at her. It really was nice to find a person he had never before met caring about his health. She looked amused. Oh really? It looks to me more like you just laid down there out of exhaustion. Naruto gave her a sheepish grin. Well yeah, I was out training last night, and I guess I kinda overdid it. He saw her eyes go to his headband, then back to his face. Training? You're a ninja, then? He grinned widely. His status as a ninja was something he took great pride in. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konoha and future Hokage. What's your name, miss? Apparently she found something he had said funny, as he could hear the laughter in her voice as she answered. I'm Haku. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. A pretty name for a pretty girl. Nice to meet you too, Haku. Say, what are you doing out here this early? She gestured to the basket on the ground next to her. I'm collecting herbs. A close friend of mine was injured while he was at work the other day, and the herbs are to help him heal faster. Haku's shift in mood as she spoke showed clearly just how much she cared for her friend. I happen to know a bit about plants. Mind if I help? The genin actually did know a little about different types of plants and herbs. He'd gone through 3 books on the topic as part of the reading Asuma Sensei had him doing every day. He'd picked plants because they were related to gardening, which he enjoyed. Feel free. I'm looking for ones that look like this. She picked one of the herbs out of her basket to show him. I saw some of those growing just over this way a bit. Naruto led her to a patch of various grasses he'd passed by last night while stumbling away from the site of his Kage Bunshin battle. On arriving, the two spent several minutes just picking herbs in silence, before Haku decided to restart their conversation. You say you're going to become Hokage? That's a fairly lofty goal. Despite the words themselves, her tone told the boy she wasn't mocking him. It's my dream, he responded simply. For a brief moment, she had what could almost be called a wistful look on her face, then it was gone. Your dream, huh? Why do you want to be Hokage, though? He hadn't really thought about the reasons behind his dream since well before he became a ninja. Still, though, his answer came without hesitation. There's a few things. At first, I wanted it so that people would acknowledge me, see me for myself, instead of. I never had any parents or really much of anyone to care for me, you see, so growing up was hard. Now, though, I think I'm doing it more for my sensei. He died, believing in me and my dream. I have to show the world that his belief wasn't misplaced. Finally, I care for Konoha, its people and what it stands for. I want to be Hokage so that I can protect them all. So you follow your dream for others, then. Her brown eyes were held a serious, thoughtful look now. The statement itself was a bit confusing though. What you mean? Naruto asked. It is my belief, she said, that a person can become truly strong only when protecting someone precious to them. I think you understand that. Thinking about it, he seemed to remember Hokage Gigi saying something similar once. Yeah, I do. Haku smiled. Well then, I too will believe in your dream, Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konoha and future Hokage. She paused for a moment, then her expression turned curious. Say, what's a Konoha genin doing all the way out here in a poor place like Wave Country? Or are you not allowed to tell? No, it's okay, the orange-clad boy answered. My team and I are out here assisting another genin team. They ran into trouble during their mission and their Jonin Sensei and one of the genin were badly injured. Kakashi Sensei isn't gonna be back in good condition anytime soon, and Shin'll probably take at least a week before he can walk again. Some instinct tucked away inside him somewhere made him exaggerate the masked Jonin's condition. His former classmate, though, really was as bad off as he had said. What are you here for, though? I can tell you don't live here. The pretty girl seemed surprised. Really? How can you tell? You don't have that same dull, tired, hopeless look that all the people here do. If I ever get the chance, I'm gonna kill Gato for what he's doing to this place. He growled out the last bit. Haku looked a bit unnerved by the sudden display of anger. See, I'm here helping my uncle. I only got here a few weeks ago, and I usually stay out of town, so the depressing aura hasn't gotten to me yet. This is enough, she pointed at the basket now full of herbs, as they had kept picking them the whole time. Thank you for the help and the conversation. You're welcome. Seeing that she was about to leave, the boy felt compelled to say something more. Hey Haku. Even though we'll probably never see each other again, do you think we could be friends? She smiled at him. Certainly, Naruto-kun. Friends it is. And who knows, maybe you will be wrong, and we will meet again somewhere. She started walking away, then turned to look over her shoulder and add one last thing. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto's brain ground to a halt as it took in this new information, leaving him standing there stunned as his new friend walked away, laughing at the way his mouth had become a perfect "oh" of surprise. Kiba was, yet again, unsure of what to do with himself at the moment. Asuma-sensei had assigned him the task of guarding Tazuna today as he worked on the bridge. He couldn't even help with the work. A lot of the stuff required the doer to actually know what they were doing, and any basic labor would use up energy he'd need to protect everyone and hold out for reinforcements if the bridge were attacked. Hey Kiba. It was worse than just that, though. Sakura was with him. Hi Sakura. The pink-haired girl had been relatively quiet the last couple days though, thankfully. And Naruto's, whatever that had been, at dinner last night had made her slightly quieter still that night and this morning. Apparently it was wearing off. Sakura forgot about me again? Akamaru asked from on top of his head. Oh yeah, hi to you too, Akamaru, she added to the dog too late, before sitting down next to them on the side of the bridge. Come to think of it, she hadn't been too annoying during this mission. Probably because most of her time was spent elsewhere, with a clone of Asuma-sensei going through her accelerated stamina building program. Sensei had downright refused to tell any of them just what he had the girl doing, saying that it was specially designed for ninja in Sakura's situation and that any of the rest of them attempting it would either have no significant results or severely damage their bodies in the process. Whatever it was, though, it was clearly working, as the girl could now last trough a regular training session. You know, I've had a lot of stuff on my mind lately. May I talk to you about it? This was officially one of the weirdest moments of his life. First of all, Sakura was being polite. Secondly, she was wanting to talk to him. That was two things Kiba had never seen before happening at the same time. He wasn't sure what to do. Why not listen to whatever she has to say? Nothing better to do right now, his companion suggested quietly. Sure, go ahead. But first, why me? Wouldn't Ino be better to talk to about this stuff? The perfume-scented girl sighed. Normally, but some of this is about Ino. The dog boy immediately moved away in fear. Oh no, you're not involving me in any of that girl's stuff. No way am I gonna get on Ino's bad side. Showing her more violent side, she hit him on the head. Stupid. This is serious. She said some things the other day that, well, they got me thinking. Questioning stuff I've believed for a long time. And now, well, I'm not really sure I know what to do with myself anymore. He'd never seen anyone looking quite as lost and confused as she did while talking. Despite hating her guts, Kiba felt he had to cheer her up. It was his duty as a fellow Konoha ninja. You know, the one you want to talk to is probably Naruto. He's amazing at motivational speeches. The knucklehead's not here right now, though, so I guess I'll have to do. Do you have a dream in life? He didn't wait for the girl to answer, instead just going right on. During the mission we were on just before coming here, I killed someone. Naruto and Ino were doing something that needed their full concentration, and it was my job to protect them. There were some other ninjas attacking us. Asuma-sensei took care of most of them, but one got past me and was heading for my teammates. I chased after him, and when I caught up to him, I killed him. He was a boy about our age. He had been following orders, fighting for what he believed in just like we were, and I killed him. Later, after it was all over, Sensei came and talked to me about it. He said that as ninja, killing is something we'll have to do sometimes. We shouldn't like it, though, and never do it unless we have no other option. And whenever we do kill, it should be to protect our dreams and the dreams of our friends. I'm telling you all this because, after it happened, I felt the way you look. Lost, confused, questioning why I was doing what I did. But Asuma-sensei reminded me. I have a dream, a goal I'm trying to reach, and no matter what happens, I've got to keep that goal in sight and keep working towards it. Hopefully that helped and didn't just depress you. Sakura smiled. For a second, she even looked kinda cute, before the Inozuka banished that thought from his mind. Yeah, it was helpful. Thanks for talking. I'm going to go see how things are going over there now. By Kiba, Akamaru. She started walking towards the part of the bridge she had pointed to. Bye. Bye, Sakura. That didn't turn out too bad, did it? You're right, boy, it wasn't so bad. Weird. And now he was back to doing nothing again. Before going back to the hideout, Haku had taken a walk through town. Contrary to what he had said to Naruto-kun that morning, he had in fact never been there. It was just as bad as he had feared. Face reminded him of his own, back when he had been living on the streets. Every child brought back memories of the time before Zabuza-sama had found him. To think that they were helping the man who had caused this. But that didn't matter. He was Zabuza-sama's weapon, his tool. Zabuza-sama's dreams were his dreams. A shinobi had no room for emotions. Which made him wonder just what he had been doing with the short blonde. While the intelligence he had gleaned from the boy would be invaluable, he had gone far past the point of simple information gathering. Talking about dreams, agreeing to become his friend, it would hurt when the time came to fight Naruto. But for now, he needed to speak to Zabuza-sama, to give him the herbs and information. He walked into the room where his master lay, still in bed recovering. Zabuza-sama, I have returned. The man turned his head towards the door. Haku. What took so long? I met someone while out picking herbs. A ninja. It seems Konoha has sent another genin team as backup. The boy believed me to be an ordinary girl and gave up some information during casual conversation. Hatake Kakashi will not be in fighting condition as soon as you will. That cut you put on his chest must have nicked something important. And the one genin you injured is alive, but will not be recovered for several weeks. Zabuza-sama considered all this. That still leaves us with 5 genin, 2 of which are complete unknowns, and a jonin we know nothing about. The chances of him being on level with the copycat are low, though. What did you learn about this boy you met? Haku paused. Telling him about the friendship part would be pointless, so he chose to leave it out. His name, as he says, is Uzumaki Naruto. He is young, the same age as the other 3, and not at all suited to life as a shinobi. Much too kind, open, and trusting. And he wears bright orange. Physically, it was hard to tell much, given the situation. The baggy jacket and pants he wore hid his frame fairly effectively. His chakra capacity is fairly high, though, as I could sense it without much difficulty. I see, the man said. So we'll be up against 5 genin and 1 jonin tomorrow. Looks like we'll need the demon brothers. It's a good thing we freed them before the Konoha NBU got there. Now that that is out of the way, why don't you get started with your herbs? Haku sighed mentally. He had hoped that the increase in the number of opponents would convince Zabuza-sama to abandon the mission. No such luck though. As much as he himself had misgivings about what they were doing, it was not his place to bring them up. A good weapon does not argue with its master. He got to work on the man's injuries. Tomorrow would be an eventful day. It was the morning of the 5th day since Team 7's arrival in Wave, the first day that, by the predictions of the 2 jonin, Zabuza would be well enough to come after Tazuna again. During that time, Nsruto, Inokiba, and Sakura had gotten the water walking exercise down, and Sasuke had been able to master the tree climbing. Because of the increased chance of attack, Asuma-sensei had all of them come to the bridge, along with Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired jonin wasn't completely recovered yet, but he was well enough to assist Gigi's son. As a precaution, Naruto, instead of coming himself, sent 2 shadow clones, one to dispel and alert him if the missing nin showed up, the other one of the tougher clones to hold out until the real blonde arrived. He himself would be at the bridge builder's house just in case Tsunami and Inari were targeted. The little boy had been avoiding him ever since dinner the other night, leaving the young ninja with nothing to do but talk to his mother. The woman was really friendly and open, making her easy to talk to. And as he hardly knew her, Naruto found himself able to talk about things he never would have with his friends. One of the best part of speaking with Tsunami, though, was that she was someone who could think of him without any of the QB-based bias that everyone in Konoha had. Realizing that an opportunity like this wouldn't come up often, the blonde, after swearing her to secrecy and making sure Shino was asleep and Inari out of hearing distance, told her about the fox. Her reaction was better than he could have expected. Instead of fearing him or sympathizing with him, she didn't really seem to care about the demon itself. Well, Naruto-kun, it seems you've had a pretty hard life, and I can understand now why you were so angry with Inari the night before last. Yeah, the way he acts was bringing up some painful memories of how I The rest of his sentence was interrupted by a rush of memories to his brain. Traveling to the bridge, seeing it covered in fog, the injured and dead workers. "It," he grumbled. "Gotta go, there's trouble at the bridge. Thanks for listening." Not giving her time to respond, he deactivated his chakra weights and dashed off at full speed. Kiba and the others were standing in a protective outward circle around Tazuna. Using his enhanced nose, he had picked up the sense of 4 people a little ways away in the mist. Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei were facing in that direction, with everyone else covering the others in case there was something his or Akamaru's noses had missed. A deep voice drifted out of the fog. "I'm surprised to see you here, Hataki. We were under the impression that you would take some more time to recover. Sorry to disappoint, but I really don't need to be at full strength to deal with the likes of you," the masked jonin answered coolly. The voice spoke again as its owner and the other 3 faded into view. It was Zabuza. If you really think that way." He turned to his subordinates. "Meizu, Gozu, take the 2 you fought with before, I'll handle the jonin." Then to the masked boy. "You keep the rest out of the way." Sensei then gave his own orders. "Ino, help Sakura and Sasuke. Once you're done, I want the 3 of you guarding Tazuna. Naruto and Kiba, keep the masked one busy. Kakashi, you're with me." The Konoha ninja immediately grouped themselves appropriately. Then the fighting started. While he was speeding through the forest, something caught the attention of Naruto's nose, then his eyes. It was a dead boar, sliced up by a katana just for the fun of it, apparently about a half hour ago. Worse still, a trail of further slashes led back in the direction he had just come from. "Hold on a few more minutes, guys. I'll be there soon," he thought. Before rushing back the way he had come, towards the unguarded Tsunami, Inari, and Shino. "Think before you go charging straight in, you idiot." Ino shouted at her temporary teammate while blocking a punch from Meizu with her forearm, leaving an opening for Sakura to kick him in the ribs. Fortunately, Asuma-sensei's orders to read up on Zabuza had led the blonde to also read up on the demon brothers. Knowing that they preferred teamwork, she had been about to suggest that they use some teamwork of their own to divide the 2 missing nin. Unfortunately, Sasuke, definitely not Sasuke-kun anymore, had taken that moment to try and take them both on by himself, after clearly announcing his intentions. He got his butt handed to him, and she and her pink-haired friend had been forced to jump in. "Don't lecture me," he commanded, while forcing his own opponent back with several well-thrown kunai. "Yeah, don't lecture Sasuke-kun, it." Sakura had seemed to be doing so much better the past few days. What had happened? Oh, right. Middle of a life-or-death battle, not a good place to think about that. She kept on as though the obsessed girl hadn't spoken, while both sides regrouped. "I just saved your life, I'll lecture you all I want. We have the advantage in numbers here, so let's work together and finish these guys off quick. You both know Maneuver 27D. Teamwork drills is all Kakashi's had us do since becoming a team. I'll be person 1. Sakura, you're 3. Amazing." He could be arrogant and controlling when answering a simple yes or no question. At least he had the sense not to order them to start, especially since 27D was a surprise maneuver, to be initiated on a count of 3 after everyone knows their parts. Their 2 opponents weren't going to give them that time, though, already coming in. All the better, then, as it was a mid-combat maneuver. Ino twirled out of the way of a kick from Gozu, getting into position. The man started forming hand seals, and she was able to identify the jutsu after the first 4 from her study of the brothers. This would work perfectly. Swain, Tepidama no Jutsu, Water Element, Water Bullet Jutsu. In a move that was the kind of crazy she'd learned by spending too much time around Naruto, Ino leapt backwards as the projectile came at her, rotating so she would hit it feet first. With the water walking, the Kunoichi was then able to use its momentum to add a boost to her sideways jump at Meizu. Meanwhile, the brother she had just been fighting turned to face Sakura, who Ino had been distracting him from, only to find her finishing up some hand seals for a kawarimi with Sasuke. Both missing nins were taken completely by surprise from the sudden complete opponent switch, leaving them open. The Yamanaka kicked her new foe in the stomach, her momentum combined with the chakra in the kick sending him flying all the way until he crashed into the side of the bridge, where Sakura threw 8 kunai at him, penetrating deeply into his arms, legs, chest, and torso. While Sasuke, who had been fully prepared for the change, stabbed the kunai that was already in his hand straight into his enemy's neck. Pushing that thought from her mind for a moment, they were ninja, it was their job to kill. She dashed over to the downed Meizu and gave him a chop to the back of the neck, sending him into unconsciousness. Ino was jogging away when the Uchiha's emotionless voice stopped her. "Wait, we're not done yet." He was looking at the still-living ex-Mistneen his teammate had just finished tying up. The pink-haired girl was the first to react. "Sasuke-kun, he's out. Unconscious and tied up," she said, in a quiet, worried voice. This time his voice wasn't emotionless, it was cold. "I'm not taking any chances. You two can look away if you want." Somehow, as the two girls made their way towards Tazuna, the sound of metal slicing through flesh was clearly audible even over the sounds of battle. Naruto managed to arrive just in time, it seemed. A pair of samurai thugs were in the middle of dragging Tsunami from the house. Before he had time to take them out and rescue her, though, something completely unexpected happened. Inari, little crib-baby Inari, came running out the slashed-apart door with a kitchen knife. "Let my mother go." One of the samurai, a muscular, shirtless man with an eye patch, chuckled cruelly. The boy's mother was suddenly both furious and terrified at the same time. "If you hurt him, I'll bite through my tongue and dash." The other thug, a white-haired man with a hat on his head, hit her in the back of the neck with the hilt of his katana. "Go to sleep." Understandably, Inari's reaction was to charge at them, screaming. Of course, that would get him killed, so Naruto intervened. Moving faster than any of the 3 civilians could track, he got between them and the boy, clasping one hand tightly around each samurai's hands, completely immobilizing their swords mid-swing. He was facing towards Inari, giving the kid a smile. "Hey, thanks for proving me wrong about you, Inari. That was really brave of you, trying to help your mom like that." Behind him, Akage Bunshin had already freed Tsunami of the ropes around her wrists and was waking her up. The little boy was wide-eyed. "Naruto, you look so cool." Kinda hard for him to judge, but the blonde did suppose he looked kinda cool like this. "Hey, don't ignore us," the goon on the left shouted. "Yeah, we're still here," from goon number 2. These two may have been idiots, but they were vicious and cruel as well, so the genin had no pity for them as he turned to gaze over his shoulder at them. "Okay," he said coldly, before tightening his grip to his maximum, crushing their hands, before flinging his arms to the side, launching both thugs into the water. The blonde and his clone each walked out to one of the floating men and picked them up out of the water by the shoulder with one hand while the other delivered a chop to the back of the neck. After going back to the wood platform, he turned to Inari again as the clone got to work tying them up. The kid's eyes were even wider now. "Thanks, Naruto-Niken." He was Naruto-Niken just like that? It must have been a little kid thing, because Konohamaru had started calling him Niken pretty suddenly too. "No problem. But I've gotta go, everyone's in trouble over at the bridge. I'll need you to watch over these two and take care of your mom, Inari?" For the first time since he'd met the boy, he saw him smiling happily somewhere besides a photograph. "Sure thing, Niken, you can count on me." Naruto returned the smile. "Great. I'll see you again after I go save your grandpa. Bye." And he once again started sprinting to the bridge, hoping his teammates were doing all right. The combined assault of Kiba, Akamaru, and the Naruto clone was proving to be too much for the masked boy. He was faster and more skilled than any one of them, plus those ice jutsu from what must have been a bloodline limit, but 3-on-1 they were overpowering him with brute force. That is, until the boy backed off after a vicious kick to the chest from the Inuzuka. "It looks like I cannot afford to play around with you any longer." "Very well, I shall show you my true speed." That definitely didn't sound good. Before they had time to prevent it, he had already finished his hand seals. "Hayaton, Makio Hyosho." The dog boy found himself and the others suddenly surrounded by a dome of floating mirrors made of ice, reflecting nothing but light. A moment later, they were all reflecting the fake Hunter Nin. His voice came from all the reflections at once. "I am sorry, But this fight is now over. The next thing Kiba knew was tiny, piercing lances of pain all over his body. When his other senses returned an instant later, he found a dozen sunbans sticking into him, Akamaru in the same condition, the Jujin Bunshin now dispelled, and a cloud of smoke where Naruto's clone had been, the needles having penetrated deep enough to disperse it. This was not good at all. Despite having a 2-on-1 advantage, Asuma was finding himself hard-pressed against the demon of the mist. The man was on a level slightly above himself, just as Kakashi normally was, and his Sharingan-wielding ally wasn't up to his full strength. Essentially, it was a pretty even fight. The wind user wanted to use a jutsu and clear away this heavy mist, but his opponent wasn't giving him a chance, leaping out at the two jonin from all directions, each time with no warning whatsoever. In the distance, he heard Kiba screaming in pain, Akamaru yelping, and a poof of smoke that signified the death of Naruto's clone. What was taking the boy so long? Zabuza used chakra to project his voice from all directions. Now that Haku's used that jutsu, the fight is over for your students. You seem pretty confident, he shot back. But you know nothing about Naruto and Kiba? Oh, just what's so special about those two then? From what I've seen, they both looked like fresh genin, with no experience at all. Not ready to be ninjas, I can tell they haven't killed yet. The Hokage's son smirked. Actually, both boys have had their first kills for a little while now, but that isn't what I was talking about. You see, Kiba's strong, not the type to give up easily. And Naruto, he's the #1 most unpredictable ninja in Konoha. Futon, Kaze Hidofuki no Jutsu, Wind Element, Wind Blast Jutsu. A strong wind blew across the entire bridge, clearing away the mist and nearly bowling over an unprepared Tazuna. The origin of the blast was none other than Naruto, his hands still in the final seal for the jutsu. Asuma hadn't just instructed his blue-eyed student in water walking. Given the boy's ridiculous chakra reserves and his tendency to completely overpower any ninjutsu he attempted, the man had also taught him this D-rank jutsu for just this kind of situation, knowing Zabuza's love of the Kirigakure no jutsu. Of course, it wasn't supposed to be that powerful. Everyone, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. He made a mental note to work on the boy's habit of showing off and shouting at inappropriate times. It resulted in things like A-rank missing Nin from Kiri throwing trios of shuriken at the obvious orange target, forcing his Jonin sensei to rush to deflect them with his trench knives. "Stop being a knucklehead and go help your teammate," he ordered. With a quick, "Yes, sensei," the blonde dashed off to the mirror dome. The bearded Jonin turned to face the other two. "Shall we finish this, then? Kiba, Akamaru, you two ready to get this guy?" Naruto asked him as soon as he had come inside the mirrors. Truthfully, the Inuzuka had been starting to lose confidence with each wave of Sinban that hit him and his companion, but his teammates' hard, determined blue eyes managed to give him new hope. "Yeah, let's do this." Both boys grinned. "I am sorry," interrupted their opponent, "but even now you two have no chance of escaping from my jutsu, but I am glad to see that the real you has finally arrived, Naruto-kun." "Shut up, no face," shouted the blonde. "Me and Kiba beat you if we have to die trying. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." The dog boy used the smoke as cover to start Atsuga, aiming to crash through one of the mirrors. He learned the hard way, though, that chakra-compacted ice is really hard, as he and all the Narutos were riddled with more small metal needles. The boys of Team 7 attempted several variations on that plan several times, each ending in failure. Even when they got Akamaru back up and tried with him, they still got nowhere. "Right? Something different this time," he whispered to Naruto. "Why don't you use a Gwokakyu and see if we can melt our way out?" The fox and ramen-scented ninja looked at him like he was crazy. "Are you crazy? With my control, I just end up roasting all of us." "Oh right. Any of your insane ideas?" he asked, hoping for a yes. The foxy smirk was all the answer he needed. "I've got a couple." "Hunter Nin-sen, why haven't you killed us yet?" Yep, asking the enemy why he hadn't killed them definitely qualified as insane. But his friend wasn't done yet. "I mean, you're fast enough that we can't even see you, but even on my clones, you haven't been going for any vital spots. You want to keep this up all day? 'Cause we can if you do." Their masked opponent remained calm. You're right. I have no wish to kill you, but shinobi are meant to be tools. Zabuza-sama's dream for me is to make me the perfect tool, and his dreams are my dreams. So for Zabuza-sama, I will harden my heart and kill. Kiba had gotten to know his friend well enough over the past few months that he expected him to start shouting at the older boy, trying to convince him that he was wrong. Surprisingly, the blonde did nothing of the sort. Instead of outraged, he became serious. You're wrong, but I can tell you won't listen to anyone right now. Ready, Kiba, Akamaru? As was usual with Naruto, he had no idea what to be ready for, so he answered, for anything. Whatever you've got planned, go ahead. And do it. But the blue-eyed genin never got a chance. From his position, the Inuzuka saw something his teammate missed. Two Senbon, flying towards the back of his neck. There wasn't time to shout a warning. Instead, he shoved the blonde out of the way, taking the hits himself. Everything stopped. From his position sprawled on the ground, Naruto took an instant to register what had just happened. When he did, he only saw one thing. Kiba falling to the ground. Kiba. For needles were sticking from his neck, 2 from the front, 2 from the back. He caught his friend and laid the body down gently. Akamaru was whimpering. The masked boy said something, but it didn't matter. Nothing really mattered anymore, except that his friend was dead and the one who had killed him was alive. He could feel something inside him, offering him power. The power to avenge Kiba. A part of him was saying that he shouldn't listen, that very bad things would happen if he used that power. But none of it mattered. He accepted. It started as a slow build-up, feeling his strength gradually increasing along with his senses as the pain drifted away. His enemy was still talking. Shut up, he ordered. A deep growling sound started to fill the air. It wasn't coming from Akamaru. No, the dog was doing nothing but making little terrified whimpers. He wondered just what there could possibly be to be so scared of. Everything was perfect. Whatever this power was running through him now, it just felt so good. Then he saw Kiba again, laying there, no breathing, no heartbeat. He could hear his own loud and clear, and Akamaru's, and the Hunter Nin's and Sasuke teams. Apparently the BSRD had gone against orders, wanting to join in the Fun Zero, and everyone else is on the bridge. Strange how they were all so fearful, faster than normal. He could even smell the fear. It smelled nice. Naruto looked at the masked boy again, and smelled the fear scent from him increase. I'll kill you, he roared, forcing the remaining Senbon from his body with chakra as he did so. Though he really wasn't all that angry anymore. No, he just wanted the boy to be terrified and hopeless when he killed him. Instinct told the blonde that it would make the kill that much sweeter. So he'd play with him for a bit, make him think he was full of rage and hate, because those destructive emotions usually led to more fear in humans. The boy began to move about, leaping from mirror to mirror, throwing those little needles at him. Naruto just released a small amount of chakra, stopping all the weapons before they could reach him. The boy's fear scent became stronger, and he tried again, more desperate this time. He let the needles hit him this time, allowing them to sink through the skin and a bit into the underlying muscle, hunching over. A slightly larger blast of chakra along with a roar as he threw himself up straight, arms to the sides, and the needles were violently ejected from his body, ramming into the mirrors, causing small cracks to form in the ice. Naruto shifted onto all fours, crouching down deeply and deepening his growl so as to seem more frightening, and because it just felt right somehow. The Hayatan user attacked again, in a full panic now, trying for a direct physical attack this time. The blonde had a few choices. He could wait for the attack to hit him, as something that weak might as well have been no more than a slight breeze. He could block the attack. He could hit the boy first. Or he could dodge. Naruto picked the last option, as he had gotten tired of staying still or such a long time. So he pushed off the ground with his right foot and hand, just hard enough to tear up the concrete immediately surrounding him, sending his body spinning away to the side in what his prey must have seen as little more than a blur. When he landed, his prey was just starting to run back to one of his mirrors. He followed after, not too fast though, as he wanted to prolong the chase. He timed it to catch the prey by its ankle just as it slipped into the mirror, gripping with his clawed hand. When did that happen? hard enough to crush the bone to dust. As he ripped the prey away, Naruto put his other fist through the ice, showing just how fragile its supposed defense was when it shattered into millions of tiny pieces. The blonde switched his grip to his prey's wrist, forcing it to face him as he sent his fist towards the mask. He wanted that thing gone, so he could see the terror and despair in its eyes as he took its life. It flew through another of its mirrors, hit the ground, and rolled several yards. With a loss of concentration, the remaining ice mirrors began to crumble. Now for one last bit of intimidation. He stared at the prey as it got to its feet, his glowing red eyes and a bit of killing intent making its fierce smell shoot to new heights. That stupid mask was starting to crack and crumble. Despite everything, the prey was still making its way into a standing posture. That took some determination, especially with its body in that condition, and that was something Naruto could respect, even in an insignificant bit of nothing. So he'd reward the prey by showing it just what it was truly up against as it died. For this final blow, he would hold nothing back. He ran forward, slowly, giving the mask time to fall off. As he got closer, he pulled back his fist, filling it with chakra. The punch would obliterate the prey's head, as well as most of its upper body. Then Naruto caught sight of its face. He was a friend. Naruto didn't kill friends. He didn't kill anyone if there was a better way. What the hell was he doing? He needed to feel the sweet blood. The thrill of the destruction. Never mind what he was doing, what was he thinking? He was experiencing the joy of fear and of the kill. Nothing would stop him. Kyubi, get back to your corner of my mind, you be Kitsune. Very well, boy. But I have given you a taste of my power. I can be patient. Naruto felt that glorious power withdrawing all at once. It took every bit of willpower he had to both stay standing and stop his fist, only millimeters from the older boy's face. Haku. The two friends were alone, cut off from everyone else by the new layer of natural mist that had rolled over the bridge during the battle. I did tell you I thought we would meet again somewhere, Naruto-kun. Why did you stop? The brown-eyed boy's voice was sad as he spoke. I don't kill friends. Haku, why? He asked. I already told you. Zabuza-sama's dream is my dream. I could not betray that even for a friend. Naruto gave him a serious look. Haku, I know he's still alive. When I was like that, I could hear his heartbeat. It was really slow and weak, but you didn't kill him. You're too good for that. I want to know why someone like you is with a monster like Zabuza. Hearing the earnestness in his voice, the older boy told him everything. About his parents, and his bloodline, and how Zabuza had saved him. It was the saddest tale the boy had ever heard. But can't you see that Zabuza's just using you? He doesn't care about you as a person at all. Just about your bloodline limit. He argued heatedly. Like hell was he going to sit back and watch while a friend gave his life for nothing? I know, Haku answered somberly, and I don't care. There is no one for me but Zabuza-sama. I have failed him as a tool now and have nothing left. Please kill me. Naruto would sooner give the Kyubi another chance to take control. No way. Just because he doesn't care about you doesn't mean I don't. When I asked you to be my friend, I meant it. And I know you meant it when you agreed. So I'm asking you as a friend to find some reason, any reason, to keep going. Haku's sadness became even more pronounced. Naruto-kun, you don't understand. I love him. Though I know he will never return my feelings, it is enough to simply be by his side. Being parted from Zabuza-sama would be worse than death. For once, the young ninja found himself unable to respond. He'd never experienced the kind of love his friend was talking about, so there wasn't anything he could say. I ask you again as a friend, please kill me. No. I already told you I will not kill a friend. The older boy's big, brown eyes were crying. Then please promise me that you will do what you can to help Zabuza-sama. Naruto knew the man was a monster. But this wasn't for him. I promise. Haku gave him a small, sad smile. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. I am sure you will be a great Hokage one day. He found himself unable to do anything but watch as the friend he had made just yesterday took a Senbon and brought it slowly to his own throat. Then the Hayatan user froze and his eyes widened. Instinct told Naruto what was going on and spurred him into action at the same moment as the older boy. Haku no. He ran after him, but just like during the fight, Haku was too fast. Sprinting into the mist, he found Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei both standing on either side of a horribly sliced-up Zabuza, his arms clearly useless. Behind them all was a crowd of thugs, samurai, and mercenaries, a short, fat, gray-haired man at the head. And between the crowd and the missing nin was Haku, a crossbow bolt in his heart. Gato, what is the meaning of this? The demon of the mist growled out. By his tone, he obviously meant the betrayal, not the death of Haku. The short man answered him as the thug next to him reloaded his crossbow. Oh, it's simple. I never let go of money I don't have to. Now that you ninja are all tired from fighting each other, these guys here can kill all of you, and the bridge builder. And they cost less than you did too. Had it been any other situation, Naruto would have laughed at the businessman's stupidity. He could have taken care of that mob of useless idiots all by himself, had he trusted himself to do so right now. But with his emotions running wild and the Kyuubi's attempted takeover fresh in his mind, he didn't. Hatake, Sarobi, it looks as though our fight is over, Zabuza said to the two jonin he had just been trying to kill. Gato finally noticed the dead body of Haku, now crumpled up on the bridge. I owed that one for breaking my arm. Too bad I won't ever get to pay the wear back as much as I had wanted. The missing nin glanced down at the dead boy. It seems Haku proved to be a good tool in the end after all, saving my life like that. I chose well. And at that, Naruto could no longer hold himself back. He ran over to look Zabuza in the face. Is that all you think of him as? Haku gave his life for you. The blonde genin was interrupted by the idiot behind him trying to shoot him in the back. Reaching behind him, he snatched the bolt out of midair and crushed it into splinters. A quick, hard glare behind him kept the mob from trying anything else. He continued as though none of that had happened. Everything he did, was for you. Even his dreams. He loved you. Naruto found himself crying, but that was okay. The only one he had promised not to cry for was himself. That's enough. That was when he noticed Zabuza was crying as well. He told me you were too kind to be a shinobi. I see what he meant. Haku was like that too, caring about everyone else too much for his own good. Gimme a kunai. He made the request while using sharp teeth to tear through the bandages around his mouth. His intentions were clear. Sure, Naruto said, tossing one of the knives lazily towards the jonin's mouth. But I promised Haku I'd try and help you. I'm not gonna let you do this alone in your condition. The demon of the mist grunted, speaking around the weapon between his teeth. Fine, but no killing. I don't want you turning out like I did. The blonde looked at his bearded sensei, seeing the look of approval in his dark eyes. The man understood that he needed this. Asuma-sensei, Kabe might need medical attention. Haku put him in a false death state. And once we're done here, I'm gonna need to talk to you about. He let the rest of the sentence trail off. The mist was starting to clear, and he could see the other genin and Tazuna standing a little ways away, all looking in their direction. Zabuza ran into the crowd, chasing after the retreating Gato, who was already waddling away through his sea of goons, with Naruto right alongside him, fending off any thugs the man didn't slash the throat of and blocking swords, spears, and other pointed things from all directions. The BSTRD with the crossbow had been the first to die. It really wasn't difficult for the blonde, as the mob was slow, sloppy, and weak, plus he was concentrated solely on defense. After what seemed like minutes, they had gotten through to the other side, where the fat businessman was trying to run towards a ladder leading down to a motorboat. The demon of the mist caught up with him and sliced his head off. The two ninjas' combined glare had the thugs tripping over themselves to let them back through. When they got back to the others, Naruto took a roll of bandages from his pack and began treating the man's more serious wounds to the best of his ability. Kid, why are you doing all this? The blue-eyed boy gave him a stern look. I told you. I promised Haku. I'm doing this for him, not you. Someone who would butcher 100 children isn't the kind of person I'd ever want to help. More silence. So it's over then? Sakura asked. She and the others had wandered in at some point, and Asuma Sensei had gone to Kiba. The gray-haired Jonin gave one of those weird eye smiles. Yeah, it's over. Sasuke, are you all right? The BSDRD's eyes were closed tightly and he was rubbing his fists into them. I'm fine, Kakashi. When that feeling came over everything, my eyes started to burn, but they're getting better. Let me see, the man ordered. He peered into the Uchiha team's eyes. Well, Sasuke, it seems you've awakened your Sharingan. Good work. The air of smugness and arrogance around the JRK rose to new heights. Hey, aren't you forgetting about us? The mob they had all but forgotten about had apparently already forgotten the complete thrashing they had just taken from a small boy and an injured man. You guys killed our meal ticket. So now we're gonna go pillage this town instead. How had Gato managed to find people that stupid? By everyone else's expressions, they were all clearly thinking along the same lines. None of the ninja actually had to do anything right then, though, because a crossbow bolt struck the bridge directly in front of the mob. Anyone who tries to attack this country will have to face the people of this country. The one who had spoken and also fired the crossbow was none other than Inari. Naruto shouted in joy, smiling, turning to face the young boy and the large crowd he had brought with him, all standing at the far end of the bridge. Nanaiken, we came to help. The child who had so recently been angry and sad was smiling as well. The bandits didn't seem quite so confident anymore as their self-appointed leader spoke up again. So what? There's still more of us. We'll just go through all of you. The orange-clad ninja smirked. It was numbers they wanted? Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Over 1,000 clones now covered the bridge, giving their hardest glare at the mob. They turned tail and ran, trampling and climbing over each other in their rush to get back to the boats. A few minutes later, the only people left were the ninja and Tazuna. Kiba had just woken up. Hey, welcome back, Ino said to him. How are you feeling? What happened? I thought I'd be dead, the Inuzuka groaned out. Naruto helped him to his feet. It's all done. Haku the masked boy, he was too kind to kill you. He committed suicide protecting Zabuza. Because that was what had happened. The boy could have easily caught the crossbow bolt, or deflected it, or something, but chose to let it hit his heart. Gato showed up with a bunch of thugs and betrayed them, so he switched sides and cut off the BSDRD's head. He felt something cold and wet land softly on his forehead. It was snowing. What super strange weather for this time of year. Tazuna commented. Naruto stared sadly at the body of his dead friend. He told me that it snowed a lot. Where he grew up. They all joined him in silent mourning over Haku. After a while, Zabuza gently picked up the boy's body and led the way off the bridge. A lot had happened, Asuma mused, in the 2 weeks since the battle on the bridge. On the second day, Naruto and Zabuza had gone off alone to bury Haku. The location of the grave was something that I had kept a secret even from the others to remove any chance of the boy's resting place being desecrated to get at his bloodline limit. When they came back, both seemed different somehow, but the blue-eyed boy refused to tell him about whatever they had done or talked about, just saying that he had come to a decision about how he would live as a ninja. The former demon of the mist had decided to remain in Wave and train a small ninja force there for self-defense purposes. Inari had been the first to sign up. The bearded Jonin had also held private conversations with both of his blonde students. Naruto had wanted to talk about what had happened with the QB, and had told the man everything. How he had lost himself and accepted the fox's power, the way the power had changed him, both physically and mentally, the feelings and sensations that had come with it, how seeing Haku's face had brought him back, and the kitsune's words to him. Asuma suggested that, when they returned to Konoha, he learn some meditation exercises to help him get in contact with the demon. The boy had protested at first, saying he wanted nothing to do with the beast, until he explained that knowing it better would likely make it easier to resist. The talk he had had with Ino, though, had been on an entirely unexpected matter. She had told him about the way Sasuke had dealt with the second demon brother. For someone as young as the Uchiha to have killed in cold blood like that, it was a bad sign. He had told Kakashi, and the lazy man had promised to talk with his student, but nothing more had come of it. As a matter of fact, Team 10 as a whole had been separating themselves from the others as much as they could, even the recovering Shino. And the brooding Uchiha was distancing himself from everyone, training alone with his new Sharingan. For training his own team, Asuma had decided that they were at a level where he could attempt to teach them ninjutsu, so he had tested their elemental affinities. Kiba, interestingly enough, had turned out to have a lightning affinity. That was strange because most Inuzuka were earth types. And the other two had been even more surprising. Ino had the contrasting affinities of water and fire, both in just about equal amounts. It was something the Jonin had never even heard of before outside of a bloodline limit to have contrasting affinities like that, and no known ninja had ever had those two elements at once before. Naruto had also ended up with two affinities. His primary, luckily enough, was wind, something Asuma was better at than anyone else in Konoha. The boy had earth as a secondary, though, the one element the Hokage's son couldn't use to save his life. He started all three on nature manipulation right away. Hopefully they would be good enough by the time the Chunin exams came around to have learned a jutsu or two. And the good side of all this for him was that he really didn't have to do much during nature manipulation training, so he could spend time playing shogi with Tazuna, who turned out to be quite a good opponent. With the driving force behind it now dead, the Gato Corporation fell apart, most of the money going directly to the small, previously poor wave country. The first thing they did was to send the equivalent pay to Konoha for 2 A-rank missions. At the end of the 2 weeks, though, the bridge was completed, and Shino had recovered enough to travel. The 2 Konoha teams had left then, sent on their way with warm goodbyes from Zabuza. Well, not so warm from him, but it was a goodbye. Tazuna, Tsunami, who had stopped to wish Naruto good luck becoming Hokage. He hadn't realized the two had been talking that much. Inari, who had made his Nizan promise to come visit, and all the people of Wave. As they all walked away, Asuma could hear the people debating on what to name the bridge. He channeled some chakra to his ears so as to be sure he didn't miss the result. It was a good choice, too, as he was the only one from Konoha to hear Tazuna's unanimously agreed upon suggestion of the Great Naruto Bridge and the reasoning behind it. He looked at the short blonde walking along happily in front of him, engaged in yet another argument with Ino. Yes, someday Naruto's name would indeed be known and respected throughout the world. He felt sure of it.